Well, hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the SMITE Content Creator Cup EMEA. It is LAN Qualifier weekend, and a lot is on the line. My name is Gormizer. Joining me real close by, and the little mini desk, it's Trelly, as we hang out for the first one here. And so there's a lot that's going to be going on, but if you've been watching the Content Creator Cup up to this point, we went through 3 weeks of open bracket into 3 weeks of group stage. Now we're in the LAN qualifier, which will then lead to the SCCC LAN, which is going to be one team of the few that you're going to see today, and then 3 teams of the few that you're going to see next week during the NA qualifiers as things continue to roll, and then we're down to 4 teams, and then one LAN happens, charity wins, and I guess somebody, like, there's an actual team that wins as well, and then, you know, we're all doing great.
But we're more hyped about charity winning, if we're honest.
Charity,
like,
yeah.
The
And there's some other
cool.
bozos playing SMITE. But
yeah, but really, it is about the charity, so you got to be excited about that one. And if you've been following along this long, you're probably just ready for this journey to really kick off, and that's what we're here to show you today.
And you know what else we can show you? The format thing that was kind of like what I just said, but way, way more succinct and way more specific. The LAN qualifier for EMEA, this is how it's going to work. Today, 3 teams are competing in a round robin in best of 3s. Tomorrow, the top 2 teams are going to play in a best of 5 finals. Winner goes to LAN. So depending on how today goes, we're whittling one team out, and that could be, hey, at the end of the 3 sets, we know exactly what's happening, or, all right, we're slamming a tiebreaker until we get those 2 teams that are going to play tomorrow, and then tomorrow, one best of 5, winner take all. That's where it's going to end up being. So it is very, I want to say very straightforward, very cut and dry. Win your sets, win your games, do the thing, go to LAN. All of that. And Trelly, these 3 teams have a lot
on the line.
Well, I was going to say weight on their shoulders, mainly because Davey, if I remember correctly, has not lost a set.
Now, he has dropped some games, but his team has been quite dominant in this side of the bracket, so I've been excited to really watch him. I want to know exactly what they're bringing today, Gore.
And I was thinking, damn, I thought you were gonna say, like, I want to know
what they're playing for. I do
want
to know that.
There
as well.
it is, and that's gonna be what we're looking at next. What are they gonna get? This is gonna be the top 4 teams overall. So one team, whoever wins tomorrow, is going to get this guaranteed an invitation to play at LAN in July at our esports headquarters here in Georgia, behind-the-scenes tour of the Titan Forge studios, access to SMITE 2 development, a donation to charity on their behalf that will be based on their final seeding in that final LAN, and additional loot and goodies, which could be
anything,
pretty much anything, maybe even more charity.
And we have been running with that one. Where we are going to.
It could be these poker chips. It could be these cards. It could be anything. And what I just heard, Trelly, while I'm playing around with the stuff that they leave on the desk because I have ADD and can't just not touch things, was that Davey was playing in an arena game. We are waiting actively on him getting into the lobby and stuff. But the good news is
that ticket count just hit 0.
And he won. So, like, it was Oh my God, 261-0. My guy stomped his arena game. That's a great warm up, probably.
Yeah, have you seen?
It's good for like the mental.
Yeah, it's like in what was that movie, The Longest Yard, where they like play a game versus the convicts because they want to just like get a really easy game to just get ready for your matchup. That's kind of like this. You just go into an arena game, stomp them, and then you get mentally prepared for the SCCC.
I can't remember the last time I thought. Well, we have to do that every
Yep,
time.
we got to count the
There's
Cs.
the SCC, and then there's the SCCC. Have to be very, very like mentally in tune for what is going to be going on. Look at the schedule, though. What we're watching today, Davey and the other another, whichever one you want to call them, they're going to be playing first, best of 3. Then Seagull and another playing in the middle, and then Davey will play Team Seagull. Again, round robin, everybody plays each other once. Then we will figure out where the standings stand, I guess, is what standings typically would do at the very end of it. If we have our top 2 teams, then we are set, and tomorrow we will have the first seed take on the second seed in a best of 5. Winner goes to LAN. So these 3 teams competing for one spot. And Trelly, it's a best of 3 between Davey and another that start things off, which again, for I mean, realistically, if you've been watching this, and I'd have to maybe go through and look at all the old brackets, but Davey does not lose sets.
Right.
Can lose games so far. And then watching, even beyond that, like where Davey and some of these matchups have gone, like the another and Seagull's team, if I remember correctly, especially in open bracket, were pretty much the teams that were always getting in that top. Like, it was just a shuffle of who was where.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Team Another. They have been having some good games, but what I've noticed about Team Davey, at least what we've kind of picked up when being able to spectate it, is when this squad does drop a game every once in a while, it's usually because Davey was banned out. This man likes to be extremely aggressive on his support picks. When the Ares is gone, when the Terra's gone, he kind of looks a little bit lost. So I wanna make sure that his God pool is up to snuff. Do we know what God he was playing in Arena? Was he, like, playing supports? You think he was just, like, running through people with, like... Oh, he was playing Ares.
Yeah,
okay, well, they're banning Ares, man. They're not going to let you play
Ares. He was
Ares.
playing the one God that he's been playing for the last 2 months.
They're going to ban Ares. There's no way. Especially if you just warmed up with Ares on stream. I don't think he's getting Ares.
Well, you know what? We can find out by going into picks and bans here for game number 1. And, again, now I'm excited to see because... He ain't getting that Ares.
No,
like, there's
can't
no
imagine it.
way he's getting the Ares. What else? I mean, he's been playing Cabrakan.
Terra.
You're right. Terra's actually been way higher on the list. No way he gets either.
I can't imagine it. Kuzenbo is going to be the ban from Team Davey. Remember, they are first pick, so they have a little bit of freedom, whereas Team Other
There
Another... Yeah, it's just not going to happen. We knew the Ares wasn't getting through. Especially, it might have been bait, though. Think about it. You warm up before your matchup, you sit there on stream, and you just flaunt the Ares in front of everyone, and then you're like, I was never going to play Ares, you fools. I was baiting your ban, and it worked.
So, and I will say this, because I scrolled up to see it. It's been a while since we've seen any of the teams in Europe. So first off, who knows what meta they're playing right now. We haven't gotten to see it in a little while. But on top of that, last time they met, so Davey and another, Davey won, which makes sense. We've been mentioning that he has not dropped a set. Another and Seagull played. Another one.
Yep.
And then Davey and I believe Seagull the last time they played. Well, guess what? Davey would have won that one as well because of the whole hasn't dropped a set thing yet. So there's definitely going to be an interesting balance today because if I remember correctly, another and Seagull's matches have always been incredibly close. So we'll have to see how they shake out, especially as they keep going through bans. Thoth gets banned, and the fact that first off, Trelle, I can feel the weight in the speed of picks and bans already. That these teams are recognizing. Okay, wait a minute, guys, we need to tighten up a little bit. We do actually want to go to LAN.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you got to leave it all on the field, right? I mean, this is going to be your last chance. So if you want to get high seeding, high placement, not have to worry about the rest of these matchups, you want to come out swinging here. And taking down Team Davey would be massive for Team Another. That would be the confidence boost you need, as well as just pretty much guarantee that you're going to the next day. So taking him out in Game 1 could be a good strategy. Heimdall ban makes a lot of sense. Just one of the safest ADCs you can really find. And it's going to be the Bologna ban from Team Davey. Looks like they want to focus out a bit of that solo lane as well. I've been liking Bologna a bit, but I don't know. I don't think she's the end-all, be-all solo laner anymore. There's a lot of Sigil users that I think can be more impactful. But if you don't want to just get ran through with some auto attacks, Milan is pretty smart.
Go for Cthulhu first pick, which, Charlie, it is not uncommon. We've been in metas where Cthulhu has been the #1. And when it comes down to like solo lane presence and team fight presence, Cthulhu does his best in one to not lose and does his best in the other to just ruin your day and your vision and pretty much any other control that you could have had. But would you have expected him to be up at the very top, especially followed by like a Medusa?
Yeah, I mean, Cthulhu is not at the top of the game anymore. He's still great, of course, but not what I would have expected. The Medusa, however, has been in just about every ranked game that I've played in the past couple of weeks. It just seems like she's very strong at the moment. You just go Bluestone and then like auto attack damage. It's not the full ability based Medusa. It's just like you want Medusa for the early clear, and then you can still shred late game. So very popular pick. I was wondering if it was going to come through here, and it seems like it is something that Team Other and Other values. What do they answer back with, though? Like maybe Team Navy bans away the Bologna because they don't want Cthulhu getting just kid shredded later on in the game.
Yeah.
I wonder, Mulan is going to be the option on the other end of the spectrum, but still one of the top tier solo laners, like the sigil pickup I was telling you about. Not necessarily an item you have to go, but one that she does very well with. And
Mulan is actually really fun for me because I feel like she's grown on me a lot more recently. Like, she was a god that for the longest time I was, I enjoyed playing, but watching was 50-50. Also, she didn't show up too much once she was first released in a lot of those competitive games. So it was kind of like, where are we going to see her? I think Hardcore was one of the only ones that tried to make her work, and I believe in the time he was playing at support. So it wasn't really something that we got to see too much of. But realistically, if you watched yesterday's, I'm going to call it J-Mac Purdy, where he trivia quizzed us on tooltips, you learned a little bit more about Mulan. And if you didn't watch that, then you should go to youtube.com/SmitePro sometime in the next week, and it'll be up for you to watch. But the other thing is that she's really gotten, it was the grapple change, I think, that really kind of elevated her to someone who can be more consistently in lane and like find control.
Yeah, she's just super annoying early. Her sustain is a bit ridiculous, and she does that. The damage into the slow, her second ability, is very obnoxious in lane, especially if you're like a character that doesn't really trade very well. Cthulhu should be just fine. Has pretty great wave clear ever since the Mire got changed, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. Just Mulan is one of those early game lane bullies that then transitions into this late game menace that can, a pick like AMC, for example, will not appreciate. If you can get to the back line quite easily, you have a lot of movement. Should be very solid. And I like the front line already. We got Fafnir and Mulan for Team Other and Other. Only one auto attacker so far in the Medusa, but Fafnir pretty much always gets value in this sort of meta.
Now, he not only is he getting value, actually, and I'd have to look it up because there was one team, and I want to say it was a European team that continued to go back, and there was obviously a North American team, I think it was Rudy, who always went back to this double ADC meta, whether or not they were actually going to be dominating with double ADC, but Fafnir enables you to do that. Even without it, you've got, like you said, some auto attackers already. You're going to be feeling pretty good, period. But there's the Terra on the other side, which doesn't necessarily mean anything like in a counter matchup, but we know it's something Davy's really comfortable with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Team Davy goes the double ADC. Like, they already have 2 Guardians, so they have plenty of magical damage. Terra and Cthulhu can certainly provide it, so yeah, there's definitely some hunters you're going to want to look towards, and it seems like Team Other and Other recognizes that. They're going to take the X-Ball away just in case that AMC is going mid, which is where I would probably put him. Just great wave clear, doesn't have to worry about the long lane. Definitely the best place for AMC at the moment. What does Team Other the Another grab, though? Do they want to try and match that double ADC with the Fafnir? I imagine yes, but you'd think maybe you get some extra magical damage out of the jungle. It's not a necessity, but it is something they could look for. And with Mammon and Alquang banned, you're kind of limited in your options.
Charlie, I'm going to ask you a ridiculous question. How do you feel about like jungle Anubis right now? Like, where do you get, like, if Mammon and Alquang are banned?
Okay.
Where do you go next? Because the list of magical junglers isn't super long.
Well, first of all, I'd go to Hebo. I would go to
you're right.
Poseidon. I would go to Cabrakan before Anubis. But it's not as if it's
number 4. We're taking that.
It's not as if Anubis jungle is useless. It's just, I don't think it's ever the best option. It's one of those picks that can certainly take you off guard. Like if you go something like Cthulhu that has like this big the CC immune ultimate where you're a big target and you can't really burst through anyone. Anubis can just get a very easy ultimate there, but it's also very easy to run him down with anti-heal, and the application that Team Davey has would be ridiculous. I don't think Anubis is coming in anytime soon.
They went Raven anyway, so like the whole conversation maybe falls apart. And presumably you want more mage damage, magical damage, coming from your mid lane. Susano on her, locked in, and on her is one that Charlie. It's always just a treat whenever we get to see it.
Yep, I love the on her play. It's always going to be aggressive. You're never going to be sitting back farming till late game. You just want to look for impales, jump in whenever you can. But it's actually the Vulcan, which is going to bring similar damage levels towards structures, right? The turret can really chunk through. And there were some turret changes a bit ago, being able to proc items, things like Tablet, which certainly helps out your damage. And not like the Fafnir is going to get too much value here just with the Medusa, but again, I think as long as you're near structures and you're buffing the Medusa, you're going to be able to shred through them.
All right, Charlie, I'm going to give you 2 questions real fast.
Okay.
First one up front, which team are you vibing with a little more?
I really like Team Davies comp.
It's a good team fight comp.
Yep.
Now, how confident are you in your abilities to not just predict that, but to know what card I picked up off the table here?
Well, this is the
you
third
said,
time.
Okay, and you said 1 in 52 chance, but I only have this many cards.
Yeah, but I have no idea what those cards are, so it's still 1 in 52.
You will get this one.
You think so?
I believe in you.
Okay, then it is the 8 of Hearts.
Okay.
It's not the 8 of Hearts.
No, it is not the 8 of Hearts. It is the Ace of Spades. It is the card.
Yeah.
It's the #1 card. I don't know where I got it and how I got it, but I did pull it out. And so
that doesn't bode well for my prediction about Davy's team.
Sorry, Davey. I don't know if things are going great. You might have a. Luckily for Davey, he's got a 1 in 2 chance. You either win or you lose. It's not 1 in 52, where you have to guess 13 different numerical, I guess alphanumerical things, and then 4 different suites. You're just like, do you win or not? And you say he's gonna.
Well, I just said I like that comp better. I never said he was gonna win.
I'm putting words in your mouth. Good point. I want to ask you about the Vulcan though, because the burst, for a long time, and this has been a really interesting dynamic that SMITE has had for ages, where sometimes it's, okay, we've got the carries, right? You've got AMC and on her.
Right.
Put those together. We can shred Fire Giant, pretty easily, put the 2 of us in there, and we're going to burn it down.
Yep.
But they've got the burst. They've got the secure. And so, that kind of ebb and flow, is Vulcan just going to be a secure machine later on, or do you expect to see a little bit more from him?
Well, with Fafnir, with Medusa, with Vulcan turret, it's not as if Team Other doesn't have the shred as well.
They also got some burn.
But burst is always a problem, right? You have to watch out for this Vulcan. You have to keep your eyes on him, because where is he when you're going for objectives? He doesn't have to get that close, right? Earthshaker has a ridiculous range, so as long as your ward coverage is fine, Susano, Terra, Cthulhu, they all have pretty easy times getting to a Vulcan, so I just don't think you're 50-50 objectives with Vulcan around. That's the big what if, right? If you're going to go for Fire Giant or Gold Fury, you got to keep your eyes on Vulcan. Heck, you got to keep your eyes on Medusa as well. That ultimate Petrify can also steal some objectives away. But yeah, both of these teams seem like they drafted for team fight, but Team Other Another has a bit more of that objective control.
I'm just excited and really seeing this solo lane matchup. I think because of the players involved, but then also because it's been a while since I've seen Cthulhu go up against pretty much anybody. I mean, it feels like, again, like you said, he's a god that is very solid. He's a god that can get the job done and keep himself going. So up against Mulan. And you know what? I'm okay showing ignorance here. Outside of watching Lermy play yesterday, I don't really know the Mulan build right now.
Yeah, Mulan does own. There's no doubt about it. It's like Blackthorn start. You can go Runeforge if you want, but I think Blackthorn's better. Depending on your matchup, your next item changes, but it's like you can go Genjis, you can go Glad Shield, you can go Breastplate, you can go Prid. There's a lot of bridge items available there. But it's pretty much 2 items, and then you just fight. You just use your 2 constantly and try and 1v1 the other dude.
Well, the good news is we can figure out I'm trying to 1v1 Cthulhu's a tall order, but will you be able to do it or will you won't? We won't be able to do it here. We have to find out in game. There we go. As we jump into it, Davey, Other, the Another. Charlie, just like that weird rambly throw, we got there. And we're going to get the job done. I'm curious, and this is something that has been happening mainly because it's Content Creator Cup. Early kills are not uncommon, and fast kills are not uncommon. But it feels like it's been a little while, especially with changes coming on Tuesday. We're going to be seeing fast kills next week. But I'm curious, you know, where the pressure is going to lie. Like, is Susano strong enough this early on? Are we looking over? I mean, I feel like we might be looking a little bit at Robin, but probably not for a little bit. Like, who's the driving factor in the first few minutes?
I mean, you definitely have your options. I think that Robin has a lot of freedom in this matchup because up against Susano and AMC, you're not really threatened. As long as you have overhead kick, you shouldn't be worried about too much damage. On the other side, though, Dark has Blink, right? He wants to get active whenever he can. Pull off the mark, so average Kuda doesn't really have to worry, but that's the kind of play you can expect. You're looking for the Vulcan. That would be my option. I'd look for other another. If you've watched this team, they play through the mid laner. Other the another is usually the driving force, so I would be trying to get beads down as quickly as possible on that Vulcan.
Yeah, put pressure. Vulcan's not necessarily a hard target to put pressure on either, right? He's slightly mobile in that backfire slides him away, but other than that, he's mostly stuck around. I was also at least getting a little excited when I saw the on her starting to drop low. It's not too often, you had mentioned the Medusa kind of dominating as of right now. Not often that you get to see an on her in a very disadvantageous position, but sitting at kind of perpetually half health, this is a really, really interesting spot for Ragnar.
You know what's also interesting is the Cthulhu going for the Sigil star. Usually it's just been Conduit Gem consistently. Like, everyone's going Sigil.
Yeah.
But Guardian's going Sigil in particular. It's very difficult because your clear isn't as solid. But with Cthulhu having 3, like, clear abilities, you can just, like, 2-1-3 the wave. Seems like he's going to be just fine. Has done a lot of damage over here to Klino. Remember, no escape just yet. You know, has to get yoinked back in. Do they have the damage, though? It doesn't seem like it. It's going to be close.
The pull in, the knock
oh, the
back's
body
all
blocks!
good, but you need a little more from it. But no, the tower, it's still too early. Yours lucky that didn't turn around on him. It stays a little longer. Things could go catastrophic. Walks away from first blood as Klino. Now, left side of the map. Damage is good. Ragnar forced to jump over the wall. Has to get up with the shot. Oh my god, it clips. And that's exactly what you need. First blood to the Vulcan, and might as well add another to another. Davey, Ragnar gone. Duo lane in shambles for Team Davey.
And see, that's just troll, right? If you look at where Team Davey was on the map, Dark's on the right side of the map. There is no vision. You didn't have aim blue. And if you did, he didn't make the call. Other than another and average Kuda show up to duo as this invade happens. Why are you taking a 2v4 willingly? It doesn't seem like the best idea. Beautiful ultimate though from other than another. There was only one place Ragnar could go, and he covered the option. 2 kills starting this one off, and that should have been a first blood on Klino. It was close. The body blocks from Yor were very crisp, but not enough. And now because of that, you lose your invade potential over on left. You lose first blood. And now you have a fed Vulcan to worry about.
Yeah, you're already sitting in an awkward spot, and like you said, they played through other the another. So they play through mid, now he's got 2 kills. On top of that, this Medusa's in a better spot. So realistically, maybe things slow down. Of course, I say that, and Davey's pushed up against the tower line anyway, because I don't think Davey has any regard for his own life in Smite.
Doesn't have an S key either. I've seen his keyboard. He doesn't have one.
That kind of tracks. You know what? Given like what we've seen from Davey over the SCCC, yeah, that makes sense. And honestly, Charlie, especially when he's playing something like the Terra, you don't need the S key too often, right? Like, I mean, Terra is someone you can play aggressively and usually get away with it.
I mean, she has so much safety, so much sustain.
You got your healing, you've
so
got
much
double dash,
healing,
you got your CC.
Yeah, you can be constantly going in. I mentioned that Blackthorn hammer. Klino hasn't been able to pick it up yet, but Dark and Aim Blue going for it. Remember, this is nerfed Blackthorn hammer, which still strong, don't get me wrong, but not quite as powerful as it once was.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, though. AMC wants to be a little bit tankier. Susano, I mean, I guess same thing, right? Wants to be a little bit tankier, wants to do good damage, so going to be hard to find a kill on the Aim Blue anytime soon. I did say getting his beats down would be a priority, but hey, average Kuda said, we have 2-0 Vulcan. I'm not in any hurry to get active.
And that seems to be the case all around. Like, Davey is actively looking for a fight. And they might have it now. Medusa goes for the ult. There's a blink forward. Body blocks are good. The lockdown is there. You just need a little more damage. One more hit, and you're going to get the kill. First one on the board for Team iDavey, and it's Dark that picks it up.
Yeah, but the rotation comes in. Average Kuda's on the way. It's got to be Dark. Has to be the target. Do you have anything? No, CC connects. But other than others here. Another ultimate, maybe.
Oh, it's gonna land. You have to dance around Meatball knockup, but then the backfire misses. You've got the turret. You've got some damage. You've got a dragon chasing him.
No!
Ragna turns one away from the jungle. Does trade his life out in the process, and it's another kill on Other the Another. But Dark walks out alive in a place where it felt like no one on Davy should live. Not only are they still kicking, most of them get away with murder.
Yep, Aim Blue made the late rotation over. Wasn't able to do too much, but Other than the Other picks up its 3rd kill of the map so far. But that just goes to show the aggression from Team iDavy. I think Dark learned his lesson. Was over at right lane last time those buffs spawned in. This time he said, I will be invading buffs with my team. Like, Davy's going to be there, and clearly it's a mistake if I'm not. That the Another does take the stinger, uses the beads, but isn't running. In fact, is walking forward. This Vulcan, level 9 already. It's a big threat across the map, but you get the Vulcan beats down.
3-0. That is
Good start.
problematic.
Yeah.
Like, if your Team iDavy, that is a troublesome Vulcan. And again, you know, the way you described it when he got the kill on Ragna, which, you know, where you throw the ult out because you're covering the option. There's only one place you can go. And even then, just now, Other the Another throws the ult into a specific spot where it's like, all right, I'm going to deny 90% of the lane, and the other 10% I'm going to close with the meatball. So good luck being anywhere, existing anywhere. Unfortunately for him, Dark still got away, but it's because they had a higher prio target in the on her. 1-2-0, 0-1-2 for the carries, respectively, on her and Medusa. And Trelly, now, you know, as we start to approach 8 minutes, this is always where he gets, well, I was going to say a little awkward. I'm not going to lie. Forgot about the Bull Demon King, which creates a really, really good thing to fight over here in Davy, who is showing presence. Might be in a little bit of a bad spot. Good ult from Other the Another. And it gets Davy low. Not a lot of follow-up to chase down the Terra, though.
You know, something that I have not seen yet has been this Curse Weaver pick up from Yor. And whenever I do see it, it's not the first item. Other than Another, I feel like he can't die here in a 1v1, but it would be close, I suppose. And yeah, I was right. No beads available, no problem. Dark went Blackthorn Hammer. If that's a Jotuns and like a tier 1 Hi-Rez, you have a much better chance. But regardless, not going to be able to find the kill. Another Another could live to see another day. But yeah, Yor going the new Curse Weaver proc. I mean, that is an item that you usually pick up late game. It does more based on how much HP you have. And just going at first item, I mean, hey, when Cthulhu ults, you're going to get some value from it, but not something I expected to be the first item in the build. I'm curious to see exactly how much value Yor gets from this.
If I saw that right, looks like that went over to Team Other the Another for the Bull Demon King. Now Aim Blue needs a little bit of help. 3v2 in mid, and you're taking a lot of damage on this AMC. Gone! And that is one of the downsides when you're playing the B. You just do not move super fast. And Team Other the Another not only in the lead, but controlling this kill, controlling the gold, and now looking for the Gold Fury beyond that. And I don't know that there's going to be a retaliation from Davy. On her in left, Terra in mid, everybody else on the right side of the map. It's a free Gold Fury. Other than Another pushes themselves even further above, about 2,000 gold.
Yep, great call. They recognize they won the fight. They recognize they had some space to go for it. And again, Vulcan Turret and Medusa, they will be able to get these objectives very quickly, especially thanks to the Fafnir cores. They just have a ton of damage. And that all started from an attempt on Other Another's life. But again, if you're going Blackthorn Hammer, you are missing out on a bit of damage. You're going to be tankier for sure, but you need a bit of that flat pen to really be able to shred through these squishier targets. Other than Another, already going into what I believe is Charon's Coin. That's usually the build I see from this mid laner. Things like Soul Gem also come through. Like it was Tablet for a while, and now I think the meta has shifted a bit to just try and go that traditional like Soul Reaver, Conduit Gem start, but this is Sands of Time, so you might see a spam build coming here from Other Another, and it's been working so far. Those ults have been on point.
And honestly, Vulcan ult, the scaling and width of it, like if you're hitting them on point, and like you said, being able to get it a little more often, like throw them out there. I'm loving what Other the Another has been providing, and what the team's been providing. The problem is Trelly, and this is something that maybe we should really address in like 6 minutes, but I'm gonna lay the seeds at least now, plant the seeds now, which is I really like Team Davies late game team fight,
right?
And if you don't have a pretty big lead, which ults like that will help you get to a pretty big lead, It could cause some trouble for you. Transformation coming out from Infrared UK. Now jump in. Burst down is there. Dark just deleted off the map. That is how you get to that lead you need. Now Davey locked down. Enough damage to follow up.
So close.
So low. But he's not gonna go down, not yet. Now you've got Cthulhu joining the mix, joining in a little bit late. You have no on her coming in, and you're all low health bars. A 4v3, and the 4 are absolutely winning the numbers game right now. The tower helps out a little bit, balances things out while you're in the ult, causes some disruption. But the only kills that come out are on team other the another. They take down Dark on Davey, put themselves up 5-2.
A little bit of a 1v1 opportunity over and left. I wanted to see a leap in. I wanted to see Ragna go for it, but it looks like just fine grabbing the beads off of Lodris. Yeah, look at this build, though. My goodness.
Oh,
See ya later, Ragna. I just wanted to highlight it. Yeah, look at the difference. Soul Eater and Blackthorn Hammer. That is the Medusa build, who just absolutely owned in the 1v1. Turns out just being tankier is going to be more valuable early on. Don't get me wrong. Ragna will just shred harder late game, but seems like the snowball has already started rolling, Gore. 6-2 for Team Other the Another. Gold Fury already down. They've got options. They're going to stand over towards the beacon. They've got more bodies here, which means Davey can't stall this one out for too long.
Davey, like you said, at least can hang around. No ult to his name, so you have to be incredibly careful. Already half health, my god. The damage, it's just free right now for Other the Another. They get the beacon. That's going to spread out a little bit of damage, give them some extra pushing power, let's say. No towers so far have fallen. But Trelly, 6 kills to 2. You know, we're starting to get to, what, 33, 3,500, like, as they can push it. But the closer and closer they get to, like, the 4,000 mark, the 5,000 mark, the more confident I'm feeling that Team Other the Another can overcome the deficit that they might have in some of the late game team fights, given just compositional differences.
You're not wrong. I mean, they do just want to sit back and scale up. Aim Blue just picked up that Soul Eater, whereas Lodris, of course, started the Soul Eater, so already finished. You can just tell how much more Team Other the Another's builds are online because of that lead they've been granted. I've been impressed, though, with average CUDA on this Robin. Not necessarily making the start the fight plays, but, you know, counter-engaging, always being in the right place at the right time to help out his team. That's the kind of thing you want from your jungler. But look at this grouping towards the Primal Fury. Remember, at any moment, we get to see the Vulcan turret drop, ult come through, Fafnir Dragon, and that objective is gone. And Team Davey recognizes that. They're already trying to get their vision down.
Well, good news. Vulcan ult's down.
Yep.
So some of the burst disappears and at least gives you a little control there. Bad news. It comes almost at the cost of the mid-tier 1. They're not going to go for that, though. Instead, turn their attention towards the Pyromancer. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, it looks like. Primal Fury being contested just by Medusa. Pyro being contested, but not successfully by Aim Blue. And it will go 1-for-1. Davey with the Primal. Pyro to Other the Another, so a little bit of a gold wash there. This tier 1 in mid, though, being as low as it is, means it should be a small victory for Team Other the Another, as well as a massive map control victory. The fight starts up, 3v3, ult forced out from average CUDA. Transformation from Infrared UK keeps him locked in place, might actually help out the DPS here. The Stinger slows him down a little bit, but the leaps are too strong, and he's going to be able to disengage. Now you've got Lodris coming in from the side. And the pressure
what are you
is
looking
there
at?
Yeah, you're staring at him, Davey. Stunned out, burst down, ult from the backline. Other the Another, they combo everything they need, and they get another kill.
My goodness, man. Lodris, that was the most obvious Medusa ult I've ever seen. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't behind a wall. Bro just sent it out, and Davey got caught staring. Darkest nearby. There's some low health bars here, but looks like trying to go in for the kill is the call. Who cares about the steal? Doesn't hit the pull, though. No way he goes in. But Kalino had the grapple just in case. Dark didn't have beads. I think that's the reason. If you have beads, maybe you try and get active there, but it would have been a risky call. So remember, Pyromancer down to Team Other Another. Primal Fury down to Team I Davey. But then the tier 1 tower and the fight after the fact still in favor of Team Other the Another. I mean, they haven't had a kill in quite some time. 7-2 now. Remember, it was just 6-2. Team Davey's got some low health bars, but they haven't been able to confirm these kills.
I'm really excited to see the continuation of these fights, though, because that one, I think, was a good example of Team Davey can get a lot done, They just, right now, are fighting into a 3,000 gold lead that is going to cause them a little bit of trouble. And that is, again, maybe a little frightening. But Team Other Than Another, the way they rallied around each other. Admittedly, if you're going to hit your ults like that, you don't really need the gold lead. It's going to be free for you anyway. Now, though, maybe looking for a free kill, or at least trying to find one. Beads Aegis used by the Vulcan. Just absolutely pins her against the wall, but it does not matter. The On Her gets burned down by the rotation from Other Than Another. Now you got Lodris on the way as well. Dark joins the fray, but there's not a lot going for Team iDavy or iDavy himself. And again, the dual lane is what collapses here for the blue team.
Yeah, Other Than Another played that so well. They swapped lanes, said, hey, there's 2 beacon or bastions up, and I've got Vulcan turrets, so I'm going to go grab those. Immediately, Ragnar says, hey, it's a 1v2, I'm jumping in. Turns out, never a 1v2, and now, whole squad teleporting. Man, I thought it was going to be Fire Giant, but it looks like Cthulhu may be the target. Should be fine for the moment, but the Sprout comes in. They just want to chase him down. My
God, yeah, with that kind of burst, you're going to be able to do it. I thought we were in for a long haul, but no. Not only do they get the kill, they get the tower. Now, like you said, Fire Giant's wide open, and what are you going to do? There's a 4v5. Fred UK is backing, though. It looks like Team Other Than Another. They would have jumped on it if they wanted the Fire Giant at this point. So they're playing it slow, stripping the jungle. Maybe looking for more of a fight afterward. Dark comes up to contest the blue buff. Small damage trade, and it's not going well for the Susano. Has to use his mobility, and he's going to use that to disengage, try to get away from this average Kuda and the Raven play that, like you said, it's 2-1 and 7, but that 7 is a pretty massive heavy lifting. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but he is getting work done every single fight.
Yeah, certainly is. I think that the reason that Yor just got absolutely blown up there by Other Than Another, besides the 702 stat line, is this build that he's opted to go for. Davey stunned, luckily just out of range of the turret, otherwise would definitely fall down here. Doesn't quite. Did he walk into the turret?
He
I mean,
dashed,
the ult.
He dashed toward the ult.
He dashed into the ult. I was going to say, should be fine.
Yeah.
But break the monolith. Sometimes you must dash into the Earthshaker. I think that was Confucius who once said that. And unfortunately for Davey, his pinky toe was in it and ended up just getting just exploded.
Well, Shelly, things are getting a little out of hand for Team iDavy. 11-2, so 9 kill lead for Team Other Than Another. Now approaching 6,000 gold. No Fire Giant just yet, but Pyromancer's on the board. You can still have plenty of options if you're Team Other Than Another. And these Vulcan ults, I mean, I know we just saw it, but guess what? It's almost up again. And therefore, we have plenty of opportunity for more team fights. We have plenty of opportunity pretty much for more whatever Other Than Another's team wants to do and try to accomplish. Only tower that Other Than Another have lost is their dual lane tier 1. Meanwhile, all tier 1's down on the side of ID. So the map state, not favorable. The gold state, not favorable. The kill state, not favorable. While we mentioned it, iDavy not lost a set, has lost some games. I'm really curious how they're going to adapt.
Oh, here we go.
Especially now that we've got the burn online and ready for Other Than Another.
Fire Giant being snuck at the moment. Team Davey doesn't quite know this is happening just yet. Yours
Davey's
nearby.
Gotta see it now.
Oh, it's up to Davey, and I don't know if he's going to make it here in time. It seems like Fire Giant just dropped.
Wow.
I mean, that's how quickly they can do it. Where do they go next, though? Teleport to stop the tier 2 split push. I like that call. You still have Pyromancer. Looks like tier 2 on right. Maybe the target. Team Other Than Another, they are not trying to leave any gold on the map.
Now, if I'm being honest, Shelly, I kind of expected a lot more around that Fire Giant than there was. I thought, okay, they're starting it up. There's going to be a fight. Davey's going to notice. Like you said, though, they kind of meander over slowly. They respond as fast as they can, but they don't have a lot going for them. Maybe the option was, you know what, it's 19 minutes. We don't need to take this massive fight just yet and potentially fall further behind. Let's try to hold him at bay. Unfortunately, holding him at bay means Fire Giant, tier 2, and now Pyromancer for Team Other Than Another. And pushing themselves up even closer now to, you know, approaching, what, 8K, 9K in the lead department. And that's when we really get to see, I mean, we're starting to talk about tier 3s over tier 1s over maybe full items, what iDavy is able to afford. So it is a massive, massive pickup for them. And with this tier 2 on left that they're going to pick up, They can start knocking the door
There's
on
no one
Phoenix,
here.
and no one's here to defend. All of Davey caught backing just now. You've got the burn. You've got a pyro. You drop the bomb. You burn
Where's
Davey?
Davey?
As well, I've never seen a less tanky Terra. Now you just got to clean up what's left. Double kill for another. Everyone in shambles as the blue team scrambles back to the base. They're going to stay alive this time
Surely
around.
they're not going for the end.
Commit. Staying and dancing.
Okay.
They are pretty low, and you're right. They're going to fall back. They get the bird. They get more than what they really wanted. And they get to walk away happy. And again, gold lining their pockets, almost weighing them down.
Yeah, I saw the Fafnir transformation, and I'm like, there's no way you're just about to go for the end call here. Just still too early. They're able to back up using that Fafnir ultimate just to deter Team Davey. But yeah, definitely caught napping. 2 runic bombs. The Fafnir transformation was available. They didn't even need it. Left side bird already falling down. 13-2. This Vulcan needs to fall if Team Davey wants to find any success in this game. 10-0-2 for other than another. And there has been attempts at his life. None successful so far. It's pretty much just been Dark going in, doesn't have enough damage, gets out-traded immediately, and has to turn tail and run. Not an easy time to try and be anyone near other than the other right now.
Now, the closest we got, was, what, dual lane like 10 minutes ago?
Yep.
Other than another had to use both relics. Oh. This time around gets away with only using the bead, still has the Aegis 10-0-2. 12 of 13 affected kills. 11 of 13 there for average Kuda. Some of them just getting burst down before either can get involved. And it just kind of feels that way. I mean, your Dark, for Dark, Aim Blue, and Ragna, it kind of makes sense, right? You're squishing your targets. But Davey and Yor are getting burned down just as quick as well. It just feels like Team iDavey, in terms of longevity, just doesn't exist.
Well, Yor doesn't have any magic D. Like, it's Cloak. That was it. I don't like this build at all, especially with the 10-0 Vulcan. If you had like a cookie cutter build in your head before the match started, you need to shift when Vulcan becomes 10-0. Like, you like, oh, I need magical defense immediately. That's why this Cthulhu is a non-factor at the moment when that ultimate comes through. And don't get me wrong, stacking up that Cloak, getting whatever this next defense item is, probably like a Pestilence or something online, will certainly help. But it's a long ways away, and there's not a lot of farm on the map for Team Davey to grab. Primal Fury, not going to be here. That one's gone. And it looks like that's all we will see from this Fire Giant push. I expected at least one more Phoenix attempt because of how smoothly the first one went. But maybe they don't feel confident without a Runic Bomb, so they're just going to go back and maybe go for the Fire Giant one more time and then try to fully break the base and go for another Phoenix.
But 3 tier 2s and a Phoenix is...
no, that's good.
Yeah, it's pretty massive for them. And man, I'm keeping my eyes right now mainly on gold in hand for anyone on iDavey, which it's not looking too great for a lot of the people involved. They've spent what they have. Not a lot of vision in pocket for them. Not a lot of ability to really afford it, if we're being honest. And I'm looking for what this Terra is going to do. Level 13 compared to Infrared UK's 17. In comparison to everybody else who's level 20, you're 7 down in that department. At least for everybody else, you're catching up. 2 level 20s, Aim Blue, Ragna. Dark and Yor just 1 level away and farming up as they can. But this Fire Giant coming in. Trelly, good news is it's not enhanced. Bad news is I'm struggling to find other good news than that.
Yeah, good news is it's not enhanced. Bad news is I don't think Team Davey can step up and try and steal it. Like, maybe you send Dark in to throw a Typhoon out, but that is your only real option. Already, you can see the team other than another is poised around the objective. Carries aren't quite here yet, so we're not going to see a pull. But you've got Yor and Ragna on the map currently on the left side. We know Davey's there too. Team other than another doesn't know that, but I don't think they're too worried. When you see the carry and the solo clearing fire waves over on left, you're going to be just fine. Or one of the carries, rather. Yeah, this Fire Giant will be free. Absolutely. For Team other than another. Left Bird did spawn back up, though, notably. So that's something that they shouldn't have to worry about too much. I believe, yeah, no more fire waves. So Team Davey can relax. They can breathe easy for the time being. But they still have to worry about the push, because eventually Team other than another is going to come. They have Runic Bomb in hand. Shouldn't drop it on left Bird. They should just be waiting for mid Phoenix probably, because that left Phoenix should drop relatively easily.
Yeah, you get Medusa in there for 2 shots, and you're probably going to be fine. Charlie, it's 13,000 gold. If team other than another gets their way, it'll be 14,000. There's a lot of gold on map still for Davey. Not necessarily in objectives. Those have been dominated by Team Other Than Another. But at least when it comes down to, you know, your tier 1, tier 2s, some simple things to potentially scoop up and, again, maybe cut into it. Unfortunately, the line of scrimmage is nowhere near those towers. You are not getting to step up to them for free, and honestly, even if you do step up to them, you're just in a blanket statement more dangerous spot than you were before. So you have to play defensive around here and around your Phoenixes. All of the wave push that they had done during that Fire Giant has now pretty much come to nothing. The red wave stepping up for Team Other Than Another over on left. This is going to be a really difficult defense to try and make happen. And I feel like a lot of weight is on these tanks to try and defend as best they can. Left side, that seems to be the goal to hold on to. They're not going to be able to keep the bird up, but York goes in the ultimate. 4-man knockup, massive, but there's no need to commit here if you're Other Than Another. And so the Cthulhu ult maybe falling apart. Dark tries to go in, but takes just as much damage, if not more, than he's able to dish out. That just seems to be the way things are going here for iDavey.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to bait out the Cthulhu ult. That's massive. Then they just wait, set in, go for another Phoenix attempt. Average Kuda in the back, and Dark is already gone.
Already deleted, and now you just have to march forward. Mid-Phoenix gone. Team Other Than Another doing due diligence and making sure to knock down all 3 birds before they march in. 27 minutes on the clock. They've got the damage and the numbers advantage for another 40 seconds while Dark is down. And they're looping around. Look at Average Kuda coming towards the back line. Exactly what you need. Your half-health Vulcan shots. The damage are just too good. 12, 0, and 2. Klino, finally something goes the way of iDavey. And that kill alone might just be enough to at least extend their lives a little longer. But Trelly, iDavey is on life support.
Yeah, they really cannot step up. They're going to be stuck in their Titan room for quite some time at this point. What a beautiful siege. I mean, Other Than Another wasn't really landing the ultimates there, but all it did was open up space and split the tanks and the damage dealers. And with the wraparound from Average Kuda, Davey unfortunately falls down once again. 0-6-3. Not the easiest time being a support on the losing team, especially with how much damage is coming from Team Other Than Another. But with all 3 birds down, the good news is Team Davey doesn't really have to think anymore. You know, they just sit there, farm will constantly funnel towards them, and they can figure out how they want to play this defense. Not going to be easy any way you slice it. Coming back from 3 Phoenixes down is nigh impossible. It's very close to being impossible. You really have to get aggressive or think outside of the box, try and take a fight outside of your Titan room, things like that. But Team Other Than Another, they can play this one slow, man. 12-0-2. I do want to see Godlike before they end. If they panic end before the Godlike comes in, kind of cringe. But yeah, they can play this one slow.
When you're 12-0, so, and this is maybe just something I fall into. If I'm Other Than Another, I'm starting to make riskier plays because I feel like I'm invincible, right? Because, like, you're 12-0-2. It's been almost 30 full minutes, and they haven't been able to kill you once. Like, you're feeling really, really good about it. Luckily, Other Than Another's a competitor and has a competitor's mindset, and instead is going to just find free damage with a massive ult over the wall, and then put the Godlike on the board. There's another kill, but this one goes to Lodris. 5v3, the duo lane. Gone again for iDavey. Lost track of how many times I said that today. So far, it has been clean, and it's a double kill to end it. 14-0-3. Team Other Than Another with just pure dominance.
And what did I say before this game started? I said, you got to focus Other Than Another. He's usually the one they play through, the one that they really rely on to do consistent damage. Not one death. There was a couple attempts at his life early on, but besides that, you said it. Those relics were, I mean, he was just chilling. Maybe one relic in most of those
Oh no,
fights.
I used beads.
Yeah, it was hardly ever like the drop ult at my feet, beads, Aegis, running around like a chicken with your head cut off. It was more so just, hey, my tanks have got my back. I am doing plenty of damage. I don't have to worry too much. So I think that there's going to be some more pressure put onto the mid lane for game number 2. It's going to be a necessity. I don't think, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at a Vulcan ban. That's probably something they were just annoyed by. But this is how Other Than Another plays pretty constantly. You just need to put more pressure onto him. You cannot let him free cast.
It definitely feels, and it's, again, it just feels so wild to me because I really expected to see a massive turnaround when we got to the late game because of the team compositions. Instead, we got what we got. A Vulcan just absolutely dominating. And Trelly, it leads me to want to ask up front, and maybe we'll go into this a little bit more, but Vulcan ban or just sit on him a little more.
Yeah, I think he needs some pressure put towards him. We may see the Vulcan ban, though.
We'll have to see how that's going to shake out and break down the game a little bit more again right after this quick break.
Got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. I got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE Content Creator Cup EMEA. Davey versus Team Other the Another. Game 1. Trelly pretty resoundingly in favor of Team Davey. Or not Team Davey, Team
no,
Other the Another.
No, it
the
wasn't.
opposite. Davey was caught out constantly. It felt like the duo lane in shambles. Solo lane didn't get as tanky as we wanted to see. It was Vulcan. That's the one I was thinking of. The one that I literally couldn't take my eyes off of. He just stood out above and beyond and above and beyond and above and beyond, and then even still more beyond that.
I guess you could say it was a godlike performance. 14-0 for Other the Another. 14-0-2 if you want to give him the assist, because he deserved those as well. Definitely a threat on the map, but again, you can't be 14-0 without your tanks playing extremely well. You know, being a good solid front line. I was very impressed with not only Klino on the Mulan, but Infrared on this Fafnir. 0-0-16, the perfect support stat line. What more could you ask, honestly? And something that I forgot to mention, the demonic grip picked up. Shredding protections for his mid laner, just making sure that Fafnir breath just made everyone extremely squishy. Loved the way the Team of Another played game 1 here. Team Davey, they got a wake-up call. You know, if you want to go for items like the Blackthorn early on, you're going to be losing a bit of damage, you know. and you couldn't really find those kills once that happened, it stunts your power spikes a bit. Now, I'm not going to say it's bad. Again, Blackthorn got nerfed. It's not my favorite, but I am a big fan of just getting damage online as quickly as possible. So we'll have to see if they make some adjustments or if they just don't go for, silly invades, things like that, because that was the big issue for me. Dark goes for an invade over towards Solo at, level 4? That second purple buff spawn. And then immediately, other than another, and average Kuda, 4 people into duo lane, and Team Davy still goes for the invade, 2v4. Didn't seem like a smart call, and that did start a bit of the snowball effect.
And first off, other than another, almost doubles up damage on everybody. If Klino and Yor didn't exist, he does double up. Or if you get rid of like the solo lane buff of we're smacking each other for a little while,
yep,
does double up anybody that's in the lobby. So absolutely insane in damage, in kills. Like you said, the setup around him when you've got the Mulan, the Raven, and the
Dragon.
Fafnir,
Yep.
the Dragon playing at the level they were, kind of makes it way easier to be the Vulcan. Didn't have to use his beads, didn't have to use his Aegis too often. It just felt like a very cruising path overall for other than another. And something I don't expect to happen 2 games in a row. I don't think Davies' team will opt into more like those risky plays and let it get that out of hand twice in a row. Now, could still lose, but I don't think it'll be that big of a difference.
Right. This would have to be a much higher pressure comp from Team Davy. More dive, I think, would be the question mark there. Because, again, you have double ADC, AMC on her. They have decent shred late game, but you have to get to that point. And if you get to that point, you need the front line. You need who's going to be diving and sort of stalling Team Other and the Another. And Susano and Cthulhu were not able to get it done this time. So maybe just a little bit more early game pressure. If you're going for that double ADC, you're going to need it because you need to bridge that gap to late game.
Well, you know what? We can find out what they're going to go for. So we got picks and bans for game number 2 right here, ready for you at home. And I guess for us here as well, because I don't know what they're going for, and I need to see it just as much as they do.
Are you as ready as the people at home watching? Are you more ready, or are you less ready?
I'm going to say less ready. I don't know. I think I'm less ready.
Okay,
I don't know what to expect.
Well, what can I do to get you more ready? Can I tell you that
I don't
Team
have an answer
Davy
for that.
might try and switch up their ban strategy? Would that be enough?
Yeah, that would be enough. Now I feel more ready.
All right, well,
I feel more prepared. I might be more prepared than those at home now.
my goodness.
They didn't change it up though. That's a Kuzenbo.
Well, they didn't change it up yet,
Yet.
but just wait. There's 2 other bans to go. I couldn't imagine. Again, I do think the Vulcan had a fantastic performance, but I don't think that Vulcan itself is the issue. It was more so how Vulcan was let to play. So I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a Vulcan ban, and I don't think Team Davies first picks it because of it. I think it's more so what you draft around it. Ares so far is still available.
Ares.
Team Other than Another could just ban it in the last slot. That's what they did. I mean, opposite bans, but still, that's what they did last time. So we'll see if they go in the same order. But Team Davies still going with the Kuzenbo and the Thoth. I get that. Thoth is an absolute menace. There is a reason that he is not getting through. Will the switch up occur, though? What does Davy want? Gore. Are you ready?
Yeah, I was like, I just realized because like we've got the poker chips right here, right?
Yeah.
For those of you who missed it, there's going to be a SMITE 2 LAN in the HyperX Arena, Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And I was just realizing as I looked down, I don't know a lot of poker puns that would be very convenient to drop during cat. Like I know
Well,
like all your cards are on the table.
You gotta know when to
go
hold
all
them.
in.
You
Yeah,
gotta know when to
hold 'em.
fold them.
Yeah, that
You
one.
gotta know when to walk away, and know when to run. At least those 4.
Those are 4 things. Trelly's got those on lock. It is the Ares ban. The Fafnir ban,
Yep.
though, as opposed to, well, last time it was, Bologna? So,
Yep.
like, it kind of makes
That was
sense
a throwaway
to,
ban for sure.
to really change things up
Yep.
and limit maybe some of that CC.
Medusa.
And the Medusa, you had mentioned really liking Medusa lately. Do you like the shift from the Cthulhu to the Medusa up front?
Yes, I like this a lot better. Again, the Cthulhu isn't the end-all be-all soul laner for me. I didn't see too much pressure coming from it. I like the Medusa a lot better. And this is kind of what I predicted a bit. Like, I don't think the Vulcan deserves that much, like, stress. It was more so the other another than it was just this Vulcan pick. And if you get more dive, if you get more damage, should be just fine. Medusa will certainly provide that. X-Ball was banned away last time. This time going to be pretty heavily prioritized here from Team Other than Another. Question is, do you go for your jungler early on? Are you trying to grab a support pick before, Davy gets a chance? What do you want to try and pair with this duo lane option? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Terra once again, this time over for Team Other Another, because again, I haven't seen Davey play too much at that same level as the Ares and the Terra. Those are really his 1-2 punch.
And I think the third, if I'm remembering, the third on that list was the Fafnir, right? Like, it was like, okay, yeah, you go to that, which admittedly, like, depending, going back to it for a lot of you who are maybe tuning in for the first time or haven't been hanging out with us the entire time of the SCCC, the people who have played in SCC or SPL, any of the former pros, cannot play their role. And so if you're playing off role, like, those 3 supports are pretty straightforward. Most of the other ones, you kind of have to get a little deeper into the nitty-gritty. But we get the change up. We get the transition that maybe you would wanted to see, that Bologna that was banned this time locked in, and Mamont, who was also banned this time locked in.
I'm a Mulan hater, not because she is bad, but because she is good. I hate facing Mulan. Man, is she ridiculous amounts of DPS. The safety that is provided can be very annoying to deal with. Remember, this was banned away last time, but not really because of Mulan. It was more so because there's a lot of physicals being drafted, and we all assumed some magical junglers may be coming out. But it's going to be the Khepri for Team Other Than Another. The Khepri play style is a complete night and day shift from what we just witnessed, which was pretty much all-out aggression from Team Other Than Another. Don't get me wrong, Khepri's always solid, especially if there's a lot of burst coming from Team Davey, which I guess Medusa can provide. Mamon is more of like tick damage into burst, but still the ult will be just fine. Definitely a switch up though, a change of pace that I did not expect. I wanted to see a little bit more aggression maybe from the duo lane, but Khepri and X-Ball, I mean, they're not going to be trying to get too active early on.
Very irritating pick to play against because, hey, that guy that you just thought you got a kill on, haha, no you didn't. But like you said, like, he's so different. It's so, I don't even want to describe it as passive. It is just a more, less frontliney, more supporty, right? And that's kind of the transition, right? Being a true support, making sure, hey, you've got your damage reduction. Hey, I pulled them in. Hey, I'm rezzing you. All that fun stuff.
I'm shredding prots.
I'm doing the job that I can do to make your life better. And admittedly, towards the end there, at least with itemization, like you'd mentioned the demonic grip, there wasn't a whole lot of magical protection on the other side, but any that existed was gone because of that. So shredding prots, something that Infrared UK does incredibly well, and something I expect to see here. Sobek, Terra get banned out, so limiting even further what Davies' options are. Vulcan and the Raven banned out, so forcing some change on Team Other Than Another.
Yeah, I really like this Camazot's pick, though. Definitely one of the strongest junglers / solo laners, throw in 2 roles if you'd like, available at the moment. Doesn't really care about that Blackthorn start. You get some extra damage on lane. Camazot's has so much safety already. So definitely a strong option there for Team Other Than Another. But Horus and Agni from Team Davey. I mean, I'm never going to be a Horus hater. The movement that he has, the mobility, the CC is always going to be solid. Not to mention, I'm not going to talk about the Horus anymore. What?
We talked a lot about Horus. We don't need to mention him.
Bro, Kronos in this day and age is insane. Like, don't get me wrong. If this game goes 30 plus, I'm voting Team Other Than Another the whole way. But you have to be so crisp with Kronos. Like, his abilities, it's so easy to get no value from Kronos. You know what I mean? Like, if you miss your stun, you're kind of just a sitting duck. You have to ult go back. And Horus, Mamon, Bologna, Agni, there's so much CC here. I do not like Kronos in this matchup. I don't like him in most matchups, I will say. But, I mean, hey, if Other Than Another is that confident, then, I mean, feed the hot hand. But I'm not a big fan.
Now, in Europe, we've seen, like, and very specifically last year and years prior, we didn't really like it then either, but Zero's locked this in a lot in mid lane, and that is pretty much the only time that I can think I've seen a lot of this Kronos, especially going mid. And the thing is you know, Trelly, I like to do this math every now and then, because it's every 1.5 minutes, he gets a stack on his passive that goes up to 25 times.
Yep.
And there's definitely some number in there, which is just, 1.5 times 25. So, yeah, 37.5 minutes. You get the full passive finally online, which, for those of you who don't know, that's a long time to be playing a Smite game. It's not unheard of, but, like, if your average is, like, the 27 mark, you still got, 10 minutes where you're not even full power.
Right. So, last game, Other Than Another, was 14-0, and the game went to 29 minutes. So, you need 8 more minutes. And I guess that, I mean, if you're stalling out the game, that's certainly possible.
You
And
need to win less hard.
Yeah, it's not as if you're playing to get that passive. It's always just like that secondary effect. But again, there was better picks available. This is a play style the team other than others going for. They lost the Fafnir. They still wanted some objective pressure. They still wanted some, just auto attack structure damage. But I really do like the Osiris Camazotz dive. Now that's annoying. Ogni only gets one dash. Medusa can very easily get her dash blocked. And another thing about Mammon is the tether can be super annoying for her. Most of Mammon's nuance is hiding inside of you, like avoiding damage in CC then jumping out. The tether kind of bypasses that. You just get yoinked out if you're on the tether. So that can be a pretty solid matchup as well. There are good things about Team Other's comp. They have 2 reses as well. I didn't think about that. You got Rewind into the Kepri ult. If they're trying to make other go deathless this weekend, this is a good start. 14-0 into a Kepri Chronos composition. It's gonna be hard to kill.
Here, have 3 lives. What can you do with them? Like, if you pour all the intention in there, then you just drag the game into the 30-minute mark, get your items online. Yeah, you're probably going to be hitting harder than not probably. You will be hitting harder than anybody that exists in the lobby. It's 125 free magical power. We'll have to see. Will the Chronos work out? Will it even be mid? Just because I saw someone in chat say time for Camazotz mid, who knows? We'll find out by jumping into game number 2, which I imagine, Trelly, it will be. Yeah, the Chronos.
Nope, it is Gamma mid. I'm so mad. I can't believe you just did this to me. This is even worse.
I don't believe this.
Like,
Look, okay, I'm going to say it. So it was Casvet in chat. I 100% thought you were just trolling us, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'll have a little bit of fun. And I'll give the shout out to chat, because why not? So, I want you to explain yourself to us. Shelly, normally I'd ask you, explain it to me, but I want them to explain it to me now, because I don't get it. I don't know.
Well, no,
I don't get it. Well, I mean, Camazotz still stays alive.
Yeah, Camazott's mid isn't the question mark. It's
I've
the
never
Chronos
trolled.
jungle. It's the Krungle, man. That's what I'm having struggles with.
Yeah. Camazotz is fine.
Yeah, Assassins in mid isn't even that, like, that unheard of, you know what I mean? Like, that's pretty regular at this point. Bluestone, Blackthorn, you're going to be out-trading everyone. You're going to own AIM Blue. Like, Ogni is going to have a terrible time early on. But you could have just had, like, double Assassin, Like, you could have went Alquang. There was so many choices. I hope I eat my words, man. I hope that this Chronos just cooks. But I just can't imagine it was the best pick available.
When a pick like this I always feel really bad casting games like this. And it's more because I will admit that I stopped caring about 9 other gods in this lobby. Like, I legitimately, like, you know what? Yeah, if there's a fight breaking out, yeah, give me over there and things like that. But this Chronos has now become the most important thing until this game ends to me, and I'm really pumped to watch it. I do also like, we only touched on it a little bit, but I like the pressure that iDavy has in their duo lane, something that they were maybe lacking a little of. Although they had pressure last time, they just overextended pretty often. Now you've got the capability to follow it up. In fact, you've got a lot of damage. This is not a good start for the Chronos if it goes their way. But the dash, no, the dash goes left. The Chronos goes right and still alive and kicking his average Kuda. Now trying to keep things stable. You've got the stun, but you got to retreat. No, you're so low. Dark stays way too long to make sure AIM Blue gets out of there. And first blood for the second game in a row goes to Other the Another.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I may have gotten baited by that as well, just because double mage versus Camazotz seems very strong, and they almost killed average Kuda. But fighting into Camazotz early is just never smart. Other the Another had the blink. I think if average Kuda has blink, they get a double kill there. Unfortunately, you're starting Beads Chronos jungle, which infuriates me to all degree because your ganks are absolutely useless. But it doesn't matter because you live and you give first blood over to the Camazotz, which again is always just going to outpressure mid. This is a great pick if you just want to try and get online early.
It's one of those great, like, it's great to be the team captain and be the person that your team plays through, right? Like, for Other the Another, you're getting your name said every which way around. Like, the team name, your player name, it's all getting called out. And unless something goes drastically different, I imagine that they might be just resting for a little bit in mid, because level 4 this would be the best time to try and shut him down, but he just gave him first blood. Level 3 on Maman, maybe not the best position to be in, and once he hits 5, it's just so much more difficult to get that kill. Davey looks for a small loop around. The knockup has been really, really prominent in this lane as well. Chinchilli, it's always going to come back to this guy. It's always going to be what is average Kuda doing? How do we see this Kronos find success? Where is he going?
He invaded
Dart
speed?
is just losing this fight handily. Luckily, other than another doesn't have any mana. Otherwise, I imagine that's an ult under tower and you're dead for Dark. So, manages to stay alive, but it has just not been the day for Dark to stand out on top.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
this
no.
is, yep. Green buff stolen, holding the 3. Well, I was going to say holding the 3 so well to stun afterwards, but just didn't hold it. Obviously, Davey was just going to dash it. So never mind, didn't hold the 3, but they show up to their buffs, and guess what? Those were already stolen. Average Kuda invaded your buffs before helping his own team, and it pays dividends. Easy plays there. Not a bad look at all the way, other than another. Went in for the fight at speed buff. Like you said, a little bit more mana, and we may have a kill. Doesn't matter. Blackthorn is online, and this Camazotz is ready to be a menace.
Man, that's dangerous. That's dangerous territory. Other than another was real good last game, guys. 14-0-3. It's going to be hard to live up to that.
Yep.
But this is a very good spot to start things off, right? This is, you know, when you're playing something like the Vulcan, at this point, you know, you get the first blood, you get your first item online a little quicker, and I don't really think that much about it because you're Vulcan, right? Surely by late game you're going to just get absolutely demolished because you don't have a lot of mobility. Camazotz is like king of staying alive already, so it feels like it's just a good transition for Team Other Than Another. Still curious about what Average Kuda is going to do. Unfortunately, outside of the invades going incredibly well, most what we've seen have been get really low but still manage to stay alive, or miss the stun and the fight fizzles out. So
that's Kronos for you. Yeah. Until late game when your auto attacks just make up for that. At the moment, yes, it is. Did you hit your stun? If no, all right, we try again in like 14 seconds. There's not a lot of CDR online. For Average Kuda either. It's going to be the Doom Orb start, which is what you expect from a magical jungler. But you got to make sure you're landing, and if not, you're just stalling out. Oh, he'll be zooming. He's a race car. That's the line. Oh, Davies in the sky. Did Lodris actually dash on a ward or something? They don't know.
Oh, they come in now. You got the damage, but no, the CC isn't there. The slow isn't there. You need a little bit more. The chase is on for the Maman, but there's going to be the res.
Oh,
Proc
he's gone.
Brings him in. That's actually the perfect spot for Team Davey. And this time they're going to pick up their first kill a little bit sooner, and they're putting it onto Lodris early.
Yep, see, that was you got to be in the Kepri mindset there. Infrared should have went under tower and just said, hug the wall. I'll ult you and bring you over here. But unfortunately, when you're close to the enemies and you res someone, you just bring them to the enemies, and that's never fun. That's not what you want to see.
And it's a good spot for Davey. Maybe even better here. Actually, a lot of damage from the Bologna. You've got some backup coming from the Augie. It's a 2v3, but it's Other Than Another who's low. Forced to fall back, makes it maintain a 2v2 status. But yours, half health and falling and needs to play carefully. Luckily, has the disarm. Bologna Osiris. A tale as old as time. But something that Yor and Klino are going to have to deal with throughout this game. And Shelly, it's honestly, how did you word it yesterday? It was very, very applicable, which is very fun to play. Maybe not as fun to watch because it is just two auto attackers smacking each other over and over and over and over and over again.
Yep. That is exactly what it's like, because you're not seeing much action. When you're actually in that situation, you're like, yeah, like, you know, those are the auto attacks. Yeah, and then you're just making that noise. That's at least what I do when I play Bologna or Osiris. But from above, from this point of view, you just see auto attacks flying and no HP changing at all, which is a bit unfortunate. But still, we'll see those solo laners rotate out eventually. Team Other Than Another has been on top of their neutral farm, but Dark doesn't want to let the BDK go down for free. Decides not to stick around once the Camazotz rotates out. I always say BDK, but it's just the BD. This is just the Bull Demon. The King, he's over on the Joust map. This is just like one of his royal subjects or something.
Yeah, this is of the Bull Demon Kingdom. This is one of the Bull Demons. I was actually thinking about it the other day, though. Can you imagine the Bull Demon King, like the ability to just like randomly chooses an available like tower or structure and just shuts it down. Like, how crazy that would be in Conquest.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the baby version of the Ancient Fury in Smite 2. Like, I'm for it. I'm ready to see someone just get a coin flip and lose their lane just off of an invade like that. X-Ball down. Looks like Ragnar's still going to be getting the better end of these trades. Again, this Blackthorn start helps out a ton when you're just trying to trade auto attacks, because Lodris doesn't even have a completed item yet, right? That Dev Gauntlets needs to be stacked up, whereas Ragnar just has plenty of damage, plenty of sustain, plenty of HP, just a ton in the back pocket there. That's the benefit of starting something like this Blackthorn. Sure, your late game becomes a lot worse, but you don't have to worry about anything early on.
Klino getting aggressive again. And in a position where they could maybe cause some trouble. Dark in the neighborhood, along with Yor and Davey. In fact, they might have the lockdown they need on the Klino. You have to make sure that Khepri is far away, though, so that Rez can pull him out. Very safe and sound, and depending on the distance, very far away. So Klino in a little bit of danger. Low health, Tether out to give some physical props, but the burn, oh my god! The blink of an eye, Blue just gets rid of him. For it, UK has to use the ult on himself now, locked in place, surrounded by 4. Body blocks are good. The dash gets him through. He does not get out of there, though, because he threads the needle through everybody. Aim Blue trades out his life for the cause, but it is something that I think Team iDavy is more than happy for, especially with how the fight keeps on rolling. They've got other than another. They force him into the sky. Can he get away? The tower line just far enough. Nobody's going to go for the chase. That lazy back is going to be baiting somebody who wants to go in. And other than another recognizes it, falls back. Only 2 for 1, this time favoring iDavy.
Yeah, I really did think that Infrared would be able to get the ult off onto Klino, but didn't expect that much burst damage from Dark. That Mon passive. You got to watch out for the Mon passive. Once it comes through, it's a big burst of damage. I mean, right now it's not that massive, but big enough to bait you. So, unfortunate there. Ends up using the rest on himself and doesn't get too much value from it. But, able to trade out. Gold lead still in favor of Team Other Than Another, just barely. So that's not going to be the end of the world. But, I'm waiting to see when the objective pulls are going to begin, because so far, last game, that's all Team Other Than Another was really going for, right? They showed up to Gold buff. They showed up to Pyro Camp. They showed up to everything just early on. They tried to get as much as they could and just back up. Team Other Than Another, they have the ability to get active, but I think they're playing this one safe.
Damage. You can get Infrared UK into a bad spot here. Could be massive. That Khepri ult. Last time, admittedly, not much you could do with the burst they had. It just absolutely deleted the last few 100 health bar that the Osiris had. But with it not available, it's a good time to try and find a free pick. Comes up relatively soon, so maybe falling off in terms of capabilities right there. Gold lead, much closer than it was last time around. In fact, this time it's only really 100, 150 gold right now in favor of Other Than Another. Bull Demon is the target for Team iDavy, and this seems to be no contest. Really, a quick glance at the map, though, tells me that there's not a lot of gold for them to get from the wards that are available. I see a couple over near Ragna over here, so might be able to pick up a 300 gold in the jungle. But realistically, get the objective, and maybe a fight afterward on the Gold Fury. If they notice, that's actually going to be the big thing. You've got Other Than Another. Now they see it, and you've got the Medusa nearby. Ult should be good to cause some trouble, and presence is enough to force the 3 from Team Other Than Another away and cause the objective to fall to neutral.
Man, if it wasn't Bull Demon, they probably wouldn't have known that was happening. Klino does have Lord of the Afterlife. Should be able to get away for a second, but Dark has the stun and the ult and the knockup, finally.
Wow.
This Osiris falls down. Klino just could not hang. Frostbound and Glad Shield gives you plenty of protections up against Yor, but Dark has a lot of damage to try and blow through him, and it works out perfectly. 0-2 now for this Osiris. And I think that if Bull Demon didn't go down, then Ragna doesn't go for those free wards, and maybe doesn't even hear the Gold Fury being pulled. It could have been close, but either way, had to be reset. And that means that you're not getting your gold lead any higher if you're Team Other Than Another. Team Davy, though, they were able to grab that kill. They were able to grab the beacon, and they're going to keep pushing that lead in their favor.
Now, maybe a Gold Fury on the horizon for them. It was started by Team Other Than Another a few seconds ago, but realistically, Team iDavy feels like they're in a good spot. Also, when it comes to quote-unquote burst, they've got at least the Agni Bombs. Can give them a little bit more. Charlie, it's time for the check-in. Well, I was going to say the check-in for the Kronos jungle, but realistically it's 002. It hasn't really done much. It hasn't necessarily not done much. It just exists right now. I'm keeping my eyes on it, what it's going to be capable of. But when it comes down to, I want to say, presence on map and maybe opportunity creation, you got to give it to the Maman.
You certainly do, especially early on. The blink helps out so much. Finally, Average Kuda was able to pick up a blink, but either way, ooh, Dark forced to beads. Could fall down, but beautiful heal by Davey in order to get some extra sustain and back up. I mean, other than another, definitely finds a kill there if you don't see the Horus show up. So you lose the beads if you're Dark, but I like that aggression regardless. Average Kuda goes Book of Thoughtsec at him, though. This tells me they are so locked in for late game gore. They're not trying to fight. They're okay with stacking their items up. They're okay with just looking towards late game, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But you're just not, you don't want your team getting aggressive when that's your objective, right? You're just going to be losing those trades more often than not.
Now, you got to be careful where you're playing. And specifically, I mean, they almost get Dark, so I can't even fault them for that, but stepping up in moments like that could definitely change the tide of the game, not necessarily for the better. Meanwhile, Ragna, Trelly at this rate, depending on if this goes 3, even if it doesn't realistically throughout the rest of the day, would not be surprised if this Medusa maybe skyrockets to be a #1 ban across some of these games, because it feels like it has just been too consistent and too solid. We'll get to see a little bit more of that. Guess what? Providing a lot of burn and damage over to the Gold Fury. And there is no response right now from Team Other Than Other. They know they're on it because of that ult from the Xbalanque. There's not much you can do. Should be a free Pyromancer in return. So a small lead favoring maybe iDavy, but the bomb definitely being a massive boost to Other Than Another. I think forward from Davy goes into the tower. They're looking to put pressure onto this Camazotz. They've got some damage at least to force him to half. Not enough to force the ult when you've got not just your Bat Out of Hell, but your ability to chase. Now the Bat Out of Hell used, and you've got Infrared UK behind you is what I was going to add on. You've got enough lives to work with that Other Than Another shouldn't be too scared. Now, though, Bologna comes in damage, looking good onto Infrared UK, but you've got to chase into that tier 1, and that's a dangerous position to be in. Gets the ult no matter what, and that's going to be your main goal. Now you just got to get out alive. You're incredibly low. They jump on him. They get the kill. And so it is one for mostly ult trades. Team Other Than Another with the kill, close up a little bit of that gold lead.
I was just a little bit shocked about the Lord of the Afterlife. I mean, that was a Frostbound slow. And didn't seem like Yor was even trying to juke. Predicted the wrong way, but no worries. Tier 1 tower is the call, and Team Other Than Other should be able to grab it. That definitely should have been 2 kills. I think that Other Than Other should have been able to dive with the Bat Out of Hell and then just use the Kefri-Rez to get out, but it seemed like Infrared just wanted to save that ultimate just in case some more aggression followed, and because it did, ult ends up flying through. Didn't get the res off, but didn't matter. It just slowed the aggression from Yor under the tier 1 tower. Here comes the rest of the squad, though. Other Than Another, maybe sticking around a bit too long, recognizes that Dark's nearby with Blink, and decides to retreat underneath the tower. With no Gold Fury, I mean, you can go for tier 1 and left. And in fact, if I'm Team Davey, that's my call for sure. At least grab some extra gold with this next wave, but actually the wave was dealt with, so maybe not. Maybe you can't even grab it.
That was the most dangerous position I think Other Than Another could be in, right? At the time, no ult, no beads, and no Kepriel behind him. That's the most vulnerable that a Camazotz is ever going to be. Now, has the beads, has the ult, and in a few seconds is going to have the Kepriel behind him as well. So, changes maybe some of that window of opportunity and capabilities. Davey, though, doing a great job zoning. Will be the tier 1 over here. No Fury. Not a whole lot you can do afterward. So it's just a retreat. Spend some of the gold. If you're specifically Davey, you've got almost 2,000 in pocket, 1,300 there for the Medusa. So plenty that you can put on the board, plenty to try and spend and see what you can get. Plenty of opportunity for Other Than Another to go for a gank on Yor. Whether or not it's going to go well, it's to be determined right here. The damage, oh my god, it is there. Forces the ult, has the follow-up leap. Lord of the Afterlife as well. Cannot survive under that tower. And that is a clean kill and a clean gank from the red squad.
Yep, should be both bastions down. Tier 1 tower. I don't know if you can tank this one up with Dark and Aim Blue here. Other Than Another stepping in very far. Actually leaps forward. Bit of a risky call. Tier 1 tower, yes, but the fight after the fact, probably not. Just want to retreat onto that one. All the while Infrared trying to stall out as long as possible on this beacon. You don't want to take all of Ragna's damage though, so I assume you abduct your way out of here to save onto that Khepri ult.
I just saw, yeah, a little bit of damage there thrown out. Even scary, honestly, it's not that safe of a spot for the Xbalanque. And now Davey bringing Ragna back in. Ragna leaves because recognizes this is not the fight we want to take. I don't need to be that aggressive. I'm the backliner. I'll stay in the back, and instead goes up towards the beacons. Half charged all the way in favor of Davey. Now having to relinquish a little bit of that control. Davey getting burned through right now. Luckily the heal, the dash gets him out of there, but the beacon control goes over to another. And that is gotta be how it has to lie. You just don't have the health bars, the fight potential right now if you're Team ID to step up to this Chaos squad. Charlie, that might honestly transition pretty well into this Gold Fury that's spawning in, the Primal Fury that just spawned in.
Another wants to go for Ragna here. Does have the ultimate.
He's going deep.
Yeah, leaps forward, recognizing that he's got some safety to get out here, but where's the rest of the team? I don't see them. This may be a little bit more than they want. You do have Infrared close by, who's got the res if need be, but now you might have given up too many low health bars. Remember, Primal Fury is here, and so is Yor. The Vallona's on the way with the gank. Klino, do you have the tank stats to survive? Yes, but Lord of the Afterlife gets wasted.
Something Davey brings. We didn't get to talk a lot about the horse because Kronos got locked in, and then even then it went to jungle on top of that. So he's distracted us a little bit. But the prot shred that he's bringing to the table, I mean, it is making it so much easier to burn through Klino's health bar. Now, Primal Fury goes the way of Davey. Great zone again by the frontliners. Kuda going for some farm. And it's going to be the tier 2 that is his target, and the tier 2 that he gets no problem. This Kronos, it has been quiet, but I can say, at least in terms of tower pushing, split pushing, successful. And that is going to be something, again, 19 minutes in, the longer this game goes, the better it is for average Kuda. Blink for blink. Dark is looking for it. Can't quite find the knock-up. Has Yor, though. Silence is going to be there. Rewind. Creates a lot of space under the tier 2. Stun is good. Damage is there. And I fear I may have casters curse Kuda to the max. Low health bar. No rewind. No relics. Not a lot of defense. One more hit is all it will take.
Oh. Oh.
Are they going to be able to do it? You're running right into him. You have to get this kill. Lives way longer than I expected. Plays with time there, and the Kronos does eventually fall down.
Yep, unfortunately. I wanted to watch that a little bit longer. I should have came in with some analysis, but it's fun to just go, Now, Team I Davey, they're fully grouped here. This could be a Fire Giant call if Team Another doesn't play this correctly. Chasing down Klino. Lord of the Afterlife is available, so not too much danger for the Osiris, but at the very least, you can tell that Lodris is on the other side of the map. I mean, if he reveals himself on the teleporter, Team Davey's going to know it's a 5v3 at best. Looks like they're not interested. We'll be backing up here. Teleport used just in case Fire Giant is the call. But Team Another, with the shenanigans from average Kuda, able to put themselves in the gold lead because of that tier 2 tower dropping down. Did burn a lot though. Beads, blink, Chronos ult. I mean, you get tier 2, so I guess you're okay with it, but lived longer than he probably should have.
And then it leaves you in a position where for another minute, no beads. Your ult's coming up actually a lot quicker than I remember Kronos ult coming up. So Rewind's going to be there pretty soon. And it really is, I mean, between Infrared and then the ults for average Kuda and Another, like somebody on this team has multiple lives. Up to 3 if they can line them up. Unfortunately, we haven't really gotten to see that scenario, which I guess maybe for iDavy, it's more fortunate than anything. Now they're going to be looking for some pressure. There's going to be the lights shut down, but the Maman is staying on this one. Forces out the Khepri res. It's a low health bar, but it's going to time out, and then you just turn around, you look for the kill. Great shell, but it's not enough. Dark able to pick up one, but you lose Ragna in the process. 1-for-1 carry trade out. Now you have to play carefully. 4v4. Without the carries, Charlie, it becomes a much more different fight. It's a very, very different battlefield.
Yeah, the tier 2 tower could certainly drop though. Remember, average Kuda's got plenty of damage towards these structures, if anything. I think Another taking a lot of damage here. Playing with his life very well, has the ultimate. Goes up to the sky. Is Dark anywhere near? No, this is just the tanks for now. But the other gets up, down, and aim. Blue has the damage to take him out.
And just enough. I mean, the stun, the control that comes from this Agni is massive. Dark has been low health bar this entire time, but it does not seem to matter. Klino jumps in for some reason, surrounded by 4, looking for a lot. Wants to get the jungler, can't quite get it. Instead, is going to lose their life in the process. Davey eats them alive, and now that 1-for-1 trade suddenly changes to a 3-for-1. They go up 8-5.
Average Kuda wants to try and get a tier 2 tower, but the rest of the squad is on the way. This Kronos needs to run. Fire Giant should be the call here. You could go for Oni Fury if you're a little bit worried, but I think with just ADCs and a Khepri, this Fire Giant should be a lot easier for Team Davey than for Team Other Than Other to try and defend. They're close by, though. Remember, Medusa doesn't have too much shred for it. You got Fail Not, but that's about it. But with 5 members of the squad here, Team Davey's in a commanding position.
Damage. It's been more than enough. The burn, the secure, that's going to be the question. Fire Giant started up 23 minutes in.
It's free.
This is going to be the second Fire Giant we saw in Game 1. But this time around, like you said, free, free, free. They're going to put that in their pocket. Davey, in fact, is even going to go and stop this Beacon alone for now. But the presence is enough. Beacon was close, about 2/3 of the way in favor of Team Other Than Another. Now, instead, it's going to be Davey's team who captures it. And Trelly, that's going to give them a good chunk of control on this map. In fact, actually, the minions taking down that tier 1 in mid might help them out even more in terms of where this damage spread's going to go. You've got a Fury to pick up. You've got gold in pocket. I mean, you've got a lot to do right now if you're Team Davey.
There are some important power spikes that Team Other Than Another is already going to pick up, though. I mean, level 20 for average Kuda, Polynomicon as well for this Kronos. I'm pretty sure you just let Team Davey go left, and then you send average Kuda to the right lane and just try and get this tier 2, maybe even a Phoenix, if given the opportunity. Because with a Bumba's Hammer or Bumba's Spear, these towers are going to be an afterthought. And look at this, Team Other Than Another, they're just grouped. They're just pushing tier 2 and right by themselves. They don't care about Fire Giant. Interesting play. Let's see if it works out for them, because Team Davey, they're not pushing left. They're grouping up as well.
No, they're going to step right into this fight. Right now, numbers advantage because of the scattering from Team Davey is in favor of Team Other Than Another. The tower goes down, so you've got to play carefully. It's going to be the horizontal out to make sure that they can stay alive, recognizing, you know what, we lost the tier 1. Just get out, don't lose a life. And now you can re-engage. Now you can look for a little bit more. Now you've got everybody in their numbers. You've got Other Than Another incredibly low, and you're chasing them down. Khepri is separated from them. If you can close that gap, you can get the kill. Instead, it's going to be Aim Blue. Trades out with the Khepri, which the support being lost for your mid. Aim Blue maybe stepping too far. It's
no.
Average Kuda going for the Phoenix. Dark, you got to get there in time. You got to do something. But the positioning's good. Knock up. He got the bird. He might lose his life, but that's so worth.
It sure is for now, unless someone else falls down. Lodris has to have the beads. If not, Davey's going to find the stun. All the while, it looks like the beads were there. Rogna needs to hit some crits. Does he get the damage? He should. The jukes aren't going to be good enough. And you fall down. Now Team Davey has 4. They're able to push. All the while, I feel like Klino can take this 1v1. In fact, he might have to, because everyone else is chasing. You can try and run away as much as possible, but Dark is eventually going to catch up to you. I think he probably should have turned a bit earlier, but now it's just inevitable that he falls down here if the blink comes through. The teleport, he's got a stun, bro. You can't do that.
I don't even know if I want to say. I admired the attempt. It's not going to happen right there, and instead you're in a 3v2. Oh my god, the delete button hit on this side of the map. A minute gone with Other Than Another. Infrared UK as well. Gone for 40 seconds. Plenty of time to work with here if you are Davey. Right side bird is the goal. You've got low health. Trelly, it's a murky area. They maybe could have pushed to try and go in and get something done with the Titan, but I think I prefer this. Go for the Pyro, get the bomb, get the Fury, put yourselves in a better position.
I mean, they traded Phoenix for Phoenix, I suppose, but Team Other Than That was trolling, man. Everything I just watched. I didn't hate the play from average Kuda. That was good. That ended up working out. But everything else.
Everything after that.
Everything after that, I was not a fan of. But hey, trade the bird for bird while losing Fire Giant. There's worse ways that could go. You do lose your Pyromancer and your Oni Fury, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Team Other Than Another really wasn't in a position to pull those objectives, but Team Davey, they've been a commanding lead ever since that Fire Giant pull in the fight before then. Klino's been like level 17, only level 19 now. Level 20 is a big power spike for this Osiris. Needs to get some farm online. Unfortunately, spent a good 2 minutes just running away from Dark and not getting any farm back there. So at least can clear some waves over in solo side. Hit level 20, get some animosity online. And that'll go a lot better.
We've got an opening now. Fire Giant fell off. You were able to kill Aim Blue in the last fight, which is something pretty massive considering everything else that happened for Team Other Than Another. I think that's what they would like to focus on, is that they killed off the mid laner. Fire Giant, though, when it comes back, we're in that awkward zone where it will respawn before it's enhanced, but there's not going to be a whole lot of time before it's enhanced to burn it down in this close of a game, although slowly but surely separating. iDavy have definitely pulled the lead pretty heavily in their favor. Stepping up in mid, we've got all 5 ready. If someone gets caught out, it could be devastating. Other Than Another, lightly bullied is how I would describe that. Just a little bit of poke thrown either way between Davey and Other Than Another. But Shelly, I really don't know if either of these teams are going to commit to an engage until this Fire Giant.
No, I wouldn't say so, especially because both Phoenixes are down and right. The Fire Minions are just matching each other. No one really has to worry about those lanes pushing forward. You do have to worry about average Kuda, though. The Chronos on the left side of the map. Other Than Another, maybe he doesn't realize that there's people around him at the moment. Was trying to go for a gank, ends up taking a good bit of damage, and Dark is here. Has to go up into the sky for sure, forcing out the bat out of hell. All the while, average Kuda is trying to get the tier 2, and he will certainly find it. No way he goes for the Phoenix, though. That would just be overkill. No. Has to try and run. One blink is enough to get him out, I would think. But he's going for the kill?
This is just a guy that's faster than everybody else involved, but not fast enough to outrun that damage, and you lose Lodris in the process. Now you've got the numbers advantage of your iDavy. Should be some easy lockdown. Ravenward flies by as well. Rez procced. This is going to give a little bit of extra life to Other Than Another, but not enough to really escape. Klino is gone. You've got 2 left standing. And they're going to fall back into the jungle because Team iDavy has eyes on something a little bit bigger. You've got a minute, 30 seconds left before anybody else comes out. Minute for a majority of Team Other Than Another. And Trelly, they're marching into the Titan room as we speak. It's a 2v5. They've got the damage burden. Oh my god, yes, they have the damage necessary. Kill off the Kamazots, and now focus the Titan. We're going to game 3.
We certainly are, Gore. And Team Other Than Another tried to cheese out a Game 2 win with Bumba Spear, Poly Chronos. I don't know. With how dominant Game 1 was, I think you just go with a traditional comp and you ride that confidence into Game 2. I was not a big fan of how this game played out, honestly. And it wasn't as if Team Other Than Another was so far behind that they had to go to these strategies. I think they just, they gave it a shot. Did not work in the slightest, and you're going to have to go back to the drawing board for this one. But now Team iDavy shutting that one down. Now they have the momentum. They have the confidence. And I don't think there was anything that I saw from Team Other Than Another that needs to be dealt with in game number 3, right? Like I wouldn't be thinking like, oh, we need to ban away the Chronos or anything like that. On the flip side, Bologna was a problem. I mean, she got off to a great start. The Mammon was a constant threat throughout the map, as you would expect. Just one of the better magical junglers in the game at the moment, and very threatening damage-wise. And Aim Blue, sure, he was the only one that was really getting targeted, but still had plenty of DPS. Getting that tablet build online is very crucial at 29-plus minutes into the game when this game was happening. So, a lot of damage.
And yet, of all the things that you just said, the thing I'm most excited to see after this is the structure damage for the Chronos and what he was able to do. But we'll have to look at that. And, of course, go into game number 3 right after this break.
Immortals have invaded my realm, and my children rebel against me. Dark days these are. But my strength shall bring resolution, and my lightning illumination! Zeus!
Bologna.
Anubis.
Sora.
Kukulkan. Surtur.
That's right, it's time for your setup to get a godlike upgrade. The SMITE PC from StarForge is available now. You can get that as just the case if you want. You can customize it to look as you saw with various gods, or you can get it as a full-built PC, full custom-built PC. That can go your way. You want to go to starforgesystems.com/product/smite. You can also probably just go to starforgesystems.com. Best PCs in the universe. That's what they told me, and I'm sure I've actually seen them. They've done the research. Really crazy. Thought 3 galaxies over we're going to give them a little bit of a run for their money, but they fell short.
And alien PCs are as cool as you think, so that is high praise.
Yeah. Go get your SMITE system, man. I think we have one like sitting around somewhere. I've been jealous of it every time I walk by.
Oh, yeah.
And all I need is like that little bit of like if I needed, I might not even need the case. I might just go for it anyway. Honestly, I just kind of want to have it as a little collectible. But yeah, again, StarForgeSystems.com. Gorcelli, Game 3. That's what's happening next.
Yep.
SMITE Content Creator Cup, Davey, Team Other Than Another. But before we get into that one, we'll have to look at the other one that we just watched. Game 2. Game 1 was very, 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 very favorable for Team Other Than Another.
Yep.
Davey, this time around, there's a couple moments like early on. It's a little bit of an ebb and flow, push and pull, tug of war, and then things just kind of stopped being that way after a little while.
Yeah, it seemed like Team Other Another hit a point where they decided they didn't want to fight anymore, and they just wanted to try and split up the map using average CUDA to just split push with Chronos Jungle, and it didn't quite work out. They got some structure, sure, but when you're trading like 3 lives to get a structure and then the enemy team gets the same structure anyways, that's not really opening up the map for you, and they didn't really want to fight anymore. They just decided, hey, we can't really scrap. Dark is doing too much damage. Yor is nigh unkillable, like that. Those were kind of the thought process, I assume, coming from Team Other Than Another, and because of that, Team Davey, they just kind of ran through. The same exact time, give or take, 29 minutes for this one as well as game number 1, but Team Davey looked a lot cleaner this time around, and I think Team Other Than Another is going to have to go back to the drawing board because momentum certainly in favor of Davey after that performance.
Well, the fun thing that I was looking for, structure damage, 10,700 from average CUDA. That's what, look, if the Kronos came in, and after a while he realized he could only do one job, and so he did the one job.
See, but I don't think that was true. I think he could have done other jobs. I think he chose to do the one job, and I didn't love the one job. I feel like if they just grouped up and fought together, it would have been a better outcome, but I could be wrong. Maybe they just made the objective call of, hey, we can't fight, so we have to try and split up the map. Didn't work out. Now we go back to the drawing board, and game number 3, right? Everything on the line here. You want to make sure you are top seeded today in this round robin format to make sure that you make it to finals tomorrow. So a win here is massive for both of these squads.
Yeah, you need to be in the top 2 for tomorrow, and then tomorrow you need to be top 1. Then you get to go to LAN. So it's a two-step process, I guess. Do good today, do good tomorrow, get to LAN.
Yep, and then win for charity.
Three-step process.
That's the 4th step, the biggest step. Win for charity.
You're right. Number 1 in our hearts.
And just number 1 in general. I mean, not the first one to do. The last step,
it's
but
the
the
last
most
step,
important.
the most important.
Bingo.
And that's going to be the question. Who here will take that step forward, at least in the standings, into a good position? Well, picks and bans for Game 3 should tell us at least a little bit of what we can expect. And more importantly, Team Other Than Another are the ones that are first pick this time around, as opposed to Team Davey. So it changes away some of how that's going to work. Medusa, first pick last time for Davey. Cthulhu, first pick, first time. We've seen the Ares bans, the Thor bans, the Heimdall bans. Like, what's going to change is really the question that I'm looking at here.
I'm definitely hoping them on, and it will be taken away. Yes, Team of the End does not want to deal with that pickup, and I tend to agree, considering the performance that we saw from Dark. Again, just a pick that in the jungle has too much freedom, doesn't really get out-traded too well, especially if you know how to use her dash. I like that call, but the switch up is very clear here, focusing more so on the junglers. The Thor has been banned, that's pretty consistent, but the Mon is new, as well as the Heimdall. That's been happening pretty consistently. And Team Davy, they're once again taking away that Fafnir, and this time the Medusa. This has been a pick that's been going back and forth. It's been top picked by both of these squads so far, and it looks like because Team Davy can't grab it, they do not want it to go through. So where does Team Other the Another go? They go to the Robin. Looks like there won't be any split push Chronos this time, unless that's Robin mid, which I don't think it is.
Oh,
but it could be.
we got some really good Robin. Like, a lot of the praise for Other the Another in Game 1 was, oh man, this Vulcan's 14-0-3. This Vulcan absolutely slapped. Everything that you needed from a Vulcan, he did. But it was enabled by the Mulan, the Raven, and the Fafnir that were all surrounding it. Unfortunately, you've got to get rid of a few things, right? You only get 3 bans at the beginning. And while you get this Raven, which was very, very kind to you in Game 1, you lose out, and this Bologna that iDavy banned in Game 1 played well in Game 2. And the Ares, that is a almost permanent takeaway from iDavy, gets locked in, and you have to imagine he's happy about this.
Yeah, with the Ares not being banned, that one was an obvious pickup. But the Bologna, something I gave high praise to last game, and if you're able to get it back, why not? It has been a very solid pickup in the solo lane so far, and just played it well. The Sylvanas is going to be the grab here from Team Other Another. I mean, decent sustain, not the greatest matchup into Ares, but you have CC immunity, so you're not going to care too much about it. Lane-wise, you're going to be just fine. Follow that up with a Jormungandr. Double Guardian and no ADCs have been picked up just yet. So, Team Other Another, they have the option to go towards these hunters. I assume that's Jorm solo, but considering what we've watched so far, I'm not ready to lock it in just yet.
I can appreciate it. I'm really look. I see a Sylvanas, and admittedly, I saw Jorm was locked in. And you said some words about him, but I'm just excited to see pulls. And admittedly, I got a little biased because North America King Bop Bop. If those of you who haven't been watching, real good at Sylvanas, as it turns out. And so that makes me have higher expectations for what I'm going to get out of this.
But see, do you have Bop Bop bias or do you have Vaunus bias? You can think about it. They're still banning. Vulcan, Hachi, I'm going to let you ponder. Agni, also taken away from Aim Blue. And Baba Yaga. Gore, which one is it?
Vaunus bias, for sure.
Okay,
maybe,
for sure.
Maybe a little bit of Bop Bop bias in there, too.
Because we've all seen Vaunus that don't hit pulls, and that's not nearly as cool.
I just like watching, but the potential to hit the pull is there, though.
Okay, and if that's the case, then we better see some pulls coming from Team Other Another.
You better do it.
But Team Davy are in the pick position. You better.
You better.
If you miss a single pull, the consequences will be dire.
Chat.
You're keeping a pull counter?
I'll keep a pull counter. What should we call it? Pull counter or a miss counter or both?
I mean, I like the pull. I think we should count how many were hit.
Chat, I have a task for you.
Morgan Le
Keep
Fay.
track of the pulls for me. That's my way of starting a pull counter.
Oh, nice. Okay, so that's you keeping track of the pulls is telling chat to keep track of the pulls.
It's proper delegation, you know. You learn that.
Right. That's how billionaires are made.
Sure, something like that.
Yeah.
Are you telling me I'm going to get $1 billion for my pull counter?
Only time will tell. It depends on how many pulls are hit. Chat, get on it. And Gore will give you a small percentage of the money he gets for counting pulls, which is monumental.
Shibalanke, Morgan Le Fay on one side on her, and Yu Huang locked in for the other. Pretty magical heavy on that side, but with the on her and the Raven, maybe you don't necessarily need to lean anywhere else. And Yu Huang, I'll say this at least from experience watching him in the Pro League, it's literally ride or die on those ults. I mean, some of those are just phenomenal. You pull someone out of position and it ruins their lives. It's a Wheelish on the other side. Something that you don't have a ton of combo potential with, but we've seen you don't always need it.
Yeah, you got Morgan Le Fay for knockups. You have On Her for leaps. That's about it. That's essentially your setup here. It is not going to be easy, but a Wheelix just incredible early pressure, one of the better 100-0 junglers in the game if you know how to use her. I definitely am leaning a little bit more towards Davy, or Team I Davy here because of the early pressure they have. Not just the Awilix. Morgan Le Fay doesn't care too much about your dive. Bellona's going to be just fine in lane up against, again, assuming the Yorm, which, considering how this went through, probably a smart call. And then Davy's on his Ares. I do like what Team I Davy has done, considering they won Game 2. They've got that momentum in their favor as well. If I had to lean one way, it's no, this one. This way, yeah, to the left. That's what I'm leaning. I leaned the wrong way.
Chili goes, if I had to lean one way.
It would be the other way.
No, that's
no, I know, but like, I did the wrong one first. You know those like, one of those things? They're like the punching bags you had as a kid that have sand in the bottom and you punch them and then they come back?
Yeah.
That was me, but I went this way.
Oh, that's you. But when you punched it and it came back up, it slammed you in the face harder than you punched it.
Sure did.
Yep.
Those things had hands.
Those things.
But they literally didn't.
No hands, but they still threw hands.
Exactly.
This has been a desk segment of all time.
One of the desk segments of all time.
One of the desk segments of all time. Okay. Now I'm scrambling.
Where are
Hold
you
on,
leaning?
Let me look at my. I'm just sitting like up straight.
Yeah, but where would you lean? Which side would you lean if you had to? And you do have to. I'm telling you.
Oh, you gotta. Let's see. So Raven, Sylvanas, Yorm on her Yu Huang versus Ares, Bellona, Xbalanque, Morgan Le Fay, Awilix.
Those are the gods, yes.
I probably lean a little with you.
Okay.
But I do it the right way the first time.
I'm leaning towards you, but not towards it.
And this negates it, so it's 50-50.
Bingo. Because we are never biased, and there's no bias casting. It doesn't exist. I just think early pressure has been winning these games so far.
Except for King Bop Bop, like I said earlier.
Right, as previously mentioned.
But only when he's on Sylvanas.
Is there a chance that Infrared UK could take your bias with this game if there was good polls?
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? It's the
your
best way to
bias
win
is
my
so
heart.
easily earned.
So easily earned. Just hit sick pulls. If chat is keeping up the pull counter and we hit double digis, that's going to be the easiest bias that you'll ever have. I'll be rooting for you all day. In fact, I'll be rooting specifically to get more Sylvanas play.
All right, well, if that's the case, I'm excited to see it. And I'm excited to see your bias grow as well. And apparently...
Yeah, say it.
You
can say it.
Yeah. Team Other Another forgot to trade. We would have witnessed some Jormungandr mid or something, so they have to remake the lobby. Oh, it would have been Sylvanas mid. And then Other Another could have won your bias with the sick pulls.
You know what? And I believe in it.
Well, you can't because they had to remake the lobby.
Sylvanas mid, right, focus the pulse, and hear me out.
Okay, listening.
Full ring build.
Okay, full attack speed.
So full attack speed. You have AoE autos.
Yep.
And you pull root. You know, you still got your CC. I think you can clear waves.
You can. What else do you think?
You could pull gods.
Yep.
You can knock up gods. You can
spitting.
root gods.
Holy.
That's at least 4 things.
And most characters in Smite, write this down, can do at least 4 things.
We've done the math.
Yeah.
We've done extensive research.
We've ran the numbers.
Count 'em.
Some stance switchers.
4 things.
Some stance switchers can do 6 things, which is insane. When Merlin, it's like 8 things. You kidding me?
8 things is a lot of things.
Well, because I don't count the ult because the ult is usually just a stance switch. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but the Merlin ult actually does do different things. So he does like 9, 12 things. Yeah, 12.
12 things.
Is that even allowed? But think about it this way: Wukong does 72 things with just one ability.
All of them are transformations,
Yeah.
though. So it's kind of like he does one thing, but 72 times.
And that's 72 things.
Is it?
I would
I
say
guess
so.
I guess 1 times 72. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that check out? Hold on, I have a calculator app
Chat,
on here.
This is what happens when the lobby gets delayed, and we've talked a lot about the comps already.
Yeah, 72 times 1. It's 72.
That's crazy.
I'd use the calculator
I see,
app.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's no calculator app. And this is what happens when we have our desk and we're so close to each other.
As you can actually see.
Yeah, we can literally just witness each other. Witness me. What's that from?
Fury Road.
Oh.
Like they spray their teeth.
Is that
Silver?
the original or is that the remake? Why do you not know? Have you seen both?
No.
Then which one have you seen?
The one that was recent.
Then it would be that one.
Yeah,
then.
with Tom Hardy.
So why did you question which one it's from?
I,
It could be both. You're saying?
well, no, when you said that, I was just like, I've never seen one. I don't know what happens in it.
Yeah,
If
so
there's two, I've seen this one.
Right. So there's like a 1977 version, I
Oh,
believe,
okay.
and then they remade it with
Who was
Tom
in it?
Hardy.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Talk about Yu Huang mid, because I don't know what to expect from this
Well,
guy. Is
I-
you that good right now?
So I have someone in my chat that is constantly telling me to play Yu Huang, and it is no matter what. Yu Huang is terrible, play Yu Huang. Yu Huang is the best god in the game, play Yu Huang. It doesn't change. And recently I've been actually playing a bunch of Yu Huang because that person has sort of forced it by my hand via god request, and he can definitely cook. I'm not going to lie to you. His early pressure is ridiculous. Like, his 1-2 combo is disgusting. You can land it so easily. His poke is great. His safety is fine. It's all in that ult, as you said earlier. If you can hit dueling dragons consistently with 1 to 2 man ults, you're in business. But the issue is when you're missing that ability, you kind of just lose all your value. But the 1-2 is still pretty sick. So I think Yu Huang always is going to find some value. It's just about, are you the sole carry of your team? And in this case, team other than another, they lean on him quite heavily. And are you landing these ults? Looking at like a Wheelix, she has no way to really avoid the ult. That's a bit unfortunate. Morgan Le Fay, CC immunity helps, but you're kind of a sitting duck. You don't have that movement to get away from it. Same with like Ares. Like, this is a pretty good matchup, I would say. Especially with Yu Huang and Robin having CC immunity not tied to their ultimates. So the Ares ult isn't going to get much value either.
And then everybody else has it at least tied to their ultimate. You're right. It's going to take a little longer to get it back. It's going to take a little longer to like find the utility. And admittedly, for a lot of them, you don't necessarily want to all-in commit your ult just to stay alive a little bit longer from the Ares pull. But in realistic circumstances, Davey's going to have a little bit of a rough time. We'll see if that comes true or if he's going to lock it down as we finally get into game number 3. Davey and Other the Another. Winner take all for the set. And again, you want to be the top 2 after the round robin today to go to tomorrow, where it's going to be 1 best-of-5 finals. Winner goes to LAN.
1979, and it was Mel Gibson, who was Mad Max.
Oh,
Yep, there you go.
nice.
No clue if he said "witness me." Can't figure that out via Google, but we'll figure out who gets to win this matchup. Not using Google either, using our eyes. I like the duo lane
Google,
pressure. We
who
talked about that
wins
already.
this matchup
Between Team
I-
Other the
Oh,
Another
yeah, you're right. Team Other the Another
and I Davey.
and Team I Davey.
What do we got?
Google says no results.
Oh, well, that's going to be updated after today, after this matchup. And like I was saying, Infrared and Lodris actually having pressure. Like they've had it pretty consistently, but Vaunus and On Her should not be getting out cleared. Like even with Ares, who has some pretty solid wave clear with the Flames, this should be somewhere that average Kuda can get active if he so chooses. The Robin doesn't care too much about fighting elsewhere. You don't want to fight a Wheelix, so to speak, but you can fight elsewhere for sure.
Now, Chelly, I think you'll appreciate this.
Okay, I will.
3 steps to One Piece.
Okay.
I typed in who wins this matchup between Team Other the Another and Team I Davey.
Right.
Google said, did you mean who wins the matchup between Team Other the Another and Team I Davey? So I clicked on that. And it gave me one result that was full text of Commercial and Financial Chronicle, March 24th. Whatever.
Yeah.
But it had a did you mean who wins the matchup between Team Other the Another with like space between the name and Team I Davey. So I click it. And that brought me to all the haters of the Davey backfight / Foxy arc for One Piece.
That's to me, because I am also a hater of that arc.
So, if you are wondering, 3 steps to One Piece, this game we're playing at the very beginning of this match. 3. 3 might also be the amount of times I'd count danger for average Kuda right now. Out of a scale of 5. Not great spot, same for Other the Another, low health bars. Team I Davey, though, have to be careful for that exact reading. That Phoenix Fire, I mean, early poke. We talked about it a little bit when Yu Huang was really prominent, and I'm going to give a shout out to Benny Q because he played it a lot in the Pro League. Those first few levels, incredible.
Yep.
Then he enters a lull state for a little bit, and then like around, 12, 13, 14, like really jumps back into the mix and becomes a problem.
And that is certainly what Team Other the Other is counting on, right? They want this Yu Huang to be doing that big damage, but like I said earlier, average Kuda doesn't want to scrap with Dark, not early on. You can go duo lane, you can go solo lane, but fighting around the Wheelix, you're just going to get out-traded. Robin doesn't come at level 3 baked with big damage. He is a scaler. True and honest. So I expect him to get, you know, just on the other side of the map. You can see whenever Dark's on the left, he'll probably go right, and vice versa. You want to stay away from Wield, at least early on, especially around level 5. That's when she's able to just blink on you and just 100 to 0 you if the combo is there. And without beads, doesn't matter if you have overhead kick. If you're not ready to just pre-kick the knockup, you're getting yoinked for sure.
I am putting pressure, and admittedly because the ebb and flow and the push and pull, literally, of the duo lane, which is on her push, Sylvanas pull, like the setup that you could have to potentially lock someone down, like a double root. I mean, it looks great, but it's the follow-up afterward, and it's the ability to maybe find something massive, a stun against the wall, damage. What Davy's going to do in response, this guy who we've seen will go into jungle practice and just slam chains against the Odin bots as long as he can, as fast as he can, as best as he can.
But I watched him miss a couple.
He's missed a couple, both in jungle practice and in actuality today.
Right, but I think one of them is more embarrassing because the bots don't like juke.
Yeah, and they don't.
Some of them move, but they
like
move in
one
predetermined
of them
patterns.
That moves. Yeah.
There is only one. Hey, you know what's funny? I would do something very similar. I would just play Uller. Like, even though I didn't play Uller in like comp, I would play Uller and just like, you know, axe 1-3, turn around, auto attack, and just like try to like hit the Odin bots. You know, just get warm. And I'd miss constantly, but it's easier to sit up here and roast someone for missing than it is to, you know, look at your own flaws.
Right now, up to the sky, dunk down, Goomba stomp onto iDavy, goes in for the ult. Not going to pull Other the Another, takes a lot of damage. Oh man, and first blood for Other the Another in an instant with this 4-man rotation over to the duo lane. They take out iDavy on a signature pick, no problem. Now, look for a little more. Great root, forces the beads. You've got a rotation, though, coming out, and you took too much damage. It's Infrared UK this time who goes down, and they're looking for a little bit more. Morgan Le Fay damage is good. Other the Another recognizes the position, tries to turn around one more kill, but falls flat on their face, 2-1. And that one goes over to iDavy.
And this is what happened in game number 1, where Other the Another and Average Kuda head over to duo lane, get a good pick, just, you know, use their influence to create a 2v4 situation. But Dark and Aim Blue actually follow this time, and they stick around a bit too long. I mean, going for the kill onto Davy was good, and they should have immediately tried to get out of there, but they stuck around a bit too long. Other the Another and Infrared both get punished for it, and now you've got a 1-0 a Wheelix and a 1-0 Morgan Le Fay. Something that can be very frightening, especially when we're only 5 minutes in. I mean, Morgan Le Fay with a lead is pretty much unkillable to junglers, especially when Average Kuda goes Blackthorn Hammer. He doesn't have the damage to try and burn through a Morgan Le Fay with that much self-peel. It's just not going to happen.
You see a setup step-up right now from Infrared UK, but it's just matching iDavy. That's going to be the difficulty. Pull comes out from Dark, forces the beads, Other the Another, uses pretty much everything, all sources of CC immunity, but it is not enough to stay alive. Aim Blue this time with the last hit. 2-0-1 for the Morgan Le Fay. You might lose the Bull Demon, but you're up 3-1, and you've got 2 kills on maybe the most important player on the team.
You don't want to get knocked up by the Wheelix, especially when you have that much CC immunity, right? Other Another, I believe, had the beads. Yep, had the ult, had the jump. Not enough. Using the ult a bit early there. Davy can just pull him back with the ultimate, but doesn't even need it. Dark able to have the damage. Davy picks up the kill, but that's a bit unfortunate. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Sylvanas falling down 0-2 this early on just does not bode well. And now going over to Loaders. Loaders could find a kill there if he can get some auto attacks off, but now it doesn't seem to matter. I think Dark should clean this up easily. And he does. My goodness, this Wheelix is on a warpath.
I got to give a shout out to just like timing, right? The chains force the cripple, right? Davy, you mentioned, could have fallen down, but goes into the ult, does his best to make sure he stays alive. And then Shelly the Unfortunate happens. And it's the unfortunate that you can't really do much about. Dark hits the knockup right before Lodris hits the beads, right? If those beads were like a fraction of a second earlier, maybe we're not talking about anything too much different, but realistically, that's just an unfortunate scenario to get caught out in. Good news, Other the Another's team has been able to invade a little bit of the blue camp. So despite the fact that it's 4 kills in the lead for iDavy, it's only a couple hundred gold really separating these teams. It's what you do with this lead, these kills, and this pressure that iDavy is going to have to showcase. Pretty much their strength, their play on map, right? What are you going to be able to open up neutral objective-wise with that? Dark looking to open up what you called it a warpath. That might even be an understatement. Comes up, knows you have no beads, and knows that this one's going to be pretty simple. Waiting for the lead, trying to chase it down. Might not even need it. Yeah, you just have the auto attacks, and it's Ragna who gets this one.
Yeah, and that's such an unfortunate position to be in when you know the Awilix is behind you, you know your beats are down, you want to leap away, but it's just going to guarantee your death. So Lodris tries to juke away. Does not happen, and now 2-0-4, 2-0. Dark and Aim Blue still looking very solid out of that jungle mid. And unfortunately, not as if team other than the other can really step up, and Davey just spam taunting at the tower line. I mean, he's unkillable. He's just trying to show off exactly how much damage comes his way. The pull back in should just force the ultimate, and now Infrared, he's getting pulled back.
They get the damage. You've got the burn from the flames, but there's too many bodies.
Not unkillable,
though.
Oh,
yeah, he steps too far up this time around. Needs a couple more items before he could make a play like that. And so, other than another, second kill on the board. Both onto the support, though, Trelly. It means I'm not as worried for iDavy as I am currently the pace of game for other than another. Especially if Dark does this again.
Lodris is going to jump in. Oh, a little early, but I don't think they get the kill here unless... Just jump! Why did he not jump earlier? I'm so confused.
Well, you know, when you said just jump, I thought you were referring to Dark.
No, definitely Lodris.
But it was Lodris.
Yep.
And jumping a little earlier, Shelly might have saved his life. Unfortunately, it's another kill for iDavy and another kill against other than another. And now we're looking, well, it's only one level for both of the duo lane members, but then you add in the one level in mid, 2 levels in jungle. And Team iDavy's lead starts to seem a little more appealing. It is a 1 level deficit for Yor, but there's only so much you can do about that. They've been invading the blue buffs.
They certainly have been. There hasn't been a lot that Team either than another can go for. They can sit around tower line, wait for Davey to spam taunt and go for a pull. That seems to work out very well. And if that continues to happen, maybe we'll see more aggression in the mid lane, but I think Lodris might need a little bit of help. 1-3, finally has the beads back up, so that's at least a plus. But this Honor doesn't seem to be able to get any bit of his own farm. Like it has been purple buff invades and dives under tower 2 different times now. And X-Ball is going to scale so much harder anyways. Already a 2-level lead rank, there's not a lot to worry about.
Right now, I'm worried more about just where the money's at for Ragna. It's not spent that money. It's more just farming things up, but should have, yeah. I mean, at this point, we're waiting on probably another full tier 3 on the next back. And Shelly, I am kind of curious because, like, it feels, you know, Devo's Gauntlet. We're back in metas of yore, right? Where these carries are going more attack focused, or not just auto attack focused, but like maybe pin focused. Chin size has been picked up a few more times, not as much crit overall. But when you have someone like Dark who's just bodying anybody who he sets his mind to, it really opens up a lot of opportunities for you as a carry because you don't have much to worry about. You just get to sit in the back line, hit your ult, and then hit your shots.
Well, let's see if he gets a chance to try and fight Lodris for the 4th time. Already does a good bit of damage, but Lodris can trade. Ultimate good. You have the Impale, though. The Impale could turn the tides, but it can't. Even with a pull from Infrared, I think Dark would be able to make it out here, but jumps a bit early. Now Infrared has a chance, but the blink. Make sure he's fine, and now Infrared needs to get away from Ragna.
And it was a good time, good turn to make sure that the knockup doesn't come through. Ragna has ult that's going to give him some distance.
Oh,
that's the bonus! Oh my god, exactly what you need. And chat that. You talk about turning off the lights. You can talk about revealing people on the map, but it is the distance on the autos there that Ragna is able to use and just absolutely find another kill. 9-2, Gold Fury looking to be in pocket. Not much that team other than another can do for the time being. They're just going to have to watch as this one goes. 3,300 experience. And now the gold jumping up to about half of that. In favor? No, man, yeah. I like the at least awareness here. They were waiting in a very mean and menacing manner for Team iDavy. But instead they're going to fall back, and actually Davey might end up being in trouble. Never mind.
Davey,
seems good.
If anyone's going to die, it should be Davey, but it seems like going for Dark is their play. Not going to be easy with Mystic Rush, making you just enough damage to find the kill here. Dark finally shut down. That goes to team out of the another. Yor gets pulled through the wall. Already equals rally. That's the first pull I've seen. That's the first pull that needs to come down. Yor's still alive at the time being, but Aim Blue's doing damage.
Yeah, you lose Yor. You've got Davey in the midst of it, but you've got some damage around you with your carry.
Another pull.
You're mid. You need a little more, but the pulls, like you said, they've been clean 3 for 2. A little bit of a sloppy fight either way, but kills keep coming through. It's a 2v1 now. Aim Blue has to get out of here, has to stay alive for his team to avoid the early deicide. It seems like it's going to be just fine at that, though Yorm going deep. Looking for the damage, not going to find it now. Behind the tower line, still looking for a little more.
He
They're
missed.
in this 1v1. Can you find it? Aim Blue uses the Aegis, stays alive a little longer. The autos, though, the autos get the job done. Will the minions cause a little bit of trouble, force him to fall back? Luckily, not doing enough damage. This Yorm should be able to
Dark's
get
on the
away
way.
scot-free. But like you said, here's the Wheelish running,
Blinking
mounted
8.
up. All you have to do is jump, auto, flip, and you're good.
My goodness. I mean, first of all, the gold lead was entirely being held up by Klino, right? That was the only reason that Team Davey wasn't in a massive spot, because this Yorm has just been out farming Bologna. That's just what happens. Another pull, by the way, onto Davey. Infrared has been clean with it at the very least. Beacon should be going the way of Team Davey. Other than the other rotating over. I should say team of the another. Davey can't step forward. He was pulled into it. So team of the another will pick up that beacon and actually essentially even up this gold discrepancy. Good farming going on here from team out of the another. Despite the fights not necessarily going their way, that one certainly did. They stuck around a bit too long and gave Dark the cleanup kill, but this game's looking about even to me, Gore. Like, there's definitely some pros and cons on both sides, but this is a game 3, bouncing essentially on a knife's edge.
It's tier 1, also balancing on a knife's edge right now. That fight, yeah, that changes the grand scope of everything for Team Other the Another. This one does as well. Bull Demon, I should say, as you had mentioned, goes the way of Davey. Now ult and kill goes the way of Davey. Kuda put into the ground. Now you're surrounding the Yorman Gondor. Ares up with chains on 3, pulls in 1. Needs the lockdown or the follow-up for somebody else. Dark has to fall back and stay out of this fight. Chains on Other the Another. Chase is on. Damage is there. Now in a 3v2 with low health bars, you might lose Davey, but the question is, what can the cleanup crew do? The cleanup crew is just Aim Blue.
The bull.
Pulled off to the side. That might be enough to give at least a little longer life to Klino. Moving around the corners now.
Davey
Stealth
could die
out.
here.
Davey might die here. Needs the chains. Needs something. His cooldown.
Oh, the
is
auto!
there, and he's got it. Exactly what he needs. Another one on the board. Dark, meanwhile, respawns, comes in, gets a kill, and the team just keeps moving forward. It's a bloodbath here on a Saturday afternoon.
Man, if that consuming bellow goes off, Davey definitely falls down, but it doesn't. He just tells him to shut up, smacks him with a sword, and Klino ends up falling down there. 5-1 for Dark, 4-1 for Aim Blue. Man, Team Davey, 17 kills in their favor. I said that the game was bouncing on a knife's edge, but now a little bit back in favor of the red team, especially after this Pyromancer drops down. It will go the way of Team Davey. I think Dark should probably pick up that runic bomb, but they left it there for the time being. That's okay. It happens, I guess. He got it. It took a little bit to show up. It took a little bit to show up. They baited me, all right? I'll
But it's
admit it.
there.
But he does have it. So now you can use that. Use it on Primal Fury, use it on a tower. Get some extra gold in your pocket.
Shelly,
Yeah, score.
I'm just appreciating this brief lull in action because I feel like we're not going to get it too often. Level leads still all around. 4, though, in support is maybe the biggest one. 3 in the jungle as well. Davey and some of the more commanding positions in the game have controlled there. Now Yor, who was a level down, stays a level down. But it's this pressure. Not translating to a lot. I mean, outside of, let's say, towers. 3,000 gold for Team Davey. 9 more kills. But the towers, otherwise, it's 1 in favor of Davey. They've still got all 6 standing, and Team Other the Another has only lost the tier 1 on left. Primal Fury spawned in. We'll have Beacon relatively soon as well. So, a lot of things to fight over this time on the left side of the map. With success starting, it feels like, with this aggressive play where Davey constantly stepping up is just creating trouble wherever he goes.
He certainly has been. He does a lot of damage
There's
as
Chain.
well. Once these flames come through, you'll see exactly how much Ares is able to do. At least putting average Kuda into combat so he can't blink. X-Ball down, shuts off the lights. Primal Fury goes the way of Team Davey. Although another at least grabs a tier 1 in tow, but now the rest of the squad's on the way. May need to go up to the sky to try to avoid the aggression here. With the chains, you gotta just go into the ultimate.
Danger spot right now, 4-man chain, and it's only going to be 1-man pulled. It's Infrared UK who gets pulled in there. Ults down, though, on 4 members of Team Other the Another. Meanwhile, only 2 missing from Team iDavy. Good position to maybe poke for a fight. It's just whether or not you really want to step up, and there's no reason to if you're Other the Another, so I like this play. Just fall back, hang out a little longer. Step up when you really need to, whether it's over the beacon, whether it's going to be over potentially the Pyromancer, or, I mean, 19 minutes in Game 1, admittedly 23, I believe, in Game 2. The Fire Giant suddenly becoming a much more prominent talking point here.
Dark just riding in the back line, trying to find a gank through the
Just
tower.
hanging out.
Klino's on the way, though. This could be big. The Yorm picks up Aim Blue, gets some good damage. Does average Kuda go in here? He probably should.
Aim Blue in a dangerous position right now with a low health bar, but stays alive just long enough. Klino able to clean it up afterward. Now you've got the 4v4, soon to be 5v4, with the numbers looking in favor of Other the Another. Damage even in favor of Other the Another. Chains thrown out. World Serpent used in response. Jormungandr going for the disengage. Beacons up. And again, numbers and health bar advantage still in favor of Team Other the Another. Davey's the one who's in the most dangerous position right now. Double knockup comes out from Infrared UK. They pull Yor in, who goes up, down with the ult, and now it's a lockdown instead, looking for this Raven. They force out the leap and keep him under control. Now going up into the sky, pulled back in. It's support v support violence, and it's going to be Davey that comes out on top. Dark with the actual kill. Now the chase is on.
Oh, the pillar.
They're so low, but that pillar, like you said.
The
changes-
bolus!
Oh my god, the bolus! The branching bolus hitting exactly where you need, asking him why you're standing there, and it's a kill. Natrelli, I was ready to discount. I thought we were over, but no, instead, Davey puts another one on the board, and it's 19-9.
I mean, Lodris had a beautiful pillar there to help save the squad, but unfortunately, when you stand that close to the tower, the branching bolas are going to put you down. I mean, XP-wise was already a problem. You can see a 3-level lead in duo. It was a 4-level lead into jungle, but average Kuda was able to catch up 2. Or now down to a full 3. But Pyromancer's already spawned back in. There's a Runic Bomb in Dark's pocket. They're trying to grab 2. Unless Other the Another can go for a steal over the wall. Looks like he doesn't have the chance because Dark blinks in.
Dark, though, in a 1v2 has to play carefully. Leaps away because Kuda's there to play Savior. Now in a low health bar, you need a little more assistance from your team, but it is there and then some. My god, the cavalry arrived, and the damage turns the other way. Now you're set up in a good spot, Klino. Forced to fall back along with the team, and now Fire Giant looked at, and maybe this could be a pretty easy pickup. Doesn't look like Team Other the Another is responding.
They don't know.
They're not stepping up. Like you said, they just don't know. Fire Giant still falling low. Anybody could walk into the jungle. Anybody could get close enough to hear it. But the answer, there is none from Team Other the Another. It's Davey. All 5 have Fire Giant belts, and all 5 are really feeling good.
Yeah, I love that call. They go for the Pyromancer, warded. Everyone knows about it. They go on to Other than Another. Team Other than Another wants to back up. You check Fire Giant, not warded. Team Other than Another still licking their wounds. They go back to base. You go for the Fire Giant pull. Now Team iDavy gets to grab the Oni Fury. They get to pick up all the buffs on their side of the map and push in with the 20-minute Fire Giant. So far, 2 games have been played, both of which ended in the 29-minute mark. We are 8 minutes from that POV. But we're getting there. We are arriving at that time frame, and Team iDavy wants to get all these tier 2s down and at least 1 Phoenix before that happens.
Knock up, beats, maybe a little late. Chains are good, flames are there. Tier 2, as well as Other the Another and Kuda show up to make sure that it's not another kill onto this on her. 1 and 7, not a great time so far. Fury goes the way of Team iDavy, and the tier 2 tower here now standing in a little bit of trouble. Do you like this defense right now from Other Than Another? Do you think they can stand up to it?
I don't think they can. Davey blinks in, gets immediately knocked back. Can he find the pull? Looks like, yes, Other Than Another gets pulled. He had beats at Aegis.
And now in a dangerous spot, using the dash to get out, and that should create some distance, but it's a shakeup. You've got the chase down. Ragna, one side, gets a kill. Bolus again. This time, Aim Blue cleans it up, and now Clino taken down, diving the bird. They haven't even gotten the tier 2 just yet. They are looking for kills, and kills alone, and they're looking for the full-on deicide. Team iDavy cleans up on the left side.
Dark has nowhere to go. He's just going to sit there. Stick around. Your team's going to end the game here, I would think. Infrared up in 15. Lodris up in 22. Actually, with the low health bars, this may be a risky call, but I think they're going to go for it. They have to stall an Infrared. And, there's no way. They can't stop this one.
Davy's tanking it. You've got 3 seconds for Infrared. You've got minions. You've got damage. And it looks like you've got the win here in set number 1. It was a very hard fall in the first game, but iDavy stands tall at the end of things, winning 2-1 at the end of the day.
Man, 8-1 for this Awelix pick, 5-2 for Aim Blue. It is set 1, and it went to Team iDavy. They went a little bit shaky in game number 1, and like we said, Team iDavy has never been unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
They do drop games every once in a while. It was the set that they have not dropped, and that is going to continue. After game number 1, seems like they immediately switched up. Team Other Than Another, again, tried out a bit of a wonky strategy, didn't end up working out, and then that momentum completely shifted on its head.
And it's a good thing to have that fire. So Davey, as we had mentioned, just looks really good in that game. Davey looks good on the Ares, which shows why it's been a must ban for a lot of it. But the Awelish, everything. Aim Blue on the Morgan, like there was so much. The Xbalanque looked amazing, right?
Yep.
Like every single player showed up. Honestly didn't even have a lot of time to be impactful that game because it ended so quickly and the amount of time solo overlapped. But when the Bologna was there, the stuns were hitting. It just feels like everybody, and you had mentioned this coming out of game 2, had that momentum, had that warm-up, were really feeling themselves going into this.
Yep, and if I am watching Team Davey, if I'm Team Seagull, for example, watching that matchup, there's a couple notes that I'm taking as well, right? In the early jungle, Dark needs to be shut down. He cannot just pick pressure junglers like Awelix, like Mammon, and just run the map. That is when Team Davey looks unstoppable, especially when Davey's on a support like the Ares that he can just W key on. So things to note. You know what I'm saying? The jungle, the support, they're the driving force of Team iDavy, and there has to be some answers for them.
5-3-2 for Clino. Despite that, it was hard to make up for the 0-6 and 1-8. It was unfortunate for the duo lane. They got picked on a lot. Infrared UK pulled constantly by Davey and those ultimates. And unfortunately for Lodris, it was just Dark showing up constantly with Ragna. A constant, I don't even know if I want to call it a 2v1, but just a unstoppable attack. A force like the ocean, always unmitigating towards you. 20,000 damage from the Xbalanque, just behind that 19.5 from Dark. They were prevalent, they were in the fight, they were getting the job done, and that gives iDavy a 2-1 victory here. But that's just the first set, Trelly. That's the tip of the iceberg for what is the rest of the day. Davy versus Other Than Another, now done and dusted, but we've got 3 teams. And they're playing round robin, which means we will see iDavy a little bit later, and we're going to see Team Other Than Another here in just a second because they're going to play Seagull. And now you got to imagine Team Seagull, I should say, and they're not just playing the one guy. They're
Just him.
Yeah, it's just Seagull.
They're going to go to solo lane, and they're all going to 5v1 him.
They've done a great job here. What I'm excited for is the fact that Davy has been the impossible to beat overall, right? You can take a game, can't take a set.
Yep.
That has been the thing. Seagull and Team Other Than Another, though, these have been much closer matchups. So I am really interested to see what these two teams have, how this next set is going to go, especially with a little bit of a warm-up there, a good one, too, for Team Other Than Another. I think it's going to put some fire under them to try and win this. Again, top 2 from today make it first seed, second seed tomorrow, best of 5 for the finals. Winner of that best of 5 goes to LAN, and that is what these 3 teams are playing for. And again, later on today, whenever the second set ends, we'll see Davy and Seagull take each other on.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought it up because you have so much to worry about when you're talking about a matchup like this. You get the game 1 under your belt. Sure, it doesn't go well for Team Other Than Another, but now they come in hot. So I wouldn't be surprised if game number 1 versus Team Seagull, they just come out swinging, they maybe overwhelm them, and then best of 3 situation, Team Seagull has to adapt because, sure, you get to watch that matchup, but it's different when you actually get to play the matchup that we just had.
Well, we'll see. Will they come out swinging, or maybe will things slow down a little bit for them? Only way to find out is to get to set number 2 right after this quick break.
Hi, my fans, and welcome back to the SMITE Content Creator Cup here on this lovely Saturday. It's J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me here on the desk. We get ready to jump into our second matchup of the day. If you've been unfamiliar as kind of the general flow of how this entire event has been going on, you're just now tuning in for the first time going, well, what in the world is the Content Creator Cup? What are these guys doing? What are these guys actually doing this weekend and moving forward? Well, we are currently in the LAN qualifiers. You can take a look at our format for this weekend. It's all going to be EMEA, and that's for Europe, Middle East, Africa. I always have to remind myself exactly what the acronym for that one stands for. But we have 3 teams coming in this weekend, all competing in a best-of-3 round robin today. And then we'll be taking our top 2 teams from today and going tomorrow for a best-of-5 grand finals with only one of those teams, one of the 3 total from this weekend, going to our LAN in just a few weeks after that. And then we'll be coming back next weekend to do North America. But as I mentioned, they get a chance to come out to LAN. That's kind of one of the big highlight ones. On top of that, a charity donation to the charity of their choosing based off how they seed at the LAN event just a little bit later down the road. They get to come out here and get a tour of the Titan Forge Studios, get some exclusive access to the behind-the-scenes content for SMITE 2 development, as well as some additional loot and goodies available. Now, again, that's for the top 4 teams, of which one of those will be coming from this weekend here in the EMEA qualifiers. Mifflin.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this one. We've been following these teams for, keep me honest, J-Mac, it's been, what, 3 months now? Something like that. We've been watching these guys for a good long while. We've had the tumultuous ups and downs. I believe this region started off with, around 24 teams, has dwindled down to 3 now, but it's the cream of the crop still out there. I'm keeping my eyes on them. I think I have a personal favorite going forward. The Team Davey having not taken a single set loss, I'm thinking they might just be able to continue that.
Yeah, Team Davey's been doing really good. And we'll also get to see a little bit of Team Davey a little bit later, though, because we can take a look at our schedule for the rest of today and what you can expect for tomorrow. Team Davey did manage to pull out a 2-1 win over Team Other the Another, which for Other Another now coming back for round number 2, but this time up against Team Seagull. That's how the round robin works for these ones. So Davey gets to take a little bit of a break, kind of sit back, watch this match, and maybe gather a little bit of intel on who they are going to have to face off against with Team Seagull later. Team Other Another needs a win here, though, to try and keep their chances alive to move on to tomorrow, because a loss here pretty much just solidifies that it would be Davey and Team Seagull moving into our second round tomorrow.
But with some extenuating circumstances, I think, seeding as it is, there's some potential for some tiebreakers later today.
I could see some tiebreakers. I think if Other Another wins here and then Seagull wins after that one up against Davey, we could potentially see a 3-way tie where some tiebreakers have to kind of pop in. So there's a lot that could happen. So for Other Another, if they want to keep their chances of going in and playing the next round tomorrow, want to make sure they can get themselves a win today. Team Seagull also want to try and put their best foot forward here in their first matchup of the day.
Yeah, so if we want to avoid some tiebreakers, things should go essentially according to seeding as it has been throughout the week. But if you're a real big fan of tumultuous situations where everybody's competing and vying in best of ones, maybe hope for some upsets going forward.
Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your minds open, because you never know what's going to happen here on the background. I mean, we already saw, Kamazot's mid in Game 2 of our set previously after Other Another had a dominant performance in game number 1, but just couldn't pull it together in game number 2. Tried a little bit of silly stuff, didn't quite work out. Had to kind of get back to the more standard in game number 3. A much closer battle in that one, but still didn't quite pan out for Other the Another. It was Davey who's able to come out on top. So now Other Another, after already playing 3 grueling games, this might have to come back in and play another full set of at least 2 games here against Team Seagull.
Well, at least they didn't show off any standard picks, right? Because they had gone for those off the beaten path, Kamazot's mid, Chronos lock-ins, things like that. Maybe they've got some more standard selections they can just pull out and not have to worry about having banned out.
Yeah, I mean, probably the only one that really stood out, that felt like it needed to be banned from game number 1 on Team Other Another was probably the Vulcan. I believe it was a 13-0 start. Or maybe I think it was actually 14-0 right at the very end of the game. Either way, want to make sure to maybe keep that Vulcan out of Other the Another's hands if you're fighting up against him this time. But with Seagull taking first pick, a lot of stuff up on the table with a lot of the changes that have come in from the 11.5 update, the bonus balance. The meta has shifted quite a bit here, Mifflin.
I'd be remiss to say that I'm a complete knower of the meta right now. I'm trying my best, Smite Chat, to get a lock on the meta as it stands. But here's the thing about how I'm 5 years removed from my competitive career now, so hard stuck like 2,500 MMR. I'm trying. I caught a whiff of a big boy game one time, and then I lost 400 MMR immediately afterwards. So if you guys want me to wax poetic about what my MR range elo looks like and what the meta is there, I can. But for these guys, I think playing at a little bit of a higher level, I'm just going to have to watch and learn today.
Yeah, I think one thing that we've also kind of picked up from a lot of these teams is there is the kind of quote-unquote established meta, what you see at your top level of ranked play. And these guys are just like that step below where like they can play that meta, but they're also just really good at whatever it is they want to play. And so if somebody like Mother Another wants to play a Camazotz mid, they're just going to play a Camazotz mid and not care. Cthulhu hasn't really been that much of a meta pick, but with the change in Sigil now being able to be built by Guardians, we've been seeing them kind of pop up a little bit over there. So who knows, maybe this Cthulhu being a first pick will be a big shot for Seagull, but that's to be determined. One of your favorite gods for a while to try and kind of get a nerf bat his way, but still seems to be popping up here, though. Mifflin, we get a little bit of the Kuzenbo action.
And I was successful, by the way, in all those meetings and all those arguments I had with all your favorite designers. Kuzenbo has been nerfed a few times since he was at the absolute top of the pecking order, but still finds himself in a very comfortable position, high damage output, great area control, and legitimately just one of the most annoying gods to deal with. Do I want to hit him? Not really. Is he going to hit me? Yes, and I can't stop it from happening. This is an interesting lock-in, though. I have been a huge proponent of post-buff Charybdis being maybe the best hunter in the game right now. Having CC immunity on the pre-fire of her third ability makes her nearly impossible to kill, and I felt like she was already nearly impossible to kill, so she's ever approaching impossible.
Yeah, all the changes to Charybdis just really smoothed out how well this character feels and how safe and just how powerful it is in the duel lane. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Charybdis, but not only do you have the Charybdis, you've also got Yamoja and Cthulhu to back this one up. So if it was tough to kill Charybdis before, it might even be more difficult to do so now. So instead, Team Mother Another feel like they're kind of slanting a little bit more towards a late game style composition. Kuzenbo, Shibalanke, Baba Yaga, another one that takes some time to scale up. We'll have to see where Another kind of goes with this, because right now, not really seeing a major bridge from this early game to that late game just yet, Miff.
I mean, with the game pacing as it was in the previous set, it could be we're just looking at a non-confrontational early game into, all right, we'll all handshake agreement, show up at 20 minutes at a relatively even state. And if that's the case, this is a really strong scaling composition already from Team Another. Seagull on the other side, I think has a little bit more potential to play aggressive, at least in the duo lane. Yamoja and Charybdis together have got pretty decent kill potential, high CC lockdown, really good pressure for the first 3 levels. And anything that can bring attention away from your Cthulhu throughout the early is going to generally serve you well. Cthulhu went through a phase where you were building Conduit Gem every game, and he had massive kill potential, especially after the Mire change, allowing it to just channel immediately. But Conduit Gem's seen some changes since then. Generally, we see Sigil Cthulhu out of the soul lane, so it's not exactly that kill pressure that you can expect. Instead, he's just, I'm going to farm up, I'm going to be the OG Cthulhu, I'll see you in the absolute latest portion of the game, and then I'll heal my team while simultaneously throwing out 50 knockups and tons of damage as well. So, not exactly there for the early. What is there for the early is that a Wheelish. She'll get you there.
Yeah, Wheelish now for Team Seagull, and with plenty of easy opportunities to try and get one of those pulls, knock somebody through a Riptide. Easy pull back there. Cthulhu in that ultimate transformation. Just throw down that giant AoE from his second ability. A nice easy pull there for the Wheelish. Opposite side, though, for Another. Going for the Fafnir. And I'll be honest, Miff, it was probably, God, I want to say it was like season 10 some odd whenever Fafnir got the huge buff to his ultimate. Last a minute in that dragon transformation. I thought we were going to see Fafnir just return in full force into the dual lane. Didn't really see a whole lot of light. Now in more recent patches, makes him a little bit more fluid and gets that extra little bit of a gold bounty whenever he lands those abilities onto enemy gods. And we see a bit of a rise of Fafnir here.
And a big change, I think, that we haven't seen too often is the ability to proc in-hand effects with the Dragon's Breath. Telkines, Demonic, things like that just now do so much more damage when you're in that dragon form, especially with Coerce on top of it, that I was expecting to see things like Fafnir solo or maybe even Fafnir mid, these aggressive style picks. But for the most part, I think the gold change that you bring up is the most impactful change to him. Just having that additional source of gold on every single god hit means that you can take him into the support role and kind of keep up and farm with everyone else on the map.
Yeah, especially when you're in that dragon form, you get the Coerce onto multiple people, and then all of them are starting to proc the damage from there and really stacking up that extra gold bounty. Want to see how well this one does. And then locked in finally is a Naja for Team Another. might be able to help a little bit of that early game. So get that setup there for the Baba Yaga, get the setup there for the rest of the team. Try and, I guess maybe more than anything, burn some of the beads away so that way this Kuzumbo, this Fafnir can start landing some of those crucial CCs, or vice versa, where it's the Kuzumbo and the Faf burning the beads. That way when you get to late game and you have Naja, maybe building a glass cannon style could just one-tap one of these carries.
Yeah, I don't know, though. Are we seeing too many glass cannon junglers recently? It feels like it's Blackthorn Hammer into another HP infusion. Maybe I'll pick up a Titan's Bane if people are getting a little tanky. Otherwise, you can keep going down that Bruiser path. So we'll have to see how Naja elects to build. Easy target for Naja in that Agni, but otherwise don't really want to fight into the Awilish in the early game. Ganking dual lane seems miserable because of how much CC immunity Charybdis has. You can burn her beads, but good luck putting her in a position where she's going to be forced to use beads. Having CC immunity on pre-fire of her third ability, as well as CC immunity on the ultimate, means that she's probably just going to walk away from the majority of the engagements she doesn't want to take. So I expect to see a whole lot of Naja in mid.
Yeah, I was about to ask, where was the best place for this Naja to go, and I think you gave a great answer for that one, which would be this Agni. No CC immunity in the kit, so we'll have to burn beads anytime that Sash lands or the threat of the ultimate there, but looking at Baba Yaga Naja versus an Awilish Agni in that mid lane 2v2 early on, just feels like this kind of goes early game advantage towards the side of Team Seagull just because of how strong Awilish is in that one. If this Naja ever runs into the Awilish in the jungle in these first few levels of the game, is this one that the Naja can win in that matchup?
It depends on a lot of conditionals. In a blank space, in a void, Awilish is going to win just about every single 1v1 up against Naja, at least for the first 5 or so levels. But could get lucky. Maybe there's like one mid camp still there, and you got a ring bounce that's bouncing multiple times on the Awilish, or maybe you catch her unaware. Generally, it is just if there's a camp that can tank a ring bounce for you. But there are situations where Naja can fight back, but really you're just not keeping up with Awilish's damage throughout the early. Depending on build, I've seen Awilish go for Jotun's first item pretty consistently. If it's Blackthorn Naja on the other side, he's probably going to win the auto attack trade just by the raw HP infusion, but There's a world where he just gets ran down by Awilish over and over.
You just get such a large amount of HP from that Blackthorn. I think it's, like 400 HP you get for that item now at this point. It's absolutely crazy just how tanky you get to be with that item and still get a decent amount of damage with it. So that's why we've been seeing so many junglers kind of go towards that style of path. We even saw Medusa ADC with it in the previous set as well, just showing off that you can still have a little bit of tankiness and still be able to do some decent damage. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that item over the course of the game. Maybe which of these kinds of gods start to pick that one up there. But what'd you pick up?
This is a marked card. I don't know why anyone would mark the 9 of diamonds, but remind me never to play cards with you guys here at Hi-Rez. This is messed up, dude.
This is not my deck of cards, I will say.
Yeah, I wouldn't claim it either.
I don't know whose deck of cards this is. Why is it marked, actually?
Yeah, I mean, someone really wanted to know about the 9 of diamonds.
Well, I really want to know how this game is going to go. So let's just go ahead and jump right into game number 1 between Team Seagull and Team Other the Another and see how things get to kind of kick off at the very beginning. It's again, J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug joining you here for game number 1. Average CUDA on the Naja is going to be going in towards the Cudgel Tree. So a Blackthorn start from the Naja, a little bit of that extra HP and power. Going to be missing out on that CDR most likely that we're going to be seeing at least Gagovsky really prioritize into with that Jotuns.
Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit, but not nearly as much. Will be Bumbas for both junglers as well. Thought maybe we'd see a little bit more Eye of the Jungle, things along those lines, but instead, keeping with that old standard sigil for both soul laners and then just standard selections across the board. Benevolence for La Revolucion is slightly different than the standard, but still just a decent stat stick for supports and has some great upgrades a little bit later on. I'll be keeping my eyes on these junglers. It feels like both of them have the potential to set the pace for this game. But the only concern I really have is, and I know I already said the Awilish wins the 1v1 up against Naja, but I was expecting to see at least a beads in that first relic slot. Once you take over to level 5, if average CUDA finds Gagovsky just slacking in the jungle, could be a pretty easy pickup.
Revolucion takes a lot of damage. Walking up just trying to delay Other and Other's team from getting into lane immediately. Don't think it really even pay off much for them either. Still full wave available to them. Dutcher on the Agni, going to get the nice full wave clear quick and early. Hit that level 3 point, a very important spot for your mid laners to achieve this early in. In fact, there's always kind of that question, that debate, did your jungler get there too early? You can usually tell if that mid laner hits that level 3 or not after that first wave. see if maybe a 2v2 wants to actually break out. Godlike going for some poke up against the Baba Yaga, but instead, poke is being returned right back to the enemy. Those potions already getting some decent damage.
Yeah, forced to use some of that sustain early on, and didn't realize a mana potion actually for Dutcher. Maybe 3 years since I've seen a mana potion purchased in any facet of Smite, casual, ranked, or otherwise. Assault, you'll see them, but anywhere else, not exactly that multi-potion, just giving over a little bit of additional HP and just enough mana sustain that people generally tend to eye that instead. Not exactly a great opportunity anywhere on map throughout the early, though. I imagine we see a relatively low aggression first 5 or 6 minutes. Once we start to see some of those level 5s, once some of those first tier items are completely finished up, things can start to speed up a bit. But until then, it's really about poke. Surprised as well that Dutcher seems to be going down a stacking path as opposed to other the another going down the penetration in first slot. Generally, Baba Yaga likes to get those stacks online early, but not this time.
It really feels like ever since the nerf to Baba's stacking mechanic through our house, I haven't been seeing it as prevalent. Maybe even more so along with the fact that Prophetic Cloak isn't as popular on Baba Yaga as it once was. We see maybe just a bit more focus in towards early damage for that god as opposed to getting any kind of stacking going forward. Leap in by Infrared. Lands the stun right after the leap. So good poke onto the Charybdis, but having a Yamoja in your lane with you means that you've got a decent bit of sustain, not only afforded to you through having your death toll, but being able to have that extra healing.
And meditation on top of it, too, means that any damage that does connect with Veyron likely not to stick. Tough stuff. I mean, it's so disheartening for the team Other and Other's duo lane to say, hey, look, we're winning the boxing war, but they just have more HP to play with, and that's simply the case. Still 2 HP pots as well in the pocket of La Revolution, who has gone essentially undamaged for the majority of this early laning phase. It seems to me until crits built up, until you can catch them unaware with a big number, Team Seagull's going to be just fine in the duo.
Yeah, it's kind of playing out as we talked a little bit in Picks and Bans, where this is just going to be a game that sits by, waits till that mid, maybe late game kind of rolling around. Team Other and Other definitely wanted to scale much more towards that stage of the game. And when you have a Sigil Kuzenbo, a Baba Yaga, and then a Shibalanke as well, they really wanted to bank towards the late game. And they're playing just cautiously enough to do so. Still trying to get some poke out there when they can, but not overstepping at all. So it feels like a bit of the onus is on Team Seagull to maybe get a bit of that early lead going, because fighting into what Other and Other's comp has late game, not the hardest, but also not an easy task. Having that sustain from the Yamoja, the Cthulhu as well, 2 great frontliners, might make it a little bit easier for them.
I mean, that was a really surprising bit of non-aggression from Team Other and Other. La Revolution essentially 1v3s on the enemy purple buff, just seeing if he could find a bit of a wacky steal. Had nearly 0 Omi to his name, while average Kuda was already level 5 on that side of the map, but no aggression from Team Other and Other. Happy to just confirm their own camps and reset back to neutral. Maybe they were worried there was a few more enemies nearby, considering how aggressively La Revolution was positioning. But with the bird's eye view, we on the casting desk can tell you nobody was there to help him out. A sash likely would have led to a kill. Instead, though, just going to go ahead and find all their farm. Don't really lose out on anything. La Revolution not successful in his invade. Things are looking rough, man. There's not exactly a whole lot of aggression happening on map, but Team Seagull is starting to really stack up a significant lead.
Pulling ahead in gold XP as well, about 1,000 and 1,500 respectively for those two. Interesting first item from Klino. Going into magic defense, not surprising when you're going up against another Guardian in your lane, but seeing that it's the Oni Hunters as opposed to something like Genji's Guard might be what's kind of surprising me a little bit more. I mean, still a solid item, but not usually something we see run in that first slot.
No, generally you want something that's going to help you out in the boxing matchup too. You can see Seagull going for exactly that. Just a raw power infusion with a restored artifact has the option to move in towards either a massive power infusion or a little bit of CDR with Chronos Pendant. Likely going to be that Chronos Pendant there. So Klino, even though he's got a good deal of mitigations to play with, probably not going to be really winning out in the boxing match on his own, and he's not double dipping on defense. So if Gagovsky shows up, we'll do a whole lot of damage to that Kuzenbo.
Bull Demon killed by Team Other than Another, so a little bit of ward vision for the next 60 seconds. And get a little bit of nice gold in the pocket if Team Other Another decides to go for some of those wards, but instead just let them go back towards their side of the map and farm up. We've been seeing a bit of a drop in wards placed in these first 15 or so minutes ever since that objective did hit the map, or maybe a bit more strategic with where the wards are, to where they have to play maybe a little bit deeper to try and take some of those ones out. We've also seen, because of it as well, the drop in Eye of the Jungle that throws the free wards down on the map whenever you kill those camps, so this Bull Demon, not the easiest objective, but a nice little potential kill for Gagovski if he wasn't fighting into a Kuzubo. Press that 4 and Watery Grave right away.
Yeah, that's tough. Seagull not able to get into that tower before Gagovski does, so Gagovski forced to fall back there. And Klino just hits that Watery Grave and makes himself scarce. It's tough, man. He gets ravaged in that lane, though. I mean, it looked like the work of some sort of wild animal, or maybe several wild animals, but it's still a Willish coming up empty-handed.
Chronos Pendant Cthulhu with Sigil. I mean, he's got Mana Sustain
You can't
now.
act surprised. I told you where we were going.
Well, I mean,
Do you think it was going to be Rod? You didn't believe me?
No, it's still just weird. It's not that I don't believe you. It's still just weird seeing it. Like Guardian solos with Chronos Pendant feels like a Lamogao special almost. Now seeing it, played by Seagull, it's just bizarre.
That's a throwback. I haven't thought about Lamogao in quite a while. I think that it's an interesting response to the changes to the Mire, and I know it's saying the changes to the Mire when the change is so old, but not having to channel both ticks of that ability and having it more often, probably pretty useful. I mean, you can see here, he's going to control every single bit of the totem. There's not really anything that Klino can do to slow that down, and we haven't seen any real rotations from average Kuda towards that soul lane, so it's not as if Seagull's really concerned about getting defense in that first slot. I don't mind it. I think Chronos Pendant just fine to go there.
We haven't really seen a whole lot of average Kuda yet. Maybe getting a little bit active in this fight. Emoji Ultimate keeps 3 away. Transformation out of Infrared leaps in, finds the stun onto Dutcher, and pulls those beads away. 170 seconds now on the Relic for Dutcher on that Agni. Great little transformation from Infrared to pull that Relic away from the mid laner.
I think Gagovski got baited by the transformation animation from Infrared. You kind of float up a little bit when you transform into the dragon, and Gagovski was trigger happy with the gravity surge, tosses it out, doesn't really get much done, and another fight fizzles in the center of the map. This one a bit more expensive, I'd say, for Team Other Another, losing out on that transformation from Infrared. Fafnir early game, base stance, I'm not afraid to say essentially worthless in a team fight. Transform to the dragon, you're looking pretty good, but that's not going to be available for a while.
That's Team Seagull going for the Bull Demon. We'll drop that one off. So a nice little 1-1 trade of that objective. Remember, that one spawns in up until 15 when the Fire Giant takes its place. Getting some of those ward kills would be big for Team Seagull, but there's not a ward to be seen except for what appears to be one over at the purple buff on the opposite side. Soul Lander's having a little bit of fun over by the Meteor on the ground. Naja Ultimate gets some
It's done.
one person, but Dutcher with the bailout to try and keep his teammate alive, and a Riptide makes it so difficult to chase out of Yamoja. Bead's not necessary for Dutcher because there's no follow-up after that Sash land, so Team Seagull able to bail themselves out. And as we approach 10 minutes in, a little bit of fighting to be had, but no blood spilled just yet.
Yeah, it seems like Team Other Another thought that fight was going to be a bit more. Ladris even making that rotation, I believe, loses out on 4 minions of gold and 3 minions of experience just to his tower. Speaking of his tower, down to 50% already pre-10 minutes. A lot of pressure coming from Veyron, but having split a little bit more farm than his lane opponent has means that even with that pressure, it's still relatively even as far as experience is concerned, maybe about a half level favoring Veyron by now.
Some fun laps coming from Klino. When you have a Guardian v Guardian Soul, there's not really a whole lot that you can do over there.
I'm thinking the guy who has not got like totem in the last 3 rotations and has been ganked 3 times in a row and has to watch the scepter go down while 2 people are clearing in front of him. Those laps have no mirth in them. He's not happy about it. That laugh is like a "you need so much help" laugh, but it's not going great for Klino right now.
That's the "this is fine" dog in the fire laugh. Because it's not fine, but he's just got to laugh through the pain. We'll see if Klino can maybe get some assistance over on that side of the map anytime soon, but unlikely that we see these assassins go over towards that side of the lane, that side of the map too many times after those items get finished up. Seagull now getting the Glad Shield. And on the opposite end for Klino, going in towards that Breastplate of Valor. So getting that physical defense online, it's going to make it so tough for those assassins to really get much done over there without the help of more than just the assassins.
Yeah, and so far, those assassins have struggled to find any sort of footing in the early game. Fortunately for Gagovsky, a Wheelish jungle clear is just pretty fast, so 2-level lead already for him in spite of being triple goose eggs across the board. Average Kuda falling a bit further behind in farm at this point. I'm curious to see what that mace turns into. Generally, you expect something like a Jotun's, but with so much sustain on the side of Team Seagull, maybe we're looking at a Brawlers in second slot.
Could be seeing a brawl happen over here. 4 versus 4 for the Bull Demon of all things. Seagull descends into madness just to now try and peel out the team, but he's going to need a little bit of extra help. Riptide, Revolution, not able to get out for now, but Kuda catches him with the sash, and the first blood of the game at 12 minutes goes to team other than another, and they might not be entirely done unless that stun had hit from Infrared. Then maybe we see a little bit more fighting, but seems that now will cease on the right side.
Yeah, Gagovsky and Dutcher were so close to that fight, but unwilling to assist their allies. A lot of damage to play with. Speaking of damage, Veyron showing his off. Gagovsky finally decides to get active there and takes out other the another on top of the Stygian Beacon.
Feather Step, 2v2 now. Sash on top of Dutcher, takes him up to the sky. Wasn't expecting that ult to be ready. Crit damage isn't a whole lot, though, and I don't think Average Kuda can stick around too much longer. Solo kill on the left side, and Gagovsky takes down Average Kuda for 2 kills for Team Seagull in the engagement.
Man, that is tough. Just such a low damage output Nausea ultimate, ticking for 80. Each hit, hitting the crits as well on the Dutcher, just not enough. Silver Breastplate clearly paying for itself there. Average Kuda, that's one of the weaknesses of going for that Blackthorn in first slot. It makes you feel so strong because you can stay in the fight for so long, but if you're playing this all-in initiation, I'll trade my lifestyle, you don't exactly have the damage to pull it off. So Team Seagull getting a pretty significant win off of that, and even looking towards the Gold Fury.
Veyron got the solo kill, might as well go for an objective. Infrared is here to try and stop. All you got to do is body block the hammer, and they do just that. Infrared not able to steal that Fury away, so Team Seagull can now pull themselves ahead by about 4,000 gold and maybe a team fight as well. Seagull goes in for the transformation in that ultimate. Klino caught out, knocked down by Dutcher, and Seagull just keeping the team sustained, keeping himself healthy for the time. Half HP now on the Cthulhu, trying to run away from this Baba Yaga, but he gets stunned before he can dash away. A perfect catch out by Average Kuda and the squad. They get a return kill at the Fury.
I'm so surprised to see Team Seagull just leave titular Seagull alone once again. It's this unwillingness to take these fights. That's 4 essentially full HP targets on Team Seagull with a few ultimates still to play with. And Team Other Than Other, sure, they were showing up healthy, but Klino had traded his life before the fighting even started. It was a very low commitment kill there. Feels like if Team Seagull chose to, they could have stuck around and won out on that engagement, or at least peeled out for their Cthulhu. Instead, let him go. It's discipline. They had already got the Gold Fury. There's not a lot to fight over there, but it feels like get another pick. Maybe you're looking at a Pyromancer, desync some of those deaths, play with your allies, maintain a bit more of that lead. But at the end of the day, it still is Team Seagull pushing themselves a little bit closer towards that 5,000-ish mark.
Yeah, nearly there. Up at the 6K in experience, some of that coming, though, massively from the dual lane, and even more so in the jungle. A 3-level difference between Gagovsky and Average Kuda. Average Kuda's been finding some good stuns, some good ult targets, but hasn't been getting any farm or any real follow-up after them, so they've been coming up a bit empty this time around. I think at this point in the game, for Average Kuda, if you want to get to that late game, that big team fight scary portion where Team Other Another really thrives, got to get some of that farm online.
Yeah, definitely wants him to see a little bit more damage from him too. Instead, really going down that tanky path. Tankiness from behind, defense items from behind feels so much worse. If you build damage, maybe you can catch someone a bit off guard. You hit them with a random windfire wheel, they didn't beads it, and now they're down to 50% and your team could finish them off. But building defense when you are 3 levels down feels like, look, I know I'm really squishy because I don't have the natural prots, but this extra 35 physical prots is going to really help out. Not exactly the case, especially considering how much of that damage is going to come from Dutcher in these next few engagements. really starting to stack up that Book of Thoth. Tablet nearly done as well. This Agni's really starting to do some damage.
Revolution catches out one inside of the river, and it's Gagovsky to take down the another and make it a double kill under the tower. Team Seagull finds a perfect pick off a great ultimate by their support, catching out the Baba Yaga inside of the wave, forcing Infrared to jump away and then immediately punish him for it. A great fight for Seagull in the mid lane.
Yeah, Team Seagull just playing a bit more group now, playing much faster than Team Other and Other, catching them unaware. Great engagement in mid. Lava Revolution just lines up that ultimate perfectly. From there, Dutcher showing a whole lot of lack of respect for Team Other than Other. Just dashes in essentially to the tower line and is rewarded for it. No rotations. Means no one can stop him. And with all that damage, can really just essentially do whatever he wants on the map. Speaking of, it's tier 1 tower in mid, dropped down to about 50%, but it's the Pyromancer that really starts to push that lead to Team Seagull. The Runic Bomb in pocket, I think you can probably expect to see that mid tower go down pretty quick.
We'll see if there's a rotation there. Beacon's about to respawn back in. We'll see if Team Seagull decides to group themselves up around there. Gagovsky level 17, tied for highest level on the map with 2 other players on his team, and the other 2 carries being Dutcher and Veyron. But it is Team Other than Another who's already grouped up first around this Beacon, rotating 4 players to that side of the map. But at this point, you want to try and get a little bit of extra farm, especially this Najah. Would love to see Average Kuda get a bit more experience, try and catch back up. Gagovsky was 3 levels, now only 2, separating them, but earlier on, it was the gold that was maybe a bit more astonishing. I think it was 13 or so hundred that Gagovsky was up over their direct lane, their direct matchup there in Average Kuda. And Average Kuda is only just barely ahead of the support at this point.
Sorry, I got brain melted a bit, J-Mac. My eyes have got to be fooling me. Average Kuda still holding a Horn Shard right now, level 15?
Seems to be. I mean,
I think Beads is good.
Cooldown is good, but Beads are probably a bit better at this point.
I mean, my man's rapidly approaching 50% CDR regardless, right? Like, I gotta think Beads would have helped him out of a few of these sticky situations, or if you really want to get aggressive with it, I mean, any relic, like Heavenly, Horrific.
Oh, we hit 40. Didn't go for the Breastplate of Valor. Went for the old Mail of Renewal.
Oh, they're the beads
style
too.
of play.
We got them.
Now goes the beads. Look, we just had to mention the beads, and it gave them their mind like, oh yeah, maybe I should get those.
What do you think the odds are someone on his team's like, hey man,
you got a Horn Shard.
Yeah, second relic perhaps?
It's kind of like when you get like 12 minutes in the game and someone on Pagon's team would go, yo, Pagon, where's your recipe, dude? And he'd be
That'll
like,
happen.
Oh, I had to go back. That was always the fun. It was tracking which players would forget to get recipes at the start and how many waves it would take them to go back and realize they didn't have it.
Well, and I know I'm focusing a lot on relics right now, but gotta think a Phantom Shell would have helped out. A few of these team fights are just, you're getting caught in the rivers.
Only 2 can get out of it naturally.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy or a fun one for Other and Other, because he tries to go for it, and there's plenty of CC to try and stop him. Infrared, the only one with an easy way out.
Yeah, and Gravity Surge is there to catch one of the 2 of them.
Yeah, I probably want to pick up a Phantom Shell, but doesn't seem to be the case.
They got Entangling Sprint, so Sprout should be able to get him out of some of those situations, run away or run in, but it seems to me Team Other and Other doesn't have run away in the vocabulary. It's all aggression with some of these relic selections. Sunder as well for Infrared. A lot of single target damage to play with. Gotta think, though. Gotta think that Phantom Shell. We'll see. All right, we'll see. We'll keep our eyes on the rest of the match. Maybe we won't see any big impact ultimates from the Emoja, but here's the thing about how we've seen 3 already. We have.
That's just the first 3. Surely he doesn't land the
He's used them up. He's used them up in the early game. He got no more.
He's got his 3 strikes. He got all of them. They're outside. All right, cool. No more good Rivers Rebukes going to be happening this game. No backup for Seagull just yet. Gagovsky waiting in the wings in the jungle. But in the 3v1, Team Seagull turning around to fight back. Klino now dashing away, and even Infrared on the way. This is a 2v1 that's now starting to go sideways. The body blocks are good to keep Klino locked in, and Veyron knocks him down. It's a kill for Team Seagull when that started off as a 1v3.
Dutcher essentially taking every tick of the home sweet home, but not any worse for the wear. Reinitiation from Team Other and Other. I mean, Revolution is just too tanky for that.
Gets stunned by the Fafnir after transformation. Cryptosoul doesn't find anything. Rivers Rebuke, well, that's going to separate 3 people from the team fight. And the backside, Lodris trying to get a little bit of damage. Beads now taken away from Veyron, but the Beads were just to save his life and pick up a kill after. Average Kuda now gone, and a Riptide just there to constantly beat pressure. Veyron with the double kill. A feather step in for Gagowski. Knocks one and pulls back the Dragon off of his leap. Team Seagull get the D aside and lose no one.
That's what I'm talking about. They've had this opportunity for a while now where they could just win out on the team fight and then stick around and win out on the team fight again. Team Other Another had been calling that bluff every single time. Like, you got your pick, but are you still willing to fight? And this time, Team Seagull says, yes, absolutely. It's able to stomp out the rest of the engagement. Fire Giant goes their way, and if the pings are to be believed, it's going to be Pyromancer and Gold Fury immediately afterward, pushing their gold lead upwards of 10,000 before they even reset. It's a lot of golden pocket for all these guys, and a lot of them were already about an entire item over their direct lane opponents. It's going to be a tough siege defense for Team Other Another, and it's not even as if their composition is exactly built for it. Maybe if Shibalanke had gone down like an Odibo tree, you'd have an easier time keeping those minions out, but he hasn't. Instead, it's more tank shred, so it's up to Other Another himself to actually clear out those waves. But if he's clearing the waves, who's doing the damage? It's not your jungler. That guy's a tank. It's not your support or Kuzumbo. Those guys are tanks, and they're pretty far behind. This is looking mighty dire. I got a bad feeling about these next few fights.
Dutcher hasn't even gone back for their Soul Reaver yet. Appears to be fully stacked up, at least Book of Thoth. My eyes are good, but they're not that good. I think he's at a full stack, at least for his Tablet of Destinies as well. So a lot of extra proc damage is going to be coming in from this Agni during these team fights. Keep eyes on that damage chart with Dutcher's name on it. Not at the top of the chart just yet, sitting third compared to his lane opponent. But
oh my god, yo!
All right, Gagowski just manhandles the enemy mid laner. Another respawn screen for 50 seconds, and this will probably be a free Phoenix because of it.
Yeah, I mean, that guy got deleted, and it was like deleted off misplay, right? He goes for the gravity surge assuming that he was going to land the knock-up, just not the case, and it didn't matter. Just walks him down. Wheelish has slightly longer ranged autos than your traditional assassin, so I don't know. There's no excuse for that one. Brother got owned.
Now we'll see if Other Another's team can hold off on the Phoenix. Maybe not. Gagowski's just walking through the backline, beats the Sasher. Riptide throws a knock shot back before he can even get to the sky. Dutcher puts him down. Low HP on Infrared. Push from the Kuzumbo on Gagowski.
Oh,
it's not going to be enough. Lodris gets erased by Seagull and the crew. Other Another is now back from respawn, but that Titan is at 30% health and going down fast. Veyron gets one kill. Other Another jumps to the backline, but it does not matter. Team Seagull run through 24 minutes to close out game one.
You know something has gone catastrophically wrong when a Kuzumbo can push a Wheelish into his team behind the Titan right next to his own fountain with his ADC with him, and not even do 50% of the Willish's HP bar. That was a one-sided stomp once the team fight started. But the writing was on the wall throughout the entirety of the early game. We might have gone 9-10 minutes without a single kill, but that didn't stop the gold lead from growing 1,000 every 2 or so minutes. I mean, by the time the first fight had happened, it was already a 3K gold lead for Team Seagull.
And that's kind of the downside of a lot of these teams that like to wait for this first blood to be 12, 15, 20 minutes in the game, is if one team has gotten far enough ahead, it doesn't matter if that first blood came 20 minutes later. They're already in the lead and can keep pushing that lead, and that's exactly what Team Seagull squad is able to do. Game number one goes over to Team Seagull, and we'll take it to a quick break. We'll come back for game number two.
It's finally time to give you all an esports update. We're excited to announce our first attended live esports event of SMITE 2 will be at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas, January 17th to 19th. Qualifications for the event will begin during the fall of 2024, so start forming your teams and preparing for the competition. Make sure you check out the SMITE 2 esports website and Discord to stay updated on the latest information regarding the qualification path. Tickets for the Las Vegas event will go on sale later on this year. Head over to SMITE esports website and make sure you register your interest in attending the event to get further information the moment it becomes available. We'll see you all in Las Vegas.
That's right, SMITE 2 Esports in Las Vegas, Nevada at the HyperX Las Vegas Stadium. Make sure that you go over to smiteesports.com and check out all the information regarding the event, and maybe just keep an eye over there for whenever we drop updates throughout the regular esports time of year. I mean, what's better than SMITE 2? Well, SMITE 2 Esports. And what's better than just SMITE 2 Esports? Getting to play it and watch it live in front of an audience once again. So going back January 17th through 19th is when we'll be over in Las Vegas for the Founders Series LAN. So make sure, again, you go over to smiteesports.com/Vegas to check out all the information. And keep your eyes peeled on the website for further details as the year continues to go on. It's J-Mac and Mifflin back once more as we jump into getting ready for game number 2 and break down game 1 of this first game here between Team Seagull and another. Because, I mean, Miff, this was a game that went 12 minutes with not a single kill on the board, and then all of a sudden, once we hit that 12 minutes, felt like it was the gas pedal for Team Seagull. They get that first blood, and then they just keep up their onslaught on the map.
Look, I'm no detective, but if I were to try and evaluate that crime scene afterward, if I saw the aftermath of a match like that, I'd say maybe that was the work of a wild animal, or perhaps several wild animals, just decimating and tearing up the carcasses of Team Other and Other. It starts early, too. I mean, not early in the kills. We already broke that down. It took about 10 minutes till we saw one of those, but it was early in that every single buff invade, every single neutral camp, every bit of farm on the map that was even remotely contestable generally went the way of Team Seagull. And by the time they actually dug in their heels and decided to fight, the gold lead was roughly around that 4,000 gold mark. Good luck fighting into that.
And I think the big thing that came into question was one thing that you had brought up, which was the lack of Phantom Shell up against this Yemoja.
Criminal.
To that point, La Revolucion already had a couple of really good Rivers Rebukes, and then they just kept coming immediately after that. We said, okay, surely, 3 is all that he gets. No, he gets a big one over on the right side of the map in that Soul Link team fight, which was just such an awkward team fight for Other and Other to take after they were already losing the initial 1v, then 2v3 advantage that they had. And then they just try and keep the fight going when there's a Yemoja sticking around, when there's Veyron who rotates over on this Charybdis and just absolutely shredding through every single individual. It just felt like this was such a difficult match to fight into given the leads across the map.
To speak completely candidly, J-Mac, and I know you've come to expect this of me.
Oh, yeah.
The decision to not purchase Phantom Shell, I would levy an allegation now against Infrared UK that he simply didn't want to win. That's the point where I'm at. You can't tell me he's gone through 3 team fights where he's got to watch the rivers crash onto his skull. Tons of water, literally metric tons of water, hitting him on the dome piece and said, I don't want to walk through that. And I don't want my teammates to walk through that either. You know what I want? I want to sprute people. I want to make sure they're not moving for a half a second, and when I start moving, I'm going fast. It wasn't getting you out anywhere. Here's the thing about walls, man. You can't run through them unless you buy Phantom Shell.
Or unless you're a Giannis. But that's only like the actual maps walls. Outside of that, you still have to go around them the old-fashioned way. So we'll see what adaptations do get made here for Team Other than Another after the performance that La Revolucion had on the Yemoja. Might not want to let that one through, but maybe some of their mind goes to some of the more potent picks that they're more accustomed to. We saw things like the Thor, the Mammon get banned away on the opposite end here, so We'll see if maybe some of that jungle, maybe that mid priority still stays there, or if we see maybe a bit of respect come over towards the side of Team Seagull in this first ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, that a Wheelish comes to mind as something I wouldn't want to run up against again. I was legitimately flabbergasted when I saw him walk down the actual guy, not the player or team name, the actual guy himself for that last pick onto the Baba Yaga. Just 3 auto attacks and he was removed from the map. Maybe don't give him over that a Wheelish if we can expect more performances like that from him.
Not only that, it just felt like Other Another's team composition was just exclusively scaled for late game. And unfortunately, they never got to a late game point. By the time they hit the 20-minute mark, they're already down 7,000 gold and have this Charybdis that is 2-3 levels up over their opposition. You have a Wheelus that's 2-3 levels up. The Emoji at one point was also a good 3 levels ahead. I mean, when you're so far down in XP and gold at that point, it doesn't matter how late game of a composition you have. If you can't stand to fight throughout the early mid game, you're not going to have much to go there. So we'll see maybe what changes get made for Team Other the Another here in our second game. Picks and bans very similar. Maman, Brigitte, Heimdall, and Thor going to get banned away on the side of Other the Another. Team Seagull will ban away the Vulcan, keep that one out of the captain's hands on the opposite side, as well as taking the Cthulhu and the Medusa, strangely enough, to be banned away.
Instead, now it's Jormungandr in that first slot, and Jormungandr, similar to Fafnir, has seen a change to his auto attacks recently, now getting the full benefit of in-hand auto attack effects. So you can go for full auto attack Jormungandr solo with something like, I don't know, Demonic Grip and Telkine's Ring and just absolutely shred. For the most part, we don't exactly see that rushed. Maybe you'll see something like a late game luxury demonic just so you can proc that passive quickly, or late game luxury cyclopean, something like that, but not exactly something that you want to build in towards entirely, especially considering even before the change to his breath, Jormungandr was in a pretty good spot.
Team Seagull, gonna go right back to that dual lane that was doing so well for him in game number 1. Already a tough top 2 for Team Other Another to have to fight into. Fortunately, there won't be that annoying front line of Cthulhu to have to deal with. That one banned by Team Seagull initially out there, but Obsidian responded to with a Pele Thoth combination. 2 gods we haven't seen as much of as of recently, but still powerful picks in their own right, Mifflin.
Pele is the queen of the 1-for-1 trade. Go into the Volcanic Lightning and just stick to your target and pray that there's enough AoE damage that after you kill your one, you've done at least enough to the rest of the team that your teammates can follow up and make it work for them. It is surprising to see Pele and Thoth in response to the Emoja, though. Generally, I mean, I am a simple man, and I do not claim to be a phenomenal jungler by any means, but when I see someone who's going to throw giant water walls around me, I think maybe a leap. Maybe something that gets me out of those. Not this time. Same for the mid laner as well. Just, I sure hope someone builds a phantom shell. That's me in the water walls looking around, hoping I turn into a ghost.
That's you doing your Other Another impression. Like, is there a phantom shell somewhere? Maybe.
No, that's oh man, Travolta. That's my Travolta impression.
Oh, okay. Opposite end. Well, somebody who can walk through a wall through his own passive, but won't need it because it will be on the ally team. Will be no Cyrus. Maybe a strong pick to keep away from Team Other Another, though they already had what appeared to be their solo and their jungle, so not many spots that the Osiris could go beyond there, but still just a powerful solo laner. While Equinox maybe not at the same level it was maybe a month ago or so, still a strong item to have for that solo lane boxing, especially not knowing what this Jormungandr wants to go for that starter item.
Yeah, I mean, it still is very scary to deal with. Having Equinox proc on wave, too, means that you are just healing constantly. If you go Death Toll on top of it, you're healing just so much in the first few items. And Jormungandr doesn't exactly have great ways to create distance for himself. And with Sickle now piercing minion waves, you can just apply that poke the entire time, group the waves, you can heal up on it, and stick to that Jormungandr and keep that damage up.
Those 2 guys don't go through walls either, Mifflin.
I mean, why? At this point, why would you?
They're gonna bunker it down. They're gonna say, "I dare you to throw a wall," and then we're just gonna kill you inside the walls. Maybe that's the strategy of Other Another. Is just beat them at their own game.
I sure hope he misses his ultimate. me if I'm on Team Other Another right now. Man, no. Sure hope that doesn't cage me in.
Tiamat Susano as a response though for Team Seagull. We've been seeing a little bit of Tiamat. We've been seeing a couple of different build paths, or at least I have been watching some of the rank scene from some of the EU and even some of the NA players. Is that there's a few different ways that this Tiamat goes. Sometimes you just go into traditional proc style of build, you get your tablet, you get that Book of Thoth, get going online, no big deal. And then I've also seen some of the sigil routes that they've been taking where you just become a tankier mid laner.
Yuck.
It is like the most horrendous first 15, 20 minutes of gameplay until you get your sigil upgrade and get a couple of extra damage items, because you just don't do damage for like half the game.
And here's the thing about how even if you go for the traditional Tablet of Destiny's build, proc item Tiamat, you're still not really doing damage for the first half of the game. As a jungler who's been grinding ranked this year and have had the opportunity and privilege of playing with hundreds of Tiamats, I hate it, man. I hate it so much. I roll up to your lane at level 3, I hit like 3 CC abilities in a row, and it's just like, okay, well, Primordial Onslaught, he's charging it up, I guess. Like, Tiamat, phenomenal late game, has a lot of damage output, but throughout the early, generally very slow, and especially so if you go for that Sigil build.
Maybe that's a little bit why we see the Susano in response to, well, if you're not going to do damage, I guess I'll do the damage on my own here on the side of Team Seagull, though. Well, to see kind of how the pacing of this game goes. I mean, last game, it was very slow. We saw a couple of small little squabbles, pop out, a couple of fights here and there, whether it be in the lane, in the jungle over by that Bull Demon. But not a whole lot really breaking out until around that 10, 15-minute mark is when the game really started to kind of break wide open. What kind of pacing do you imagine that we see for these two teams here in Game 2, Myth?
I mean, Team Seagull set pace pretty early in the duo lane, so I think a lot of the action and lead likely to come from the duo lane if Team Seagull has their way. Yamoja and Charybdis together just have so much pressure output, especially considering they're laning against the Geb, who since 2012 has been the god of lose lane, win game. Hasn't exactly had that win game part of it for a few years now. Still pretty decent, good initiator, great job at keeping your front line alive, or maybe even a Pele with a Volcanic Lightning, just throw a Stone Shield on her and trust that she has the damage. But the first 15 minutes for this Geb, not exactly fun for him.
We'll see if Team Other Another can bounce back here in game number 2, or will Team Seagull be able to get themselves the 2-0 and move on to face Idavia in their next matchup. We'll find that out. Here in game number 2, it's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug back once more to bring you the action onto the battleground. It will not be a Sigil Tiamat. Thank goodness for maybe both of our sanities and for the sanity of every player on the Tiamat's team. When I was seeing it, it was mostly EU mid laners who were running it. So maybe glad to see that they're not going to be holding that same tradition as some of maybe their ranked competitors out there. Maybe it's just a ranked thing, though. Like, maybe they're just like, I want to stay alive. I can't trust any of my teammates. I want to stay tanky and then do damage late game. Maybe that's the mentality that they had with that kind of a build.
Maybe, but this is a team of buddies competing for charity, and so you got to think they've got some trust between them. Team Seagull going to go for a standard start, as will Team Other the Another. I wonder, though, looking at all itemization across the board, largely standard. It's going to be Blackthorn again for average Kuda. Gagovsky happy to continue down that Jotun's Hydra's tree. True jungler through and through. 13 years or so this game's been playable, and no one's going to stop us junglers from going Jotun's Hydras. I know there's this new age Blackthorn stuff, but you can't trick me.
And we saw for a brief little bit where Blackthorn was the go-to, but there were still some junglers stuck in their way. Go for the Jotuns, go for the Hydras. You get that immediate massive influx of cooldown and damage right away, but it seems that's where going to be Gagovsky's going. We're on the opposite end, like we mentioned, average Kuda going towards the Blackthorn. So going to be tankier to try and stay alive up against the Susano, make it harder for him. Kind of 100-0 combo along with Dutcher there. And we do see more of the proc style build that appears to be coming out from Dutcher's end, going in towards that tier 1 book right away again.
Yeah, seems to be a favorite of Dutcher throughout the entirety of this event. He's been a massive fan of just having those proc effects available to him. Other than Other should have advantage himself in that lane once he gets back to base, finish up that first item, the poke potential of Thoth. It is just untouchable. Average Kuda. It's a dangerous spot he finds himself in, but fortunately for him, no pull from Gagovsky. Means he should be able to make himself scarce, but where do you go from here? So low HP, you don't exactly want to fight over that mid camp. Instead, rotation over towards the soul lane, maybe?
See both assassins heading over towards the solo. Try and fight over that Serpent. That one will go the way of Team Other the Another. A little bit of a bailout from Klino. Needs a little bit more just to keep them away, but still fairly healthy, and with a tier 1 tower and extra caution backup. Means Team Other Another aren't going to be too worried about the pressure Team Seagull's putting out.
Yeah, both mid camps still available. If those mid laners find the opportunity, excuse me. Dutcher makes short work of the right one. Thoth not even going to try on that left, so farm advantage again to Team Seagull, collecting a bit of that neutral on board. And if Dutcher has his way and stops Other the Another from rotating over to that left-hand side, maybe we could see Gagovsky make a rotation, try and force a fight there too.
Seagull gonna stun out Lino.
He should be okay.
From the little lurk there, but we'll still be able to get back to the tier 1 tower, so no problems over there. But already starting to see the pressure of the Osiris. Not going into what we maybe expected right away for a build. It is Axe into that tier 1 cudgel, so maybe a Frostbound Hammer for Seagull right out the gate instead of what
it's Blackthorn, man. It's got to be.
You think? We've been seeing a good bit of Frostbound ever since its buff, where you essentially just get to keep it constantly applied to
Basically
enemies.
permanent, yeah. I mean, Frostbound's fine, and it's got similar stats in that you're still getting a massive HP infusion. But I'm a Blackthorn fanboy in the Soul
good.
Lane specifically. That item is just in a really good spot right now. Don't see this too often. Geb getting a bit aggressive in the lane. Just rolls himself forward, but has he done too much?
Stunned down, uses Stone Shield onto Lodris to keep the carry alive and healthy. Will now box inside of his banner. Perfect spot for him to be, but starting to lose out on that trade, and they've now separated themselves in a Riptide. Catches him out, pull just off the mark and takes the Riptide. Maybe not the most ideal gank going for the jungler, but might just get the job done at the end of the day. Thanks up with Revolution, getting that final in hand. And a triple knockup there from Kuda, caught inside of the River's Rebuke. Maybe a nice little pick on the Geb. Can't roll fast enough away from Gigovski.
I'm going to go ahead and do it now. Take a peek at the relics. It is Shell in first slot, so probably going to pick up that Phantom Shell sooner than later. Infrared learns his lesson this time around. Unfortunately for him, nothing you're going to do about it the second he ticks over to level 5. Tough stuff. And that's Team Other Than Other, again, choosing to get aggressive themselves. That was an aggressive rollout from Geb into the enemy back camps, essentially, while their own camps were still available. So now you're in a position where your ADC doesn't get the farm from the green buff, purple invaded. Things looking not exactly great here. It's dire. I got a bad feeling about this.
We're already 1,300 for Team Seagull. 4 minutes in. Revolution feels so comfortable that they can stand at the enemy tier 1 tower by themselves while their dual laner is clearing out the shield buff at this stage of the game. It can also just full clear the wave. There is no fear on Team Seagull's side. Maybe a little bit of fear should be there for Team Other Than Other after stepping up so far into enemy lines.
Maybe, but I mean, the dual lane's still not even level 5 just yet. Infrared UK and Lodris really lagging behind in farm. Initiation onto Seagull, but he's sticking to the Pele.
Average Kuda under half HP. Bailed out by Other Than Other's rotation in on the Thoth. Get level 5 in the duo off of this wave.
You sure?
They're not.
Yeah,
They're
these guys
still
are
behind.
broke. These guys are broke.
Well, maybe a kill onto the Thoth.
Ooh, too soon.
Gagowski goes for the Typhoon, but the bull over the wall. Dutcher gets a kill on Other Than Other. All the damage ahead by Gagowski and the finishing touch by Dutcher.
I mean, it's ideal play. That's the only way you get active as Tiamat there is Minotaur over the wall, but tough stuff for Other Than Other, who calls out the early TP from Gagowski. Says, I'm not dashing into your ultimate. You can't trick me. Unfortunately for him, punished regardless. And even with Gagowski early popping his own ultimate, not even finding the knockup, I mean, the damage is just there. Simply a oh no yucky situation, I think. I mean, Other Than Other, the guy himself, not the team, that is just so disappointing for him.
Tried to big brain the enemy jungler. Did so.
I mean, he did it.
And then Dutcher walked by and snapped his fingers and said, that's GG for you. Gets a nice little kill there. Adds number 3 to the column for Team Seagull. 1 kill apiece for the support mid and jungle of the squad. It's already starting to get a bit dicey. 2K up plus for Team Seagull just in gold. And we've already talked about some of the XP leads that are popping in. 4,000 at this stage of the game. A lot of that coming from duo, 2 levels up each there. Mid lane, 2 levels up. It is becoming barren wastelands for Team Other Than Other to try and scrape some XP and gold back in.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of deja vu, but second verse slightly faster than the first. Kills rolling through for Team Seagull. Bull Demon, easy pickup. Pings the rotations, but no one headed their way. And here's the thing, man, Lodris, you just don't win that fight anymore. Massive item diff. Devours not only more stacks for Veyron, but actually finished to the Cursed Gauntlet for Lodris himself. someone's going to have to bail out that duo lane if they're going to want a Hachiman at a reasonable time in this match. Team Other Than Other needs to send some sort of stimmy package over towards them. But I'm not even certain that average Kuda can do a whole lot.
Gonna try and get some damage on the
Oh, they got him.
Emoja. 2, 3 ultimates used, and that will get the job done. River, though, catches out 2 of them. But no follow-up from Dutcher on the Tiamat to get any further than that. So at least 1 pick for Team Other Than Other, but as mentioned, it took all 3 ultimates to do so. That's Volcanic Lightning, that's that ultimate from Infrared as well, and that Final Judgment to help seal the deal there. Lodris, you didn't win the 1v1, you certainly don't win the 2v1. Gagowski, quick rotation to duo. I'm not even going to say to bail out Veron, just to help Veron bully his opponent.
You know, I'm the type of guy, though, to be getting absolutely decimated in lane, and then the jungler shows up, and I'm like, you needed so much help, you know? I'm losing the 1v1 handily, haven't even landed an auto attack, but it's like, you needed the help, and it's a moral victory.
Slows down 1, Typhoon gets a knock up onto Kuda, takes them down with the help of La Revolucion, now Infrared in the middle. Does not have that Cataclysm available. Triple knockup is nice, but not nice enough. Dutcher takes down Infrared. Gagowski able to get themselves out of the fight. Not quite there from Other Than Other to seal a kill.
Other Than Other doesn't seem to be all too concerned with La Revolucion walking him down. Having a bit of fun jumping. Fortunately for him, Dutcher's left, because he would have just died and maybe still can. Playing with his food, I'd say, is Dutcher. Says, look, if you want to kill Other Than Other, do it yourself, and it nearly happens. La Revolucion finds all but one of his abilities. Maybe if you're Moja in this position, you can go for a luxury damage item in 3rd slot. Like, you're feeling pretty tanky. Prophetic's getting some decent stacks on it. Why not? Why not just grab like a Divine Ruin or something like that?
Yeah, I thought it was just going to be sit at tier 1 tower, throw a few in hands, get some of those extra prophetic stacks. No, La Revolucion was going for a kill. He just happened to get stacks along the way. It's already starting to become so difficult for Other Than Other fight in. You look back down, it's already another 4,000 gold up total for Team Seagull, pushing nearly 6,000 experience. Myth, this might be a hard one to answer. What does Team Other Than Other even do to fight back at this point?
I don't know. It's looking ominous. Oh, Lodra stashed in the wall. No space created.
No ult from Veron?
And here's the thing about how Charybdis ult also got a change. I know we talked about
really good.
The CC immunity change in our 3rd ability. Veron's ultimate comes out essentially instantly now, or at least it feels like it. Could really catch people unaware with the damage, but...
You need so much help, Veron. You need so much help for that kill. You needed your support to bail you out of that one.
Yeah, for real. Oh my god.
Oh, now Klino's got to get out. He sees Gagowski around the corner. He's like, you need so much help too, man. Just everybody needs a little bit of extra assistance to get a kill there, but it's working out really well for Team Seagull. Blue buff not there to try and steal away for Gagowski this time, but getting that ultimate out of Klino, already a big win for him.
It is. It's looking mighty dire. And I'm not saying that someone gave me the script and I got to read it and I read every single passage and it didn't just have my parts in it. I'm not saying that.
And you read the Spark Notes.
I read the Spark Notes. I wrote them, okay? And I didn't feed the book to ChatGPT and have it write a report for me or anything like that. But the writing might just be on the wall. And Team Other Than Other is going to need a massive change of pace here to find any way to get back to an even state, let alone a winning state. I think it has to start with average Kuda. I need to see average Kuda make a rotation to a side lane. So far, it's been largely reactive play from the Pele, whereas Gagowski, I'm going to try and follow him. Maybe I can catch out an overextension from Team Seagull. I think at this point, you just have to throw something at the wall and hope that it sticks. And if that's a rotation over towards Charybdis, not recommended. That god's incredibly safe, but if it needs to be that, do that. Maybe even a rotation over towards Seagull, who has essentially gone, at this point, relatively squishy with the build. Frostbound, Prophetic's delayed defenses. Frostbound, I mean, a little bit of HP infusion, but not exactly a true tank item. Once Seagull gets 3rd, 4th item slotted, you're going to feel like he's unkillable. So punish him now is my thought process, but even then, distracted. Stygian beacons up. got to group up there.
3 standing on the point for Team Seagull. Most likely should be able to cap that beacon. Don't see too much from other another to really fight back into this one. And here's how you know it's starting to get a bit grim over in the duo lane for Loaders. Not only has he had 2 rotations of 2 people to make sure that he goes down under his tier 1 tower, he's also an entire tier 2 and tier 1 item behind Veron. Just now finished Executioner for Loaders. Meanwhile, Veron has the Executioner, has that tier 2 charge bow, and in the Light Blade tree again already. But now we have a group up over this Bull Demon, likely one of the last ones that would be able to be fought over. A pick on the Revolution would be great for the team, and even better for Logis to try and get back in there. A nice pick for a team other than another, but all that fighting in a 5-man rotation for Bull Demon, no one stopping Veron from potentially just sweeping everything away on the left side of the map.
Surely he doesn't knock down the tier 2 tower. He might have been able to. Instead, rotation towards Gold Fury. Team other another absolutely knows this is pulled. Oracle Vision afforded to them. Damage not exactly fast. 50%. Rotation real slow. Average Kuda. He said there's no way I get there in time. I think he might have been able to.
I wonder if he even knows it's there.
Has to. They had Oracle Vision.
Well, true. Or maybe it just faded away right at the very end. Didn't think they would stick to it, but has plenty of damage. Do they have the chase down? Another gets the dash kill on Gakowski. Veron pops Ziggs, goes in with the ultimate, pushes him away, gets the stun, and the reset of the ultimate to keep up the immunity.
Hold on.
Another needs to land this evade and punish shot.
Why is he juking?
Has
Just
the
walk.
damage, misses the ultimate, doesn't get the shot. Veron lives through it all.
Whoa.
Maybe Logis goes in, but he's stuck in the
Grow up.
whirlpool. Now he can't get anything done. Veron lives through it all. Another dash in, another finally gets the pick that they've been aiming for, but it's Dutcher to punish him after Lodris has stepped too far into the jungle. And one more tick of damage, and Seagull rotating from solo to get the final shot.
I mean, they shut down Veron, which is important. I do not want to downplay the accomplishments of team other than another, but I just can't think it was worth the investment, all right? And again, not a banker, not an accountant, don't know anything about it. My money management skills are subpar at best. That just does not seem like a worthwhile trade to me. And, yeah, I've just consulted the Council of Analysts, and they agree. So, team other than other, going for a moral victory. You know, not all victories can be quantified in gold and experience, where it's not always about the tangibles. Sometimes it's about the X factor, and team other than other's got something going on. Not unlike Stacy's mom.
Wonder how many people
Get that? All of them, I hope.
I hope so. I hope we're not at a point.
I'm 26, man. I'm young.
Yeah, I know,
Oh, God,
you're-
I'm not young.
No, you're.
I'm getting old.
Oh no! Wait, you passed the 25 mark.
I'm pushing 30.
I'm already at 30.
Sorry that happened to you, man.
What are you on about?
Jeez.
Oh man, Smite happening right now for Team Seagull. 6K up.
Happening at team other than other.
Yeah, they're kind of getting to experience Smite played around them and at them at the moment.
Oh, this could be good.
Gauss getting the 1v1. It's not going well for Susano, but a wide shot right from Average Kuda misses
There it
out.
is.
Knockup's good. Gagowski's down. What about the fight after? Not much to be had. Tiamat level 16. Doesn't have those stacks fully online for Book of Thought or that tablet just yet, so not quite at that stage of hitting hard.
No, it's going to be a little while. Has some defense stacked up, though, so should be allowed to stick around in those fights for a good long while, work on getting some of those stacks up. Seems to me team other than others' paradigm shift here is that they're just going to try and force 1v1s and trades anywhere they can find it on the map and hope they catch Team Seagull unaware. And so far, it's worked out pretty well. That seems to be the MO of the majority of high-level Pele play regardless, so plays well to the composition. I like this mentality switch-up.
As the beacon's about to spawn back in here shortly. It's a whole lot of fighting happening in mid. Phantom Shell bails out the mid laner on the other. Thankful that that's there. Can the Geb make it out? Infrared still alive. Pele in the middle of 3 gets a good knock-up. Some good follow-up damage as well. Team other another starting to funnel back in. A couple low health bars though. They will want to be careful, especially Infrared UK on that Geb. 200 HP. Typhoon charged up. Who do you throw it at? It's over towards the middle. Pull back the one. And Lodris goes down in an instant.
Whoa!
Final Judgment clips one, but it's not enough damage. And guess who wants to crash the party himself? It's Seagull for the squad. Dive in on top of another. And the tether's not going to be there to get the stun out. Instead, it's Kagowski trying to go for the kill. Good stone shield from the Geb keeps them alive for the time being. And the tier 1 tower stands as well. Because now Kalino has rotated into the fight. And Bayron trades his life. Takes out another with one final shot with his dying breath.
Man, gotta think Other could have like stayed a little bit further away, being the longest range god in Smite. Instead, barrel stuffs and pays the iron price there. Team Seagull, 1 for 3 or 4. Excuse me, that was a long fight. Trade favoring themselves. Toss a tier 1 tower on top of it, and perhaps a Stygian beacon as well, and it becomes a little bit more clear how much of a massive team fight win that was for Team Seagull. And that Tiamat, deceptive damage. Kalino's not exactly the tankiest man on the map right now, but you'd think he'd have a little bit more base magical defense just by nature of being a level 17 Guardian. Not the case. If Dutcher's nearby, Kalino might as well not be a tank.
Kalino's mimicking the build of Dutcher as well. Only difference is there's a sigil for Kalino as opposed to the conduit gem for Dutcher. But not going to quite put out the same levels of damage. I think you're right to say, the defense is a bit higher just naturally for Kalino, but Dutcher's just going to be hitting a little bit harder here on this Tiamat. Team Other, they were down about 6,000.
Might be tankier, too, on Tiamat, half the time.
In the quadrupedal stance, most likely would be a bit tankier there, especially if you can get a couple of those scales up. Revolucion, the eye of interest for Team Other. They get the River's Rebuke out of the emojis, so that's a big win for Team Other. Do have that Phantom Shell back and available if they needed it for the next fight, but that's a big cooldown from the Emoja. It's not going to be there for another almost 2 minutes.
Team Other playing with unbridled confidence, just grouping up and sieging on the left side of the map. Presence of 4 has been shown. Maybe could try and position for that Gold Fury instead of TP over towards the right. No. They're maneuvering the map as a concentrated death ball, but no death to deliver unless the enemies decide to dig in their heels. La Revolution considering a Primal Fury defense here. But it's going to be a soft one. You haven't got your ultimate. Steal potential is really low with a Thoth on the other side.
Here comes the Osiris, maybe. Another's team.
Did he dash in?
The Primal Fury,
he just dashed in.
Another Riptide back. Stone Shield plus beads bail him out. A risky play from Other. Maybe a bit of a misinput dashing that direction, but gets some bailout. Unfortunately for him, cost him his beads and maybe a bit more. Stunned out on the back under the tier 2 tower. With Dutcher nearby, Gagowski as well. Could have been dangerous if they were just a little close to that mid lane.
That's a lot of poke already. Kalino doesn't show himself just yet. I believe he was able to get around that corner before he's on the line of sight of Team Seagull. Otherwise, he would have been in the crosshairs. Team Seagull, they're taking a casual pace to the late game this time around. I think with this kind of lead, though, a group up in a fire. Fear beads.
Man.
Fear beads from Lodris. Mans is scared.
He just looked him in the eyes, and that was enough to scare him.
I mean, not only is it a fear beads, but it's a late fear beads. So, like, he would have been boosh beadsing had he been hit, but it had already whiffed. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Point I was trying to make beforehand was Team Seagull can just go group on Fire Giant and force a fight. And Team Other, having watched them play now for roughly 40-some-odd minutes, I think are going to respond one of two ways. Get hyper-aggressive on the Fire Giant defense and put themselves in a position that Team Seagull would favor, taking the engagement, or Team Other would try and split push, but with Tier 2 towers still standing in every single lane for Team Seagull, I think a Fire Giant for Tier 2 trade just kind of bodes well.
This is a very peculiar build path for Other.
Oh, you don't like the Rod of
Spear
Tahuti
of
third
Desolation, Charon's Coin, Rod of Tahuti, and then what should be a Staff of Mirrodin immediately after.
You don't like all of those items individually?
I do like all those items, but this is just maybe a bit bizarre to see them all onto a single character. I mean, you're going to be max percent pen cap. You're going to get that 40%. You got a little bit of flat pen with the passive end. That first item, we'll see how it works out for the team. 3 of Other rotating over to the left. Phoenix, meanwhile, Seagull's team gonna go for Fire Giant versus Rebuke, catches out Infrared. Klino sitting on the back end of the river. Infrared trying to get away, but taken down by Dutcher and Gagowski. Fire Giant stopped for the time being, and that's a win for Other Another. Maybe a little bit more. Klino rotates to the backside, but Dutcher has got the double kill. Primarily onslaught, good damage, jumps in place and over the final judgment. Not much else that Other Another's got going is Gagowski and Veron take down 2 more, and it's only Lodris left alive, and he's already used the horse to run away. And guess what? You don't got beads this time, Lodris. You can't get away from the pull of Gagowski. Double kill for the jungle. Deicide for Team Seagull, and not a single life lost as they go for the fire.
Unfortunately, I was wrong about the Fire Giant defense call. It was a split defense. 2 members of Team Other Than Other try and slow down the Fire Giant. 3 members go for the siege. A TP from Seagull essentially sheepdogs the entirety of Team Other Than Other into the waiting maw of what can only be described as the wild animal of Team Seagull, or several wild animals. And they just clean them up, man. Fire Giant on all 5 and a mid-Phoenix to boot.
I'm so used to seeing Fire Giants go down so quickly these days, Myth, that I got thrown off that there was a giant laser beam slamming from the sky up against La Revolution. I almost forgot that was even a mechanic of the new Fire Giant, but so be it so. Fire Giant for all 5. 2 chasing down Veron. Throw a little, maybe a little 180 if they need to, but he's going to get pulled away. Gagowski able to bail out his hunter for the time. So both of them should make it out of here alive. Unless Infrared can find a big cataclysm on one of them. I think that Team Seagull, in fact, wait, Gagowski's just going to 1v2? Maybe get a little bit more. Final judgments there. I think a bit off the mark even from Other Another. He's got Klino to bail him out for 1 kill. So kill on the jungler, good. But here comes the Revolution on the Yemoja. Just throw it on Riptide. Riptide another one. Make sure Infrared has nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Locked down by 3. And his health bar dwindles away as Dutcher picks up his 6th kill of the game.
Team Seagull crest the 20 mark on the kill column. They make it look real casual. Gold approaching 11, 12,000 now. Runic Bomb in pocket. Mid-Phoenix already removed and only 1 tier 2 tower standing between Team Seagull and the last of the exposed birds of Team Other Than Other. Base defense is actually very strong for Team Other Than Other. Anytime you've got a Thoth on your side, you've got pretty decent odds at just holding things down on your own tower line. But it seems to me Team Other Than Other unwilling to leverage that playstyle, unwilling to show any amount of give. They only want to fight neutral territory. It's not recommended, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it's the play they've chosen.
It's worked out for them a couple of times, but it's also been way more than a couple that has worked against them on that play style this game. 20-7. Team Seagull with a 13,000 gold lead up.
That's good.
Over Team Other Another. And this is a very important stage of the game to have that big of a lead. We're not sitting, 35, 40 minutes in when everyone's 6-slotted. We have players that aren't even 6-slotted yet on the side of Team Seagull, who will now push into the Phoenix. 4-man split, 1 over in the middle. And that will be the jungler for Team Seagull, trying to distract Average Kuda for the time being. He's not getting poked out. Clean up by the double knockup. Veron low.
The chase.
We'll have to go for the reset as Jormungandr chases away with that World Serpent. Veron jukes out some of the damage, landing in immediately. Doesn't have the stun available. Can Veron survive against the fight? He's got some bail on the backline. Klino is at half HP. There's Rebuke for a bailout as well. Gagowski takes him down all the while. It's Seagull in the backline of Team Other Another, zoning them at Phoenix.
Yeah, Dutcher was helping out too, just making sure nobody's willing to walk forward. Other Than Other barely survives the primordial onslaught. Can't say the same of the Phoenix. That's going to fall down quickly. And even on the right-hand side, Miniwave's already starting to push into the bird.
Man, Veron was almost dead like 20 seconds ago. Now back to nearly full HP. Lifesteal plus Fire Giant. Gagowski dies. No, the has to die. The heal comes through just in time. Dashes away, gets away from Kuda, but goes down to Other Another. So, a nice pick once more for Other Another's team, and by Other Another himself. Gagowski already didn't have the Fire Giant. He died earlier, so it's not like they picked another Fire Giant buff off of someone. It's just a kill onto an over-aggressive Gagowski.
All 3 Phoenixes down. Titan 50%. Fire Giant spawning within a minute. Team Other Than Other struggling for farm. Yeah, man. Whew. Sheesh. FF?
It's feeling like that point in the game almost for them.
I've never had you agree with me when I've called for an FF. That is a career first.
This might be one of the only times you've asked it that I can fully just agree and say, yeah, this is probably, yeah. I mean, 3 Phoenixes down. Well, I guess 2 Phoenixes down, mid one on its
big
last
respawn.
leg.
Things are looking better.
Hold on now, hold on. that Phoenix is back. We might just be back in this one.
The opening thread.
We've seen teams come back from 3 Phoenix now. We've seen teams come back from multiple 3 Phoenix wipes. But those are tall tasked and slim odds, and also usually made up of some of the strongest mental fortituded players that SMITE has ever seen to make a comeback like that. Team Other Than Other really going to have to bunker down in their own mentals to try and keep this one back in. Catch somebody off guard on Team Seagull, someone stepping too far out of line. They've gotten Gagovsky a couple of times doing so, but you need more than just the one Susano to make it back in this game.
Yeah, just got to lock in. Focus up, says JMac, and I agree. Team Other Than Other do exactly that, and maybe 2% odds. The outcome of this game becomes a bit more questionable. Until then, though, it's going to be a uphill battle as they try and keep these minion waves out of base while simultaneously contesting the Fire Giant. It's a back from Klino, but he's got teleport available should the fight happen around the fire itself, and it seems to me unwilling to give up Fire Giant.
Oh, whoa.
Where'd he go?
Gagovsky?
Oh, it's still
Solo
happening.
kill in mid against Average Kuda. Seagull's literally just chasing Lodras, who lost like all of his health in a poke war against the Tiamat over a wall. That's not an ideal target. Other Than Other also low. Primarily Onslaught completely Aegis, but still has the Ruination after. Dutcher picks up a kill this time. Klino, World Serpent out just to save his life, but it's going to be
back.
A 3v5 defense against Team Seagull at an already weak Phoenix.
And the TP in from Seagull himself brings a healthy 5th to what is now just the front line of Team Other Than Other, looking for a miracle defense.
Well, you've got damage on the Jormungandr, but your Titan doesn't have a whole lot of HP, and you're also now down your support. Team Other Than Other goes down in 0-2. And it's Team Seagull with a dominant game 1 and a little bit slower, but still equally dominant game 2.
The game length was 7 minutes longer, but I would argue much faster pace, way more kills, and much more one-sided from the minute 0 mark. I believe first one was, what, like 4 minutes in, and they just got a kill nearly every minute since then. Team Seagull, proven they're here to compete.
Yeah, I mean, Team Seagull taking maybe a bit of a different approach. You know, whenever you have one player who's like really far ahead in lane, you say, cool, you've got that lane, I'm going to go elsewhere. No, instead, Varon says, yo, let's just get a couple more ganks on this Hachiman, kill him under his tier 1 tower.
Got him.
Give him no chance back in this game. And it worked out well for Team Seagull, able to pull, I think it was 16,000 gold, 17K by the end of that game. Nice little kill lead for themselves, and just nowhere for Team Other Than Other to really fight back in, except for the siege defenses on their Phoenixes when they had their full team available to do so.
You know, for the most part, we saw attempted dives into tier 2 towers and Phoenixes and catching any individual person, usually Gagovsky, off guard. I mean, it only goes so far, and even when they were successful, air quotes successful, it was 1 for 3 trades or 1 for 2 trades, always favoring Team Seagull.
Yeah, Team Seagull came out to play today, and they find themselves a nice little 2-0 here over Team Other Than Other. The next opponent, I believe, is going to be Davey to face off and see who can kind of get in that top 1 seed out there.
Keep me honest. Has that guy lost a set, like, in the entire run-up to this tournament?
For Davey?
He hasn't. Bring the camera back. Give me the single. He hasn't. He hasn't lost any sets.
Yeah, Davey's just been kind of winning over the course of all of it. And stayed winning at least in game number 1, match number 1. We'll see if he can keep winning in match number 3. That'll be coming up in a little bit as well. But, I mean, Team Seagull, they've now got a tall task to go up ahead because now they have to try and be the first team to deliver a loss to Davey.
Yeah, good luck. They've had plenty of opportunities to try. Maybe you catch them today. Maybe they're slipping. Mercury's in retrograde. The sun's been up for a really long time. Maybe it's supposed to be dark by now. I don't know. There's no windows in here. I just don't know.
Now, there's not a single window in this room that can see the outside. I mean, we got like window doors to look out in the hallways, but we don't know if the sunlight is up over here or even over where they're playing at this point.
Yeah, it is a dark day in EMEA for team other than other. Seagull, though, he's having a good time.
Yeah, having a nice one and a nice little win here in game number 2 as well. Again, much faster pace to start this one off. Only a few minutes to get that first blood, and then just constantly running through this dual lane. We saw the adaptation from Team Other Another. They said, all right, the emoji was trouble in game 1. We're going to get the Phantom Shell from game number 2. But it just wasn't quite enough because the Phantom Shell alone is not enough to save the squad. We do have the schedule for the rest of today and into tomorrow as well. Other Another goes down 2-1 earlier to iDavy, and now 2-0 for Team Seagull to take the wins. That means our final matchup of today will be Team iDavy versus Team Seagull. And then tomorrow will be a best of 5 between the first and second seed to see which team moves on to the LAN. That'll be happening in just a few weeks after to join 3 of the North American competitors.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun LAN. I'm sure all these players coming out competing for a great cause, the charity of their choice, but really I think they're coming out to loot the studio, right? That clause of and other goodies just not ever being specified, that's scary. When that LAN starts, I'm going to take all my personal belongings home with me.
Yeah, just lock up your office or whatnot. Make sure that they're not allowed to walk in there at any given point. It's going to be like that day when we walked in. There was just like a bunch of shirts all over the couch, something like that. That's how it's going to feel for them. They're going to walk in and see, oh, can I get that? Can I get that? I want this. I want that. We'll have to see.
That was my phone. They just stolen off my desk probably,
Well, hopefully no one steals your phone, and hopefully you don't go too far because we still got one more set to go. We've got match number 3 between Davey and Seagull right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Smite Content Creator Cup, EMEA, Gormizer, JMac, and we're in set number 3, which, JMac, and I might be getting ahead of myself, actually. Instead, I'll start. How are you? You moved.
It feels every time I sit over on this side of the desk, it just does not feel right. After
because like the mic is like hovering in the wrong part of your peripheral.
It's on the wrong side. I'm sitting at the wrong side of the desk. It doesn't feel natural after doing this for, God, was it 3 years almost that I've been here now?
That's a lot of years.
It just doesn't feel right.
Do like I've done and just always be moving around to different stuff. And then in 8 years, you just like, as long as it's on the right side for the camera, you feel pretty good about it, honestly. Welcome back, though, as we jump into it. As we just saw, Other Than Another, unfortunately, 2 times in a row, boom, boom, loses, 1 to iDavy, 1 to Seagull. So now, Seagull, iDavy, those 2 teams are left. And not only are they left, they are the last of the 3 sets that we are watching today. It's a best-of-3 round robin. And top 2 teams, which, maybe spoilers, I think we know who they'll be, will be competing tomorrow in a best-of-5. The winner will go to LAN. We just got to figure out that pesky seeding. Who's going to be number 1? Who's going to be number 2? The good news is they've left us in a position, JMac, where there won't be, as far as I know, mathematically, tiebreakers because of the way the sets will be. What are they playing for? I'm sure that's something that you're really wondering and really curious about at home. Well, the good news is, the main thing is charity on top of everything else. It'll be based on their final season, and it's only for the teams that get to come to LAN. So of these 2 teams that we're about to watch, of the 3 teams we've watched today, only one of them is going to be getting all of this, but one of them will receive an invitation to play at LAN in July at our esports headquarters in Georgia. Behind-the-scenes tour of Titan Forge Studios, access to the SMITE 2 development, and additional loot and goodies, as well as that big old donation to charity on their behalf based on their final seeding in that Final 4 bracket, which will be 1 team of the 3 we've seen today, and 3 teams of the teams you'll see next week in the NASCCC as they do their final bracket as well, and give us 3 teams of 4 that have made it to their LAN qualifier.
I like the emphasis with the head tilt with each of the SCCC, NA, EMEA.
Yeah.
I almost said a week number. We're no longer in a week. We're now just in the actual qualifier stage. Like,
I do that a lot. Wait, you've just opened my eyes to something like, I know I talk with my hands. Aggro has yelled at me a lot because I'll do that and you can hear it on the mics, and so I had to learn to do it like quieter. I would tap my pen a lot or I'd be like writing and I'd write too loud. But I definitely bob my head around that EMEA
when it comes to just saying specifically letters.
Yeah.
That's when you get the little head bob.
Katie also likes to point out every time I sound like my dad, and it's way more often than I'd like it to be. If we're looking at the way things have shaken out today and the schedule, well, this is where that thing I was going to tell you is going to come true. Because Team Other Than Another has lost both of their sets, they're 0-2, and mathematically that just means straight up they will not make it to tomorrow. So tomorrow we know it's going to be the matchup that we're about to see, Davey and Seagull. The thing is, one of them is going to be first seed, one of them is going to be second seed, and that's what we need to figure out, is who's what and where and how. So this next matchup is strictly seeding base, but it is a best of 3. It is a preview of the finals, and honestly, JMac, given the history and stuff that I've actually seen, sometimes winning today and getting first seed tomorrow might actually be worse for you. I've seen a lot of people who will win the quote-unquote preview match and then go lose the finals. So who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what we're going to see? Are they going to be goofy? Are they going to come in and give us 3 40-minute bangers? There's only one way to find out, and that is in this set. Yeah, well, games.
Maybe we'll get like a peek of it in picks and bans, and then when we actually get into game, we'll see if they kind of solidify that. But yeah, I mean, this is one, easy to spell out. This game doesn't have any major stakes running on it. They are playing for the seeding at this point to see who gets the advantage going into tomorrow, being able to have that first seed position out there. But if they want to have a little bit of fun, not going to fault them for wanting to do so. I think iDavy wanting to hold on to that nigh undefeated, if not a fully undefeated record that he's had so far in his run here through the EMEA, whether that be in the early forms of the group stage, the qualifier stage that was happening over for the region. iDavy has been the team to beat, so we'll have to see if Seagull has brought what it takes today to actually knock down iDavy. It was looking close in the first set when it was iDavy versus Other Another. It was a dominant performance. by the other another in his squad. I think it was, 14-0 Vulcan for the mid laner on other another.
Yeah.
And then other another team kind of messed around a little bit in game number 2. The Kama mid, Kronos jungle didn't quite work out, so they had to kind of bunker down in game number 3. But iDavy's team had gotten their momentum. They kind of were able to get back on their feet and realize, oh, we do have what it takes to win. They did that. Team Seagull didn't take any chances. They just played the smite that they know, the way that they know, and they were able to run through. It was a 24-minute game, and then it's a 30-minute game at the very end of that one. So less than an hour of play for them to take down other another. We'll see if they can use some of that momentum that they had to now face off against iDavy.
And how it works. It picks and bans for game number 1. And what they're going to pick up. Davey, hey, if he gets Ares, it turns out pretty good at that god. His Terra at the beginning of the day was a little more off. Fafnir, I think, got banned a couple of times.
TBD. Terra. They're so scared.
You're so scared.
It didn't even do well. You're so terrified, man. Wouldn't it be crazy if I just pull up the 7
Davey's
of
only got
right
3 support gods, and you're banning one of them?
I tried doing a bit and it failed immediately, so
I
I'm going to move on.
I kept quizzing Trelly, like I would grab one.
Yeah.
This one.
Oh, that one.
And I'd say, what card am I holding up, J-Mac?
Oh, God. That is... All right, considering what I can see currently on the table, there's
so
like...
you can't see it on the camera. You can kind of see it there. I've laid out a bunch of blackjack hands because I got really bored
4, 5, 6, 7.
in the breaks.
He has 8 hands lying here currently. I see all of them, and then there's one with an additional card to actually make a 21.
You can't leave me. I would take a drink of water, and then I'd flip some cards out, and that was my 5-minute break while the ads were running.
I'm going to start by guessing suit. Is it a spade?
It is not a spade.
All right, well, then I'm over. I'm going to go ahead and say
now give me
Now
give me a thing.
Oh, 5 of clubs. Oh, my God!
That's the 5 of clubs, baby.
What?
He got the spade wrong first, but then he got the actual thing. J-Mac.
Dang, wouldn't it be crazy if I just pulled up like the 7 of hearts right here?
That would have been crazy. I also would have laughed so hard if I looked down and the 7 of hearts was on the table.
I didn't think to look at that.
J-Mac, now all of your predictions for at least one you get one good prediction today.
I'm going to picking up a lottery ticket after this.
I was trying to think where I want to lead this. Okay, so Ares is available.
That's an easy pick up for iDavy's squad.
Medusa.
I love Medusa.
Medusa's been pretty good. Medusa's been pretty good. First pick. Do you like her up here?
I don't know if Medusa's necessarily top pick right now. I think that she is a strong pick. The buffs to her acid spray, the buffs to her general movement speed as well, being able to move a little bit faster. I mean, when you throw an extra 10 movement speed on a god, that doesn't sound like a whole lot until you realize that's putting her nearly on par with one of the fastest gods in the game of Mercury and Vamana. Like, those are the 2 gods who had the highest base movement speed, and now Medusa is just right behind them. Means that this snake is going to be slithering pretty quick across the battleground. But in general, Medusa doesn't play like a lot of the other hunters do. She's kind of in that weird middle ground of, do I play her like an assassin and build her with all this kind of ability-style damage player, almost like a mage or an assassin? Or do I play her like a hunter? She sometimes hits that weird middle ground, and right now we've been seeing kind of a Blackthorn Soul Eater combo from her to kind of get her more towards that jungle assassin style of play. So she has some flexibility. I personally like when you just build full blast or red item build for her, get the bluestone out there, and then immediately start going into things like the Crusher, the Heart Seeker, maybe pick up a Fail Not if you want a little bit of crit chance in there, and it just does an insane amount of damage for her. But she's a very flexible hunter in that role. Maybe that's why we see so much priority.
She's been, in the games we got to see her earlier, she's been kind of mix and matching, right? Like literally what you said, where it's just sometimes you grab an item and you're just like, yeah, I'm going to go this way and see what I can do with it. Very good, though, as it turns out. When you've got really high damage, good autos, good abilities, and you can find a build that manages to somehow make all of those even better, yeah, it's going to make you look good all around. I also have to say I now am currently loving what we've got over here because there's a Hebo. And not often do we get to see one. And then on top of that, the fact that it's locked up so high, and this has been a weird dynamic, but it could be mid. There's nothing that says, hey, this is not mid, right? You don't have any other mages. You don't have an assassin. There's nothing that's locking him to mid. Could be in jungle. Could be either. And that ambiguity is something I always have come to appreciate in picks and bans.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this Hebo is into a Sobek Odin now. Odin locked in after the Hebo makes it a little bit more difficult for the Hebo to exist, whether that be in mid or be in jungle. Already, the Sobek is a tough matchup for the Hebo because you throw down that water carpet, sure, you're going to get that movement speed to get away, but lurking in the waters doesn't care about that. Sobek can just chase you ultimate on side of the carpet, and even if you do try and ult away with that crushing wave, Sobek still has plenty of continued follow-up chase. You can go for that pluck, try and pull them back in. But now that you throw an Odin on top of that one, you're definitely not getting out of the cage. Phantom Shell is going to be a necessity for Team Seagull to try and find iDavy with his early composition. And we've been seeing this rise of Shibalanke as well. He's kind of been poking his head out in this event this weekend. And I'm not sure if it's just a player preference thing. I don't know if there was some kind of like shadow buff that came his way. I believe next patch, he's going to be getting a little bit of an extra boost there with the branching bolas being able to proc items, but that's not a thing just yet. So I'm not sure what the uptick rise in of Shibalanke is.
Your future sight is giving you too much. He's going to be great. No, it's been fun to watch in Game 3 earlier. One of my favorite moments so far, maybe the Content Creator Cup. And there's been a lot of funny moments when we do those listen-ins over the first few weeks. And then sometimes when we don't do listen-ins, I'm looking over at you, Hazer. But this Shibalanke, and specifically being able to use the ultimate to like facilitate further damage, right? Your autos go longer now. And seeing it, we've seen not only the long shot autos connect and get a kill, we saw them branch off of a tower to get a kill. Like it was... Turns out Shibalanke, if you in the right hands, pretty good. It turns out Team iDavy, they were the right hands earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shibalanke is still just a fine pick. He's not going to necessarily do anything worse than any hunter out there. Sure, he's not going to have, like, the auto-attack speed that some of the other hunters might, but he does get free damage from his passive. That extra damage allows him to maybe kind of stray away from your traditional style build. You don't have to go the same amount of damage as everyone else because you're going to be getting that for free in your passive. If you do still follow the build, then you will have a little bit more in-hand damage to be able to kind of fight and play along with. So I like the flexibility that Shibalanke affords. Being able to go into Death Soul early makes your branching bolas effectively free damage that you're going to be getting refunded on your mana there all the time. So I like the pick. The Jingwei Ganesh after is what now confuses me a bit. And it's mostly because I'm not entirely... I mean, this does feel like it would just be the dual lane. You throw Medusa in mid, put Hebo in the jungle, Osiris solo. That seems like to be the play that Team Seagull is going for.
Yeah.
But having Ganesh Osiris be your front line leads to me for this to be more of a multi-dive style of composition from Team Seagull and just telling the Jingwei, deal with it on your own. I mean, it is one of the safest hunters in the game, so Jingwei can handle herself no problem in the back line. But this composition, especially with the Ganesh, Hebo, Osiris, just feels like this is a dive in, guns blazing, see if we can pick up any kind of kill. And up against iDavy's team, they've got great ways to deal with that. You have the Sobek to displace this tank if they go too far forward. Now they're even further out of position. Same thing with the Odin. If they jump in a little too far, too many grouped up, drop down that cage, walk away, team fight is over, no big deal. Then you throw in this Kleena, and this is the weird one for me because Kleena's not bad necessarily right now, but Kleena's seen a little bit more success in the mid lane, or when Bluestone was more prevalent, you could build Kleena Bluestone in the jungle and kind of get away with that. I've now also broken away from my analysis to look over because you have made entirely just blackjack hands on your side of the desk.
Yeah.
I know at least one of those is a winning one.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I know at least one of those hands is a winner.
Which one?
The one that has 2 8s facing up, because that's 2 8s and a 5. And that's all I know.
Yeah, that is all you know.
And then there's an ace under one of those too. I don't remember where.
Well, there's not. It's on
no, there's an ace there, but there's also like an ace of spades somewhere. I'm not going to take that gamble. I've already gotten my one win.
This one's my hand.
I know what this card is.
That's the marked card.
Yeah.
Kleena is, like you said, an interesting one because Kleena has been... I guess the way I want to word it is, I don't really care what Dark plays because Dark has been great in the jungle. And Kleena is, like, really good in the right hands. Dark's been really good in the jungle. It feels like maybe it's just going to do good. Maybe that's just what I'm expecting. Maybe I'm projecting bias from earlier set, but you played a Mina Wheelish, and for some reason a Wheelish and Kleena are like this in my brain. And so I just imagine that it's going to go well. But I also know that, like you said, there's going to be some awkward moments, and it's mainly into Ganesh, like, silence, right? Like, that's where it really is going to create some trouble. But aim blue on the Agni, that's a pretty common combination that we've got a lot of. Mentioned the Shibalanke earlier. Like, it just feels like there's a lot of things that iDavy got that iDavy like to play as the team, not just the player.
Yeah, well, is this one that iDavy as the player would also like? We've seen, I think, a little bit of Sobek. I know Ares and Terra are like the two. When we say iDavy in support for his team, Terra and Ares are the two that we always immediately go towards. But I think Sobek kind of falls in similar lines. I think he also may have had a Kuzan bow at one point, but I mean, the Sobek kind of plays very similarly. It's a very aggressive support, so I've got faith in iDavy to be able to land some of those plucks, even if it takes him 1 or 2 just to get warmed up.
And you know what? We'll see if he needs that warm-up as we jump into game number 1 here for set number 3. Again, these are the 2 teams that will be playing tomorrow. It is just the question of what seeding are they going to be doing it in? Who's number 1? Who's number 2?
That's the question we're ultimately trying to figure out. I
was looking at the gods to see if everything landed around where we thought they would. Like, Team iDavy, that was a pretty easy, straightforward one. It was mainly Medusa in mid or Jingwei in mid, and you nailed it. Medusa in mid. Jingwei left to just survive and do her thing.
Medusa going for the Blackthorn style of build once more, so going to be a little bit tankier. Go for the Soul Eater after, so you'll have decent sustain.
And then after
still
that,
just good poke.
It's free pickings.
You're just going to do whatever at that point. I don't believe we've seen much duality just yet out of any of the players. I think maybe a bit of a slept-on item at the moment. Even if you're not building a build path that would utilize the on-hit effect style of the passive that duality provides to you, it's still a 55 physical power item, which is the highest physical power item in the game, as well as giving you just 25% bonus damage on an auto attack. It's essentially just a mini Hydra without you ever having to use an ability. So whether or not you get something like a Bluestone or a Heartseeker or a Crusher to get those extra procs, just having extra damage out there really does boost up the amount of immediate burst that you can provide. And it also stacks along with a Hydra's or a crit proc. So if you crit somebody for 500 damage, your duality proc is also going to apply from that 500. You're going to get 25% of that 500 as extra damage on that auto. So I don't see a world where you wouldn't necessarily want to go that one, but we just haven't been seeing a whole lot of it yet.
All the crit talk has me having flashbacks to Soul last weekend.
Oh, man.
And there's going to be, an early kill. It's Dusher on the Medusa, able to find exactly what you need. A kill, not just a kill in first blood for your mid laner on one of the most coveted picks right now, but against the jungler as well on that cleanup. You take down Dark. That's a huge pickup.
Yeah, massive start for Dutch. You're going to get that Blackthorn super early, and if it was tough to kill the Medusa in the early 2v2, it's going to be even more difficult once she's got an extra 300 plus HP tied to her name, plus the damage. Gagovski going to make a rotation over to try and help push up the dual lane, but there's not a whole lot that you can do to really chase out a Sobek or Shibalanke. At best, you catch the Shibalanke before he hits the CC immune portion of his dash. At worst, you just hit him for some damage and he's already back and safe at tier 1 tower line. So, good on Gagovski to try and help out in duo, but unfortunately, this early in the game as a Hebo, you don't have a whole lot of damage, and your chase really isn't that strong. Maybe a pick for iDavy if they can find the pluck on someone.
And there's the pluck, there's the autos. All you need is a little bit more. Shell used. But I don't know if La Revolution is getting out of there, and the answer is no. The taunt afterward. You had said, maybe Davey would need a little bit of a warm-up to hit those plucks. I think at least the 2 that I've seen him throw out have connected. Dark, though, has to play carefully. There's a wall nearby, so you can just run away. Odin as well, relatively low there for Yor, so fall back, play safe, retreat. JMac, it's 1-1. 300, 200 gold separating these teams. This fight, if there is one, could potentially change much, but Atlas of the Yellow River, and Hebo just walks away.
Hebo's 4th ultimate. That Atlas of the Yellow River. Fight around purple buff. Bit of an invade attempt here by Team iDavy. Gonna come out empty-handed, I think, on this one. Actually, they may have been able to steal that one away. So a nice little pickup there for Ragna, taking that one away from Veyron and La Revolucion. So denying some XP and most importantly denying that buff camp away from the Jingwei. Already a tough early game for Jingwei. Not really the best hunter at early game boxing. Still very safe, but losing out on that buff, that XP, and more than anything, denying hitting that immediate level 5 is so important in these early games.
Yeah, being able to siphon a little bit of that away, and specifically in the duo lane where you already now have a kill. So you get a small bonus. You're up, well, we'll call it half a level for now. It opens up a massive conversation for him. And most of it's around Davies' pluck. If he hits, it's usually going to be pretty good. Jingwei can at least dash away off of it. Ganesh can dash after it, right? But it's only so much you can do to try and disengage. The minions are going to play a big role over here. This is Dark on the right-hand side of the map. Gank seems to be going well in terms of damage, but distance is the problem this time. Seagull is able to make it under tower and doesn't have to worry too much about any more from the cleanup.
Yeah, it's very difficult to gank an Osiris at this stage of the game as a cleanup. Not as difficult to gank the dual lane, though. Davey goes into lurking in the waters, but great ult from Gagowski against the wall. Make sure to clip Davey and pick up second kill for Team Seagull, and that's a start that you want on your Hebo. Not a great early game god. His damage isn't quite there until you get a couple of levels and a couple of items online. So getting one with just that tier 2 Doom Orb, that extra flat pen afforded to you from that item, gives you that extra little spike of damage that you do need early for those kills.
Ever since you said it, I'm going to be completely honest, I've been thinking about Atlas of the Yellow River. And, like, because the joke for Hebo having, you know, multiple ults is because the damage numbers on everything. But, like, Atlas of the Yellow River, you get move speed, you're immune to slows, like...
You slow them.
It's a pretty good ability, all things considered. Like, it's just a simple little rectangle. But that little rectangle gets a lot done.
It lasts for so long. It's like you said, and the combo on me, it's you get movement speed for yourself and your team. You and your team get slow immunity, and then on top of that, you also make sure that they're moving slower so that they can't continue to chase out. And that doesn't seem like a whole lot at the surface until you then add all three together. It's just, here is a giant no-play line that you are not allowed to fight me or chase me on. And it just makes it so easy for his team to either get into a fight, get out of a fight. And the River lasts for so long. It's not like he throws it up and then a second or two later it's gone. That thing sits there for like 5-6 seconds before it fades away. That is so much extra time for your team to be able to engage or disengage in a fight.
It's pretty massive.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7 seconds.
That's actually
even crazier.
That's wild.
It used to be 40% on the slows, too. Or not 40, 50% on the slows. It's been nerfed down to 40 because he was just that crazy. So it's less ultimate-like now. But I'd still say it's 7 seconds. That's really good.
Especially when you start to think about the fact, like, Jungle Hebo, narrow corridors, like, Atlas of the Yellow River is so good at controlling zones. But only in certain areas. And then for the other areas that aren't controlled by that, you just smack them really hard with every other ability you have. The downside is your ult is your only means of disengage in the event that you get caught out, and also you are kind of like you already said it, you're just slow to scale up. It takes a little while to get to the point where you're feeling like you have legitimately 3 ultimates to do that damage. Meanwhile, if Davy's able to connect on any plucks, unfortunately that one we saw kind of thread the needle between the two. There's one. As he picks him up, throws him back. It's Jingwei, unfortunately, for him, so it's not going to amount to much. But that's where some of the pressure is going to rely, and it depends on how they can translate that to the rest of the map. Speaking of the rest of the map, Odin Cage dropped, and it's Yor actually falling back. Dark is getting aggressive. I'm not sure they want this fight. They think they can take the damage of the Hebo. They're going to fall back instead. Dark staying engaged just enough, and he's got just enough gap clear that he's going to throw it out there and gets the kill, exactly what he needs, but he trades it out thanks to the tower. Seagull gets the credit for that one, and now you're back to the standard 1v1, but a jungle for jungle trade over on the right side of the map.
Yeah, here's the problem with Ebo. He's about as tanky as a piece of wet paper that he throws on the floor. No matter how good that Atlas of the Yellow River is, no matter how much damage you do not take damage very well as a Hebo. And spoiler alert for those who are in the loop and the know of what's coming next patch, it's going to be even easier to kill a Hebo. He's going to be so much less tanky than he already is at this point. So getting those reps in now on the Hebo is nice for Gagowski whenever he might not be able to play the Hebo as efficiently come next patch, but yeah, taking a fight this early in, especially against one as strong as Kleena and Odin. I mean, that third ability from Odin, that spear, does so much damage, even ever since the change to the spear took place and it only has the 2 pulses and then the spear toss. You're getting an immense amount of damage. It's like 500 some odd base damage once you have that fully leveled up. That's about half of Hebo's health at this point of the game.
Chunk him down, take him out. Slower over the last couple of moments. I'm wondering where Seagull's going to get aggressive. I would think, personally, that first blood went so well that it would maybe open up more of a conversation in mid. And maybe it is right now. Bull Demon is their main target on the right side of the map. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any contest from it. This is one that's always interesting to see how teams play around it, because early on, losing it is the experience and the gold mainly of just getting it, because like Davies probably placed the most wards, and they've got quite a few in pocket that they're going to have to hold on to. But it's not the biggest deal right now, right? 9 minutes in, you've got like 3-4 wards on the map maybe as a team. And, you know, if I was willing to look and stare and count, I could probably tell you exactly how many they have.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
But realistically, that's not the big gold gain, right, just yet. But you do that again at any point, or if they had delayed it and they were going to pick it up in, let's say, a minute and a half, then suddenly we're having a different conversation. And it's so unfortunate for Davey that it was a Jingwei picked up. That was a very smart pick. It's so unfortunate for Dark to get caught out like that. I mean, just 3 wrap around, and that's that combo you were talking about in picks and bans.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice, easy kill when the Kleena doesn't have defense and it's surrounded by 3. Plus, with Dutcher already having that Soul Eater nearly finished up, plenty of extra damage. Rotation towards Veyron does get that airstrike out, so a little less safety to the Jingwei. But Jingwei is almost never threatened by a Sobek just by nature of that agility and the secondary benefit of it, being able to dash from any form of knock-up and get that extra distance. So if Veyron plays it right, should never feel a real threat in any 1v2 or 2v2 scenario where the Sobek is there. It's the other gods that the Jingwei then has to worry about, the ones that don't have the knock-up, whose dashes are just going to be dealing damage as opposed to trying to displace theirs. So Veyron losing out on the ultimate isn't the end of the world, but probably shouldn't take a boxing match up against Ragnar this early in the game.
Beacon will spawn in. Just a little over a minute. You've got a Fury still standing, waiting. You've got Dark put into the ground for a 4th time this game. Look, if you're going to focus your efforts the way Team Seagull has, there's worse ways to do it, right? Because you have exclusively killed off the jungler at this point. A lot of the times we see the supports getting killed off and that being in trouble, and Davey does have a death, but 4 out of 5 deaths all falling onto Dark. The fact that it hasn't resulted in like a massive experience lead for the Hebo just yet means I want to see a little more out of the jungle. I want to see more from this dual lane as they get aggressive. Right now they're aiming for Veyron. Veyron
one more hit.
Holding on for a little bit, but good body blocks, and specifically very far away so the bullets don't branch, is perfect positioning from La Revolution. And you make sure to stay in a good spot. Unfortunately, maybe overcommitted to that defense. You're baiting, you're pulling your team in. You've got 1 kill off of the ultimate. Yes, you might lose your life, but your team's going to pick up even more. The dual lane for Team iDavy crumble under the pressure of the rotations from Team Seagull. And now they might even want a little more. Seagull is going to go for the slows, the lockdown. You've got Veyron back thanks to that passive. You've got the Medusa. You've got everything you need. It's going to be a Fury pull and a dare to iDavy and crew to step up.
I don't think you want to pull Gold Fury with Aim Blue nearby. He's one of the best damage dealers on the map right now around this objective, and Gagowski is not going to take a 1v1 against Dark. Dark just deals way more damage than Gagowski can return in that immediate amount of burst. So good return fire from iDavy squad to make sure that Team Seagull does not get to try and dare around the Gold Fury at all. Instead, we'll just force them away and get themselves set up for that beacon. Team iDavy does have at least that little bit to fall back onto, is to get some extra structure damage out there. Try and help this Jingwei a little bit, or try and put this Jingwei down a little bit. Veyron has lost their tier 1 tower already off of that previous rotation, so nice aggression from Team iDavy in that dual lane, but I'd like to see that move somewhere else. More importantly, I'd love to see Dark get a little bit more farm. Sure, he's doing a ton of damage to the Hebo. He is, if it's a 1v1 against Gagowski and Gagowski's ultimate is down, Dark is winning that fight every day of the week. But he's 2 levels down. Obviously does have ultimate now, so if they fall into a 1v1 scenario, this should almost certainly go the way of the Hebo. So I'd just like to see Dark get some extra farm online, because only having 2 items up while Gagovski's going for a bit more of an expensive build on the Hebo, it's going to take him a little bit longer to get these items online. Dark's really just fallen far behind, and again, a lot of that is just because of how much focus that Team Seagull has been putting in to stripping that farm away, to, more than anything, killing Dark 4 times so far this game.
How rough is this for Team Seagull? Not too long ago, they won a massive fight in duo, but weren't quite able to get the Fury. So instead, Team iDavy walks up and is going to grab the Gold Fury. They're also going to lose out, yes, on the Bull Demon, but is that really a problem?
Oh,
it's only a problem if, oh my god, yeah, that happens. Holy, the damage from this Medusa. And the fadeaway shot, J-Mac. I mean, a couple of crits going your way, but the fadeaway shot under the tower, deep kill. Now you get the tier 1. You should be able to pick up this Pyromancer of your Team Seagull. And suddenly that Gold Fury, while it is unfortunate, doesn't mean as much to your team because you're going to be up about 4,000 gold.
And Pyromancer in response for Seagull's squad will be at least a good answer back. You get to see a little bit of how much damage Medusa can already start hitting at this stage of the game with only 3 items up. But they are all 3 damage items. Don't let Blackthorn Hammer deceive you. That is a damage item. Yes, you get a massive influx of HP, but you're also getting a good amount of power. I believe it's 35 power to it right now, 350 health, 200 mana there. The passive not going to necessarily benefit you in the immediate boxing match, but it does allow you to kind of go astray from a normal build path because you're not as invested into cooldown or MP5. You almost should never run out of MP5 whenever you have Blackthorn Hammer, so it allows Medusa to stay around longer, make sure she can get an item online before she has to rotate over to a new fight. And you just see the immediate damage that Dutch is able to do. Those Viper shots, I'm just going to say it for anybody out there who plays Medusa and doesn't level that up second, level up those Viper shots. You saw the damage that it's already able to aim blue. So the immediate dot that you get from that plus Bluestone is such a threatening ability in any 1v1 boxing.
I really, now that you've pointed it out, not just the stat synergy, but even though part of the passive for Blackthorn is probably not going to be applicable pretty much at all, that CDR, like for a Medusa, like that's really, really good to have.
Very nice.
I'm starting to understand where this build is rooted in and what it's rooted in. And it turns out the guys picking it know what they're doing. They are, in fact, it is, in fact, a very solid god. I'm just going to keep my eye. I mean, 5-0-1, it's kind of hard to argue against as of right now. We'll see Davey and crew try to do so. Dharmic Pillars get dropped. There's going to be the Shibalanke ult to cut off the lights. Other side around. They force Veyron into the sky, fall back, chase down from Dark. Dark should get this and does, and it will be a dual lane collapse for Team Seagull and a great rotation from Davey and their jungler.
I'll say a perfect bait by Davey and Ragna there, just to keep them in the lane as long as possible, and then they give Veyron that small ounce of hope and safety. Say, okay, Veyron, you've got an ultimate. You can just fly out of here. You fight him a little closer to that purple buff wall, and you can escape, no problem. What they didn't tell them was that Dark is sitting in the jungle, and Dark is literally sitting inside of the wall of the purple buff, just waiting for Veyron to land. Does exactly that. Picks up 1 kill there, and then La Revolucion has no one there as backup, and so it's a 2nd kill for iDavy's team. The team that's been down about 3,000-4,000 gold for the last few minutes of this game are finding those small picks. Are those picks netting them a ton of gold and XP back? No, but it's helping them keep alive, and maybe the most important is keeping Ragna ahead on the Shibalanke. 2-1-2 might not be the craziest of slash lines, but when your team is down 4,000 gold and you have a carry who is escalating their and expressing their path forward into the late game, and probably has a decent bit of damage already to his name. I think it's 9,000 damage is what it takes to get all 6 stacks of that Shibalanke passive. So just another 300 damage, and you're going to have free 30 power now for this Shibalanke.
It's not going to be too hard to get that either.
No.
Really, and now that you've mentioned it, it was 1.5 levels, close to 2. It depends on this next wave, it looks like, for Ragna. But because of that, you look at supports are pretty even. I think Dark actually just technically has a small lead. You're really only finding your deficit in solo, which you're tanky in your Odin. You don't need to be ahead. Your job is to go be an ult bot for a little while. And so a lot of it really does land in mid, and it's a 5-0-1 Medusa that you're up against. Always going to have a pretty good standing. Also now,
Oh no.
over that 9,000 mark, over the 10,000 mark, and then waiting as Davey finds the kill. And now, the true engage from Davey and crew. They're chasing down the Hebo, trying to find the pressure, but you need to go where your carries are. Instead, lockdown, Medusa, trapped in the cage. You've got the damage. You just need a few more autos. You gotta keep this Xbalanque swinging as best as he can. It's separated. The crits are ringing
close,
true,
got him.
but the damage is looking a little bit better for the front line this time around. Double kill for the Odin. Who is calling him an ult bot this time around? He's showing up to make sure every single thing goes right this fight, and so far it has. Everyone escapes on Team iDavy, and they get 3 kills.
Gagazi forced to ult so early in that team fight, man. He was just lacking the damage that he needed to really jump back into any one of these team fights. And oh, the while Ragna sitting there just pumping damage to those autos into the back line of anybody who walks forward. Revolucion, Dutcher, they get picked off. And just more than anything, great zoning with the ultimates by both Yor and Davey. Davey goes into lurking in the waters, forces Gagaski to the side of the fight. That allows Davey time to rotate down into the path and then join the Odin, who had used his ultimate, that cage, on the left side of the team fight. Then put Siegel in an awkward position because he's got to fight around the outside of the cage as opposed to being able to fight into the immediate team fight. And just overall, iDavy's team does a great job of separating that team fight and finding those small picks that they need in order to take down Team Siegel in that one. And again, they're doing this from a deficit. It doesn't look like it much anymore because that 4,000 gold lead has now closed up to only 1K. I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is a dead even game going 20 minutes in where a single Pyromancer, a tier 1 tower, is really all that separates the difference between these two squads. What I'd love to see Team Siegel do a bit more in these fights is not have Gagaski so far up on this Hebo. Yes, you do an insane amount of damage on this god in, I'll say, about 5 or so minutes is where your damage number really starts ramping up. But you got Gagaski, you got Dutcher, such great team fight ultimates, lots of damage, but they're not able to fight together or with the team. They're having to use these resources, these ultimates, so early in the fight that you can't use it on one of the carries or on one of these frontliners who are half HP just walking down your back line.
Well, that 4,000 gold lead has been whittled down by iDavy, and now the kill lead as well whittled down. You get a pluck in mid, immediate damage onto the Ganesh, looking for the closeout. You've got Ragna coming in from the sideline, forcing out the Medusa. Dutcher can't do anything about it now. You've got the 5-stack running them down, looking for anyone they can catch out. Lockdown, just enough, and the knockup saves lives here if you're the Hebo. But it can only save so many. Silence might be massive if anyone wants to step up, but you can't really afford it. Health bars are low, tower dive is there, and the front line is gone. iDavy once again coming out on top here in mid.
And a lot of this fight is coming off the back of Aim Blue and Yor. Yor starts off that fight with the Odin on a cage that immediately gets a Phantom Shell, forces a Hebo ultimate away immediately. Dutcher's forced to dash out and then throw a 180 ultimate that does hit 3 people, but it doesn't stun anybody. And because he's so far away, can't hit onto any of the more impactful players of that one. And then all the while, Dark is waiting in the wings inside of one of the walls just for anyone to step forward because he's got plenty of damage. Davy's zoning.
Davy's a paid actor.
Dutcher does have ultimate. This is
Gagaski?
not a free fire giant.
Gagaski?
Oh, it steals it!
Siegel, take it away. Now you got to get out of here, though. That's going to be the hard part. They at least get 1 kill, maybe 1 more if you can chase it down. Dash forward, 1 more kill, 1 more auto. The Aegis saves your life for a little bit longer, but Dutcher able to pick up yet another. Takes out the duo lane, loses 3, but it's the fire giant for no one as it goes down 22 minutes into this game.
Isn't it crazy how a fire giant got stolen and not a single member has it? Not 15 seconds later, Siegel, he's going to walk down 3. I don't know if he can win this fight. Well, no, never mind. He's got Revolution. The tanks just win the day for him.
Blown away. The front line that collapsed a minute ago comes back and is maybe the saving grace. I mean, what a bloodbath. What a wild back and forth. And J-Mac, technically, Team Siegel ends up a little bit ahead. They've got a little more gold. They were already ahead in gold. It's a small lead, but a lead nonetheless, and that's something to hang your hat on.
We'll have to see what Team Seagull can do now, because having stolen the Fire Giant, that's fantastic for them. They end up killing just about everybody on Team iDavy after, so it's not like if iDavy's team gets fire, then the fight is won immediately after. I mean, that was a moment, and we've been critical on iDavy for his zoning in the past, and I think that was a perfect example of you're trying a little too much and a little too far to go for a zone. Against the Medusa, Sobek is not going to have a fun time. If you can land a pluck and throw him away, sure, that's great. But when you get caught in a situation like that, just easy CC application for Dutcher, dash in, that's a route, sets up for Veyron, could set up for La Revolucion. There's just a great CC chain, but more than anything, no one's paying attention to Gagowski on the Hevo. Once Davey dies in the 1v1 half HP to Dutcher, Dutcher's ultimate has good range. He doesn't need to step inside that Fire Giant pit to try and steal it away. And you can't block a Medusa ult unless you have a wall. That's the only way you're blocking Medusa ult. And Odin Cage ain't going to block that one. So, as soon as iDavy goes down, it just makes it that much easier for Dutcher, mid laner of Seagull, not only to be 9-2-1, by the way, on the Medusa, just to walk up and take that objective.
Yeah, your duo lane, if your Team Seagull, is 0-8, which is not a great look. But when your solo and mid combined are 13-3, suddenly it's a really good look for your team to have. You're pushing left side Phoenix. Lights are turned off, does not matter. The structure is not moving around or wiggling. It will be an easy pickup for Team Seagull. Plus they got that Fury, plus all this gold. Technically in a power play moment, although they don't have the Fire Giant around their belt. And JMac, what was a 2,000 gold lead, balloons out of control into 7,000 25 minutes into this game. Fire Giant's going to come up in another 2.5. And it's going to create an interesting opportunity. Hi-Davy and Squad. And I'm going to call it as I see it. The two tanks did not seem super tanky under the eyes of Team Seagull.
No. Another important thing is that Dutcher did pull beads from Ragna while blinded by the ultimate. Literally couldn't even see him, just threw out the ultimate saying, he's probably somewhere around here. Hits Ragna, stuns him, gets beads because of that, and so now Ragna is down for 85 more seconds without that safety. If I'm Team Seagull, I'm grouping up. I'm rushing right down that mid lane. That's a weak tier 2 tower there. You can even rush down right lane if you want to, because you know that Ragna can't step far enough forward to help on any kind of a meaningful or immediate defense at this point. So, I'd love to see Team Seagull just group themselves up right now, but they're taking their time. Fire Giant's still down for about a minute now before it respawns back onto the map. It doesn't seem like Team Seagull are going to take that advantage, try and push forward there. This is a very proc-heavy build for Dutcher right now. Did finish up the Redstone, goes into Crusher and Heartseeker, last 2 items. Has the full CDR, has an immense amount of pen online as well. That's why the tanks don't seem tanky, is that you're sitting at 40% CDR to spam all of your abilities. You have pen in the build. Via way of having Fail Not Crusher and Heartseeker, and you're also just going to be a little bit tankier and attack a little bit faster for Dutcher because you've opted towards that Redstone, and every single one of your abilities is proccing that Redstone, so you just have such an easy way of keeping that stacked up. It's going to be so difficult to catch out this Medusa.
Now in a good spot. Man, the other thing, and J-Mac, this is me latching onto things that I like about Medusa, but because I play support all the time, I just don't get to experience as often as I would like. Her passive feels so good when you're auto-trading, and it's so much more frustrating when you're playing, I guess in this case, if you're playing against it like Ragnar, because you have to predict, you can't predict the movement you expect. You have to predict her movement, and it's going to be a little different without that full penalty, movement speed penalty. Now, Fire Giant was started as a bait for Team Seagull, trying to pull iDavy and Squad in. They take the bite a little bit, come in, a little bit of poke both ways. Doesn't result in any deaths or major fights. Fire Giant, full health, 2.5 minutes from being enhanced. So depending on how long this dance goes, it could be a very, very crucial fight that we are about to see. And with Team Seagull backing up, and the 28-minute mark approaching quickly, J-Mac, something tells me we might be waiting for an enhanced Fire Giant.
Yeah, I wouldn't pull Fire Giant if I'm these two teams right now. Primal Fury's about to respawn back in as well, so It's a pretty easy objective. You just send Dutcher and Veyron over that way, but if you put both of your carries on that side of the map, then as soon as it goes down, Team Hi-Rez can just pull fire, and it's going to be a while before Jingwei or Medusa can get back. Even if Jingwei goes back to base and flies in with her passive, only been landing around that speed buff, red buff area, so it's still going to take a little bit of time. So you're looking at a good 10 seconds to traverse that direction. Medusa would be a little bit late, so wouldn't be surprised if we just see this long-winded tango here around the Fire Giant for an extended period of time. You're going to be able to clear out some minions on the other side, try and deal with those fire minions. So for most of this, Team Seagull is going to have the man advantage, but right there is the benefit of playing an Agni. Just free range poke. I mean, that was half of Godlike's health with just one combo. So it's going to take a little bit for Hi-Rez to fight back in there. Phoenix is back up, so this is the last fire wave, and so York can now full focus on rejoining the team on this right side.
We'll be able to back and have teleport, but well, having a number disadvantage doesn't mean as much now.
So Hebo.
Dark is just gone, and yeah, I think like you said, just Hebo. And again, your duo lane, admittedly the assists have been crawling up. 13 out of 15 assists on the duo lane combined. So being able to set up properly, what are you going to do for the defense here? Tier 2 seems like it might fall down. Gigovsky, no ult. Has the damage, has the tower now. But the leap away from the Odin, make sure that that damage doesn't really stick or find anything. Fire Giant goes down. Seagull, get it. Just shy of being enhanced. You're unable to get the tier 2, and Gigovsky stays around a little longer to make sure that it stays safe. Davey put down to the ground just as Dark respawns, means a perpetual rolling numbers advantage for Team Seagull as they start their onslaught tier 2 and right. Tier 2 and mid is just a sniff away from falling down. And J-Mac, they're going to have a lot of gold in hand as well to spend.
Some Raven wards as well for Team Seagull. There was 4 of them in pocket for a moment there, so just trying to see if anybody's maybe sneaking around the jungle, if they can go for a safe push up towards mid lane. As good as Raven ward is, I'm a huge proponent of the proximity ward. I think that item is criminally under-purchased when it comes down to the 2 of them. Being able to just drop a ward in the middle of the team fight and be able to get that slow effect onto the enemy is just so potent for a team fight, for any kind of chase as well. But for now, Team Seagull will go ahead and just take the Primal Fury, make their next attempt at a Fire Giant, if they need to go for another attempt after that one. Just that much easier for themselves. But taking that Fire Giant, I believe, just before the timer moves over to Enhanced Window, so not quite going to have that same level of strength as if they would have, if they could have just waited a few extra seconds to get to that enhanced state. But Team Seagull still does have decent siege, having double Hunter, even if one of them is building more ability style for the Medusa. It's going to be a really easy siege for them. They've also got a pretty good gold advantage, so that gold at this point doesn't mean nearly as much. It's only the supports that really have any kind of difference in their build. In fact, La Revolution going for a Staff of Mirrodin in their build. Not the biggest fan of that for Ganesh if you're not building a lot of extra damage, but never a bad thing just to be able to hit a little bit harder. Have that pen, have that CDR. It will make that ultimate first hit do a little bit more damage and the subsequent hits after. Would have maybe just liked to have seen a Spear of Desolation instead. Get those resets, get that immediate cooldown, but I'm not going to question the support that's currently up nearly 12,000, 13,000 up against the enemy team.
Yeah, you've got, control just sitting in your lap right now. Left side Phoenix, all 3 birds still up for Hi-Rez. 3 tier 2s still up for Team Seagull. It's all about the pressure they can apply here. 1 runic bomb in pocket for either team. The more applicable one right now, sitting in Seagull's grasp, I guess is the only term I can think of, and uses it on mid. Massive damage over there. Allows the team to get aggressive on left.
Right,
Odin walls come up and block some of those shots. Keep the tower alive a little longer. And that Phoenix, both of them looking a little worse for wear.
Do have the Bracer down. So a nice little extra boost of damage for Team Seagull when they reinitiate that fight. Also have a great out if they fall a little bit too low in health. The fight's kicking back off again.
damage. Oh my god, before Davey can even react, deleted. Seagull, though, follows shortly thereafter. Gagowski into the back line. Lots of damage, lots to be done, and the cavalry there to come save him. 3 for 2 trade. You still got your Jingwei, though, pumping out the damage from the back line. Gone Dark has to do everything in his power to save this
good
Titan,
silence.
but you just don't have the damage or the time, and game 1 goes over to Team Seagull.
And that silence from Revolution may have actually saved Team Seagull to being able to end that game, because Dark's damage is high right now on this cleanup, and if that claw swipe damage lands onto one of those backliners, that Jingwei's dying, and then would have to fall onto the back of the mid laner to be able to kind of pump that damage out there. So great little silence at the very end, but I think you put it best. At that point of the game, when Gagowski is able to just leisurely stroll into your backline to get to the back of the Phoenix and then is wrapping around back through, you're at a dangerous point in the game to where you either have to focus all your attention to kill that Hebo, or he's just going to completely wreak havoc in the backline. I mean, we saw the attempted 1v1 after where, see the clean a dash over towards the Hebo, and what does Gagowski do? He turns around and with his dying breath throws out a nice little 1,000 damage water cannon right into his dome.
Well, that is just game 1 and a little sprinkling of the taste of what we have for tomorrow in the best of 5 between these two teams. But to figure out, will Seagull be able to confirm first seed? Will Davey push back and give us a game 3? The only way to see is right after this quick break.
Rated T for teen.
Enough talk. Let's fight. Open the gates.
Smash you like a pancake.
Murder and seduce. That's what I do best.
Apocalypse awaken.
Onward to victory!
That's right. Go to smite2.com. Become a founder today. There are 3 tiers. You can unlock all sorts of things, as well as if you've missed out on the last 2 alpha weekends, you'd get access to things like that early on in the game. Cacodemon Ymir, the Nightstalker Neath, J-Max playing with cards. That has nothing to do with the thing I'm about to say, which is the Fallen Zeus skin, Tier 5, as well as in-game titles, Ascension passes, all sorts of stuff that you're going to get, as well as you saw in the ad, all Smite 2 gods forever. That is, and last I checked, forever's a real long time.
It's at least 10 years.
It's at least 10 years. Think about it, and I say this every time this comes up. In the year 2012, I started playing Smite. In like February, I think, 2013, maybe it was earlier, maybe it was a little later. I could probably look it up on my own account. I bought the God Pack. There were 20-something gods in the game. I've not bought a single god since that moment. I spent $30 11 years ago after playing for like 4 months, and then have had just a vast cornucopia of gods to go to since then, because now there's JMac 130 in the game. So get in on it now. It's so free. It's so smart. It's not actually free. You have to spend money, but it is a free decision to go spend that money and go to smite2.com and become a founder today. What else is a free decision?
We would love for you to pick up Smite 2.
Thanks, J-Mac. Let's look at something. Get this guy off my screen, bro. I don't even care what it is. Post-game stats. Yeah, that'll be pretty helpful. 10, 2, and 5. It is not the best slash line today that we have seen, but I'm pretty hard-pressed to think of any other than that one Vulcan game that stand above and beyond it. Just absolute beautiful Medusa game. You've got great surrounding players and a great supporting cast in that case. 0-5, 14 in terms of the assists there for La Revolution, and just a very heavy presence. And while you got some really good fight back from Team iDavy, it is not quite enough to get the win that game. So now JMac, looking at what they did, which admittedly was actually pretty good on both squads, it really just was one fight goes wrong for iDavy and crew, and that really opened up a massive, like that Fire Giant steal, right, is what opens up so much for Team Seagull. They get a left side Phoenix off of that. They get Gold Fury. I mean, they went from a 2,000 gold game separating them with nobody having Fire Giant to a 7,000 gold lead after that. It feels like those are the moments where you can't really, like, you can't say, man, our draft was bad, or I didn't like this pick. Like, yes, the Medusa was maybe a little egregious, but realistically, it's just the play.
The problem that iDavy's team ran into, yes, getting the Fire Giant stolen was definitely one of the bigger problems, especially after they had just gotten the momentum to start fighting back against Team Seagull. But the big problem is that iDavy's team hit the point of the game where they can no longer solo the Hebo. And I think that's a very important takeaway from this, is that up until like level 15, 16, Dark was able to take almost any 1v1 against that Hebo at any given point in the time, even if they were sitting at full HP, just because Clean is going to do more damage than the Hebo immediately in that burst. Once that level 20 hits, once your 5th, 6th item starts coming online for Hebo, you are soloing any assassin in the game essentially, especially if they're not building any kind of defense to their name. You are going to 1v1 every single one of them. And because he hit that stage of the game, if you're not allocating resources to killing this Hebo as a group effort, you're not going to win that fight, and you're probably not going to win the team fight after.
Well, the question of what gets through And who goes where will be answered. Team iDavy takes first pick overall, and first pick lately has mainly been the Medusa. So will they go for it? Will they get Davy's Ares? All of these questions and more on the next episode of Smite, which just happens to be airing right now.
Yeah, right now in pick spans for Game 2. Team Seagull up 1. Team iDavy has been a force to be reckoned with through all stages of this SCCC. I mean, whether that be in the qualifier stage, the early group stage that they were in, and then now here even in this one. So Team iDavy has the potential to bounce back against Team Seagull. This is not to say that one win for Seagull has now completely notched the win column for them, because we saw it happen earlier. iDavy's team goes down 1-0 against another, has 2 good bounce-back games, and is able to win out the set. But we need to see maybe a bit more from iDavy's team, and maybe more specifically some very targeted bans towards Seagull. I think this Medusa is a great one because of how flexible of a pick it is. When you take away something like Charybdis or Jingwei, you know where those gods are going. Unless like Baronica's on a team, you know where Charybdis is going 99 out of 100 games. They're going over to that duo lane. The Medusa has enough flexibility to play in that mid role, in that duo role, and I'd argue, and maybe I can die on this hill alone, I think that Medusa has some jungle potential. Probably not the best out there, but I think that there is some potential out there. So 2 actual roles, 1 role that I like to run it in there. I don't know if anybody else stands with me on that one.
There's got to be one other Smite gamer that does Medusa jungle.
Got to be one, but
if you're in chat, raise your hand.
Yeah, put like a little handy mode that just like, hi, you're raising your hand, or just say like, hey, that's me. I'm that kind of a person. What hand you got there? You got a Jack of Clubs facing up. What do you got hidden under there, Gormizer? Like they're just doing picks. They're just doing bans right now. Are you hitting or are you staying?
Oh, I'm staying.
Oh, that's a 21 there.
21. Yeah, that's the one with the Ace of Spades.
Oh, okay, I was wondering where the Ace of Spades landed. I figured it was under one of the face cards. Or under that 9.
For those of you who are real curious about why we keep playing with cards in the poker chips, and if I guess you didn't
Vegas,
watch
baby.
Set 2, yeah, we're going to Vegas for Smite 2.
Ooh.
And it's gonna be a blast.
HyperX
really
Arena, Las Vegas.
And it's gonna be a real good time. What these teams are playing for right now, though, is not Vegas. This is for charity. 10 out of 10. We like charity. That's all you need to know. And this is what you need to know. Sobek and Maman Brigitte moved? Locked in fact, as it turns out. And again, these are 2 picks that when I see Dark on this god, it's been good. It's just been real kind to him. And you were talking about Charybdis. I feel like you manifested this.
I mean, Team Seagull was playing it in the set before. Veyron really liked to go towards that god. It's got great boxing potential. May not have the best kill potential early in the game, but once you get an item or 2 online, Charybdis really can box into opponents pretty easily because you can kind of alter your build path compared to other hunters. We've been seeing a lot of Devours into usually Executioner is kind of the next item up there. Sometimes we've been seeing out of the Shibalankes, they've been going towards like Griffin Wing. Charybdis doesn't need to immediately dedicate into a second tier 3 right away. We've been seeing a lot of what Veyron has been doing has been Devour's Gauntlets into tier 2 of the Odysseus bow, get that charge bow online, and then just leave it there for some time, and then build the Executioner, then the Kin Size after, and eventually finish at that item, because the charge bow will allow the Charybdis to very quickly and very easily clear out that lane, because one full 3-auto chain of Charybdis technically will proc that bow every single time, because it's auto, and then you just need 2 of the 3 mini autos to then proc it. So as every single rotation of your autos, you're getting those guaranteed procs on it essentially. So it just makes it where she can clear so easily. It clears up the jungle camp so quickly as well. So it's just been a good pick, and I think maybe one of the top hunters in the game right now.
We'll have to see how well it performs in game. Although after last game, I'm feeling pretty confident in it, and I think that is. I don't know if I want to call it an understatement. I'll call it just a statement. It is. I'm feeling confident. It is a statement. Bologna gets locked in. Not a pick that we get to see too often, but one that today has been reigning supreme, right? I mean, silences, especially when you're talking about Charybdis and Osiris, 2 auto attackers who have been doing really well. That disarm becomes a very, very massive part of her kit all of a sudden. And now it's going to be about the control. You've got your soul laners, we've got junglers, got ace support, and you can see that reflected in bans. Kuzenbo, as well as the Ganesh banned on one side, Shibalanke, as well as the Baba Yaga getting banned on the other side. And so kind of hedging your bets here if you're Team Seagull. Who knows where Team iDavy's going to go? Maybe you.
I think you just go back to the Agni if you're Team iDavy
Blue
here.
has been loving that Agni.
I mean, you do have the Momon, so putting double magical out of your mid and jungle, maybe not the best investment. Momon's going to take a little bit of time to kind of ramp up as well, similar to Agni, though Agni I think is going to get there a little bit faster. Wouldn't hate the idea of it, especially considering it is left open, but this could also be Team iDavy trying to flex that pick and say, hey, this Momon could go to jungle, or it could go to Aim Blue in the mid lane. I think probably right now Momon better in the jungle than she is in the lane, and maybe wanting to kind of see what the matchup they're up against in is mid. Now seeing that it is going to be a Tiamat, I think you can safely lock in an Agni, just knowing that you're going to have that range, you're going to have that utility and safety to stay alive there, but could even go towards something like the Thoth if you want a little bit more range as well.
Don't hate
They
me
actually
because
locked it in. Okay, Aphrodite.
Just be mad that
Tiamat,
you're not.
I was going to make a joke because yesterday, and this is your sign to watch whatever it ends up getting called, J Macparty from yesterday, where you can learn the names of Tiamat stuff. And I was going to try to flex that I know their names now totally, and I definitely remember them from literally yesterday.
He aced them on the Jeopardy, on the trivia show. Like, he aced it. You'll have to go back and watch. Like, it was really impressive.
It was crazy because, I normally do the Jeopardy, so, like, obviously I knew all the answers. I felt kind of bad for the other guys, but
he kind of washed everybody. Made them look silly.
Afro support. And in this day and age, when it's not Polar Bear Mike playing it, is something I'm not used to seeing, and maybe not something that I would be as willing to hedge my bets on. But Team Seagull looked pretty good last time. It's definitely going to have some troubles, though.
Yeah, Afro support is okay. I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm not going to say it's great. I'm going to fence sit on this one and say that Afro support is good, but I think it's very heavily dependent on the team comp that you build around it, because Afro is not your traditional CC tank support. Yes, she has a range stun, but that can be body blocked by any person on that team or by one of your teammates for accidentally walking in front of it and now absorbing the kiss instead of the stun actually going through. And she has a knockback / slow depending on which side of the back off you're getting hit by, whether it be attached to your ally or attached to the Aphrodite's end of that one. And because of that, she's more often not wanting to either stick to the one diver on the team or stick to the backline and keep the carry alive. And I think it's very dependent on the composition that is built around the Afro. Serket and Osiris are going to be able to dive no problem with each other. You can stick the Aphrodite to the Serket and have a little bit of success there by keeping them alive. But I'm, in this instance, wanting to keep Charybdis alive. I think that Baron is going to be the strongest player come late game on this team, and you want to make sure to keep them alive and make sure that the immense amount of safety that a Charybdis already has is further amplified by having an Aphrodite. Sure, you've got your Whirlpool form. You've got your Maw as well with the ultimate. But now just go ahead and throw an Undying Love, and now you have an actual Aegis and Beads built into that on top of the already Aegis and Beads that you have with the Whirlpool, on top of the beads that you have built in with the Maw. It is going to be such an annoying dual lane to gank that if I'm this Maman Brigitte, I am probably ganking one time pre-level 5, and then I am never touching that lane again. This is essentially a lane where I have forfeited all rights over to Team Seagull, and that's dangerous because Aphrodite, if you give her time to scale up, becomes difficult to kill. Whoever she attaches to becomes difficult to kill. So I think that is an unfortunate ticking time bomb that Team Seagull have, in that if Aphrodite and Charybdis are left time to be able to ramp up to the late game, it's going to be difficult for iDavy's team to kill them. They have inherent anti-heal with the Sobek, with that Sickening Strike, but there's going to need to be some extra anti-heal built in. Things like Divine Ruin, very easy to apply. Contagions, if you want to go that direction. Pestilences, Brawlers, Beat Sticks, whatever it may be, or upgrading that Executioner Glyph just a little bit earlier. You want to have answers to the Aphrodite right away, because her CC is very limited in the area around her into single target, essentially. So you want to try and be able to dive some of the other people that she can't attach to immediately.
I do, and this is something I feel like we've shouted it out in the past weeks, but deserves a shout out this time around, which is just a reminder that these players are streaming as well, right?
Yep.
If you're like, man, I just really am curious, like, what are Seagull's comms like? What are the presence of iDavy's team? The good news is that Seagull, this is the problem, is when it comes down to it, the names are different. So I'll spell them out for you here as we jump into game number 2. Again, if you win and you are Team Seagull, well, I've got great news. You are going to go to the finals as the first seed. If you lose, then it's still TBD based on that. Seagull, by the way, for those curious, stream SEAGYLLL. So that is
he's got
three.
three.
Yeah, 3 L's at the very end, as opposed to the 2 L's that are in game.
And has delivered 3 L's to their opponents so far today.
I like that. That's actually, if you're trying to remember, that's a good way to remember. And then, of course, there's iDavy, which is iDavy. And let's see.
I think it's a double underscore.
And this is the reason that I decided to start spelling them out, because Ragna is also streaming.
Ooh,
which I just found out. However, Ragna is /Ragna, RAGNA, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underscores.
Ragna, why do you have 7 underscores in your name?
So, I'll be real.
What?
That one might be easier to just click on the SMITE directory and go find.
Why do you have Scream having 5 M's is fine, because it's like adding more M's, you can emphasize that you're screaming a lot more, or the 5 M's, 5 kills, legendary call at that point. But why do you have 7 underscores? There are people who don't even like 1 underscore. I'm me.
That's me.
It's me. I don't like having the underscore at the beginning of my @ right there, but I can't get that. Thank you so much for that, Twitter/X. Anyways, I divulge. Yes, go support these go to support the streamers who are out there, even if they may have a crazy amount of underscores in their name. The captains, and I want to emphasize this part as to why we're kind of pushing this out towards them, as well as making sure to watch us as well, is that all of the captains, both for EMEA and North America, the teams that have made it to this qualifier stage, all have exclusive drops on this weekend from today until Monday morning. So tune into their streams today, tune into their streams tomorrow, and then for next weekend as well for the NA LAN qualifiers, all of the North American captains and the EMEA captain who qualifies will also all have drops on at that time. So you'll get special drops going that direction. And just a little bit of an extra spoiler, we haven't told no one yet, we might be having something really cool coming way down the road when we get to that LAN stage, so you really want to tune in during that point.
You mean the LAN in July, where the top 4 teams are getting invited to play here at the esports headquarters in Georgia?
That is correct.
Where they'll also get access to, or a tour of Titan Forge Studios, as well as access to SMITE 2 development?
That would be the same one.
The same one where, depending on their seating, they will get various donations to charity in their name?
That same one, and
oh my!
The same one, it's going to get additional loot and goodies too.
God. It could be these poker chips.
We just hand all of them 1 card?
Everybody gets 1. Come on, there's 52. What is that, 17? You just give them that.
They're just playing, oh god, what
14? Math.
We just have every team, every player on the team draw 1 card, and whoever has the best 5-card draw hand wins the weekend. Like, that's just it. It's not a great idea, but it's an idea.
It is not a great idea, but it is an idea.
It is an idea that I have put out there in the world that nobody should do. What you should do is be careful in the mid lane if you're Dutcher and Gagovsky, and well, if you're also Dark and Aim Blue. My goodness, the damage output between these two this early in the game already starting to stack up.
Something that's going to be dangerous is dealing specifically with the Circuit, it feels like, as time goes on. Let's see if they can keep it up. I'm also, admittedly, I'm like nervous for the Aphrodite and for those facing the Aphrodite. For the same reason, which is just that it comes down to she's not necessarily known for her survivability early on, right? That comes a little bit later once you get your ultimate and things like that. So how she does in the first few minutes is definitely going to be a pretty big version of what we can expect over that lane. You hit level 3, you haven't had to worry about a jungler just yet. If you hit 5 and you haven't had to worry about a jungler, then you can probably stop worrying about a jungler. And you had already mentioned it. For Dark specifically, it's not going to be an easy lane to come over and deal trouble to, because if you, even without the ultimate from the Aphrodite, you've got so much protection on the Charybdis.
Yeah, this might be the most difficult duo lane for probably any jungler, let alone a Montbrigi. This is probably the toughest duo lane to gank right now, especially with the changes that came to Charybdis, where she gets that CC immunity immediately on using that Whirlpool form, so no longer Can you try and stun her out of it or interrupt it before she gets the opportunity to go through there? Sure, she isn't able to go as fast anymore. A lot of that inherent movement speed pulled away, and now it all comes from the amplified version of it. But that's still a multi-second CC and damage immune target that just gets to roam around for free, even if it's at just regular movement speed. Then you attach an Aphrodite to it. At that point, it is essentially impossible now to kill this dual lane if they are attached together. The only way this dual lane dies should be if they misplay. If they accidentally fat finger the Aphrodite ultimate before anything has actually happened, or there's like 4 or 5 people ganking this duo. In almost any 2v2 or even 2v3 scenario, Team Seagull's duo should not be dying. Instead, it might be Davey.
Instead, it might be Davey, which has been, unfortunately for Davey, a common occurrence today. Seagull, rotation over, Gagowski puts him in the ground, and Davey is the first blood of Game 2. And if you're talking about trying to take this to 3, you're talking about again, non-ideal start. Not a deal breaker just yet. We're already talking over 1,000 gold. And it could get a little further. Good stun from Seagull in lane. Well, the health bars maybe play a different game and tell a different story than what we can expect over there in right.
Of all the assassins to have not decided to run Blackthorn on, this is the one that kind of questions a little bit for me. Gagowski on the Circuit seems to be building a bit more towards the glass cannon style of play, going for that Jotun's Wrath early. You get a lot more CDR, you get the power and pen. But I feel that Circuit would have been a good one to go the Blackthorn start. You get a lot of extra HP, you get similar levels of power, but it just nets you that extra little bit of safety whenever you're going for these dives. That extra 350 health when you dive a tier 1 tower this early in the game will save you for a couple of extra tower shots. So I'm a little surprised Gagowski didn't go for it this time, but I don't think Gagowski has been really worrying that much about the Blackthorn build at all. So maybe not wanting to go that direction. Instead, fight over Bull Demon's going bad for iDavy's team.
Yeah, not only do they lose the Bull Demon itself, they might lose a little more, and that is the Chase Dark put down, and 2 kills, one of them now being on the jungle. Good news for Dark. He gets to finish at tier 3. Bad news for Dark. The farm game is going to slow up a little bit here, and Circuit is already a little ahead. Davey playing aggressive, goes for the pluck onto the Aphrodite, but it might just cause more trouble for him than it's worth. Lurking in the waters. Can you get away? You're chasing him down. You want this Aphrodite. No safety mechanisms for the mage herself, but the juke shoes are there. Unfortunately, it is the minions and a little bit of extra damage that end up paying exactly what you need to get a first kill online for iDavy.
Stealing purple away from Veron as well. Great play by Ragnar. Risky one. Dashing in aggressively, but it steals the buff, stuns out the Charybdis, and keeps Veron from being able to go any further forward. So nice little steal. Keep that dual lane alive and running. So we've been seeing a lot of focus towards some of these dual lanes more than anything. And I think that this is a smart play by iDavy's team, is to get iDavy out of that dual lane as fast as possible. As soon as Davey gets a single item online, hits that level 5, whatever that bar may be, get Davey out of dual lane, because this is not a kill lane. This is not a lane where you're going to be killing Veyron on cooldown or killing La Revolution. This is a I am here to soak up farm, and that is all that is going to happen here, because I do not foresee very many deaths happening against Team Seagull. So I'd love to see just Davey rotate away. Force this Aphrodite to chase the Sobek around, as opposed to the other way around, where normally you see Sobek's chasing or normally you're seeing the Sobek's having to chase after Aphrodite's, be like, oh, the Afro's already over here, I need to be there now. Get ahead of the ball and force La Revolution to get out of this lane and get away from this carry.
Watching where those Afro stuns come from. That's the other half of this conversation we haven't had too much of. Admittedly, Sobek kind of falls into this category too, though, which is that you've got one really consistent form of CC that you're banking on, but then Sobek also has the knock-up, which is also a little more helpful, and we might get to see that here in a second, especially with Dark rotating in. This is going to be a bad spot for the Aphrodite to be in, forced to use the Undying Love.
Ooh.
The ult does not connect from the Charybdis. Now you've got Gagowski coming in a little bit late, plucked out, and now in danger. Too low, but still mobile, just not mobile enough. Luckily, Charybdis We had already mentioned it. Survivability is her middle name. Is able to walk out of there, but Team iDavy unhappy with the first few kills. Traded out. And pick up 2 more here. Get to walk away. Mostly evening this game out, although 500 gold still teetering in favor of Team Seagull.
I don't know why seeing the Bologna get stunned as soon as she used Eagle's Rally was just so funny to me. It's one of those things where you're so used to the timing of Osiris Tether that, like, you can almost CC immune at any given opportunity. But seeing that it was just like a quarter second too early was just a little funny to me. But yeah, that fight in dual lane just goes awkwardly. Revolucion gets a nice stun, a nice little back off, but then makes this very awkward decision of, I'm going to keep running in front of iDavy to cut off his potential pluck path. But Davey was baiting the entire time, waiting for his jungler just to get a little bit closer. And then as soon as his jungler was within range, you saw Davey pull the immediate 180 flip turn, hits the Revolution, pokes him completely out of position, and now he's just getting poked out by Ragna, by Dark on the rotation as well. And then you have to use the ultimate just to immune a single stun more than anything, and there's still plenty of damage following up. Then you get this very awkward rotation in as well from Gagovski. He jumps into the middle of no man's land. Now you don't have an Aphrodite ultimate to bail you out. Now Charybdis has missed their ultimate as well. A rare miss there from Veyron on the Charybdis today, just completely splitting the uprights, not only on the push, but on the giant conal stun after. So just everything misinput more than anything on the opposite side of the map there in that dual lane. So it's going to be a little tougher for Team Seagull now with iDavy's team getting a bit of a lead in that dual lane. It's going to be really nice for them.
Well, Davey, I like the way he plays the Sobek. Aggressive and looking, hunting, waiting, trying to pull somebody. Unfortunately, not able to get anybody just yet on the right side of the map. Like you said, being able to close the gap, making things a little more awkward. If you are most of Team Seagull, you're now having to take a little more of a pause, a break, and try to figure out where and what you want to do over the next couple of minutes. Speaking of, in a couple minutes, we're going to have the beacon spawn in here on left where Davy's standing. Going to have maybe potential, depending on the fights, for a Fury. A lot of opportunities, a lot of options on the board. JMac still looking a few more minutes before Pyro or Fire ever become part of the conversation. But with these teams, especially here in the mid game, you know, you're not looking as much at the carries. I feel like we are watching these assassins see what they can do, these mages. Tiamat is dangerous because as Tiamat grows in this game, she tends to hit really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it, I think, perfectly put on display by Paul back in the SPL time, where Paul is one of the safest mid laners in competitive history. It's very rare that you would find Paul having a negative slash line or anything more than like 1 or 2 deaths to his name. And he was perfect at being able to sit back, farm up on a god like Tiamat, and then go from having like 8k damage in the first 20 minutes of the game to having like 30, 40,000 damage by the time, you know, Enhanced Fire Giant is spawning in. So Tiamat, the perfect example of a god that does a whole lot of nothing and then all of a sudden does a whole lot of something immediately afterwards. So it's going to take a little bit of time for Dutcher once to get this Book of Thoth online as well as get some of these tablet stacks up. Very easy god to get those stacks on. Primordial Onslaught's on a decently low cooldown. Anytime you throw out one of your children now, or I should say whenever you throw out that Bull Child now, is able to get that quick stack, as opposed to before where you just had to rely on your immediate abilities and maybe the Typhoon afterwards, or that Tornado. So it is a little bit easier of a time for Tiamat to be able to get some of these stacks online. Book of Thoth not stacking the traditional way that it used to. The changes back, at least for this year, to make it apply via damage. Goes hand in hand when you want to stack with Tablet of Destinies, which wants you to deal damage to the enemy god as well.
A little more of a slow burn. This game. I said that last time around when we had 5 kills around the same minute mark, so I don't know. It seems just maybe par for the course. But there's the slow burn portion of it. Gold-wise, even. 2,300, though, experience. Like that's something that you're going to feel at this point in the game. A level in the jungle, a level for support, 2 levels there in the carry role, which is the big difference maker here for Team iDavy. Opening up that conversation and creating maybe potential for a fight. That beacon kind of comes and goes really, really fast, and not too much happens on the backside of it. Just what I was expecting maybe a little bit more of. Now we get La Revolution taking an awkward pathing towards mid, but J-Mac, I don't see anybody outside of Davey, who's always looking for a block, really opening themselves up to bad positioning, or in this case, trying to find that one play that's going to create the opportunity to just steamroll somebody.
And the plucks from Davey have been on point. Hitting the Afro, not ideal, just because at any point you can pop Undying Love, you're going to be fine. No worries there from the Afro, but the Afro is starting to get tanky enough to where a pluck isn't going to immediately warrant needing to use that ultimate. And enemy gods are also not doing enough damage at this stage to where, you know, if you don't Undying Love the pluck, you're going to get hit by something like a Spear of the Nine Winds and take 1,000 of your HP in an instant. But it is still something to be mindful of. Trying to get that ultimate out is very important for Team Davey, because that is the defensive win con for Team Seagull. Is if you can get a good Undying Love, you save your carry, your mid lane, your jungle, whoever it may be, and have a second wind in the fight, that is the bounce back for Team Seagull in any fight. So making sure that Team Davey can pull that single ultimate away is so important for the squad. And also not missing plucks.
Yeah. Missed the pluck there. Might still get out. That's actually insane to me. In fact, you lose Gagoski, which, J-Mac, coin flip, in that moment, you pause after Davey misses that pluck. I don't think I would have called Gagoski dying in that instance, especially not after immediately losing the Aphrodite and not turning any of these kills around. Charybdis comes in, tries to swing as hard as she can, but unable to pick it up. And Davey showing their teeth, showing that they're not down and out just yet.
This is a build for Dutcher that's going to be really strong once he comes online with the Tiamat. But right now at this stage of the game, fighting into double mage, this breastplate, it's not going to make sense immediately, because you're going to look at it and go, man, that's a breastplate. You're fighting into double magical. Why in the world even bother building this? It's because of the mana that you're going to get back instead. You're building it strictly for the mana, the CDR. That way you can get more power for your tablet, more power for your Book of Thoth, and just make those two damage items hit a little bit harder. But it's going to be a big struggle now, because the core three of Davey that's going to run you down, support, mid, and jungle, are all magic focused. So that physical defense isn't going to be doing a whole lot for Dutcher at this stage of the game. Once Yor and Ragna start rotating over, it's going to be a little bit more impactful for him. But right now, this is a bit of the struggle bus moment for Dutcher and for Gagoski, who got plucked back by Davey. Tower is there, but Davey might be the one in trouble now. Hit by the last breath. Poison gets the pluck. I think he might just be at him. That's what I would say, but Seagull was ready to clothesline him in the jungle.
Laying in wait and able to get the job done. Now, get a small reset. 16 minutes in, 5-3. Davey with the kill lead and the gold lead in their pockets. We're looking towards the Fury as the next maybe potential big team fight pointer. Although in a little over a minute, we should have that beacon back. Or just about a minute, I should say. So a couple of places left side of the map where you're going to have the focus, but it's dark right now, and Ragna, who step up to the Fury. And with La Revolution backing, nobody's going to be stepping forward. There's no wards here. That one goes into the pocket of Davey easily. And J-Mac, nothing too much to worry about for him here. If you're on the other side, though, you've lost 2 Tier 1 towers. You've lost your objectives. You don't have the gold lead. You're not winning the fights. A lot more for Team Seagull to work on and try and figure out over the next few minutes.
It's a strong early game for Team Davey. Their late game gets a little bit better. Once you start getting some of that good ranged poke out of Aim Blue, it's maybe not Agni Ultimate Bomb levels of poke, but your cooldowns are going to be fairly low. You're going to just have good overall poke, and having that anti-heal is going to be able to deal with the Aphrodite from a decent range. Plus, we're already seeing the level of damage that Aim Blue has this early in the game by going for that Doom Orb and that Divine Rune, double flat pen, now into percent pen as well with the Staff of Mirrodin. And Staff of Mirrodin is going to make it so much more enticing for Aim Blue to start a team fight with that ultimate, or use your abilities, then drop your ultimate, and then by the time you're out of your ultimate, your abilities are going to be back off of cooldown already because of just how short the cooldown of Morgan Le Fay's abilities are at that point. So Team Davey are on a good momentum and a good track towards the late game, and they have great gods to do so. You always just run into the issue, though, and we've been saying it. for almost a decade now when it comes to a godlike Sobek is if you pluck someone and they have beads, you're probably going to die afterward. It becomes doubly difficult to do so when they have beads, and there's also an Aphrodite who can just pop her ultimate, and now they still have their beads for the next time you try and pluck.
Beacon. Control to iDavy, and it's not going to be contested pretty much at all. Tier 1 on right could take a little bit of damage. Right now it's mainly just boxing match between the two. Seagull not coming out on top this time around, but it's going to be hanging on a little longer. J-Mac, we're starting to enter this portion of the game where it's really up to iDavy and crew to figure out where they want to go to push this lead. 5,000 gold, 20 minutes in. Very, very good lead to have. If you can't really manifest it into anything, though, then 5,000 gold, let's say 25 minutes in, less good. 5,000 gold, 30 minutes in, way less good. And so you really need to be able to pick things up. Still a good lead no matter where you are, but you need to be able to extend this a little further. And so I'm curious, and I want to ask you about the Fire Giant fight potentially, because that's the big game changer. Nobody has the quote-unquote superior secure. Burn is going to be part of the conversation, but maybe it's all around the fight that one of these teams will find that advantage. I'm just kind of curious. How do you see it going? I'll have to hold that thought. There's a blink in. Taunt, relatively good. Get some damage onto Dark, but it's going to be Dark with the numbers advantage. And they're throwing out a lot. Seagull has to play it carefully and is just hightailing it to the Tier 2. Loses the Tier 1 in the process. It is a full-on skirmish here. Luckily, no one goes down for either side. And instead, it's going to be a little bit of a reset. Remove. Yeah, Gagowski, get on out of there. Then we can start looking at the Fire Giant fight.
Well, he got beads. That's the big thing for Gagowski. Didn't necessarily think that he had what it took to kill a Hachiman who was at full HP, but pulling beads away was the main goal for the Circuit there. So now has those beads, can jump in and do the full combo the very next time that it's available to them. Just have to be wary of iDavy on the Sobek. If he wasn't full HP, a nice little body block from Seagull spells doom for Davy, and now it's going downhill for Davy's team.
You have to play it carefully here. Low health bars, and Dark cannot escape here. You get Seagull.
Oh,
that's a massive turnaround, but the push, the CC, and the damage 4 in the blink of an eye, and Aim Blue just trying to stay alive long enough to make sure his team does not disappear. Dutcher was on the chase. Now you've got Gagowski, and they're going for the tower dive, but the taunt doesn't connect. Instead, they fall back. One shy of the Dia side, but 4 clean kills. And J-Mac, you can see the divot more in the experience, but on both the experience and the gold, at least pulling a little bit back. And now, with tower pushing more than likely on the horizon, a Pyromancer as well, and plenty of time to still work with, Team Seagull is going to get some much-needed work done.
Dark just took too much damage before that fight ever even kicked off. Trying to push down that Tier 1 tower, I think, was the right call, but Dark ended up taking like 3, almost 4 tower shots before the fight even kicked off, so sitting at half HP. Still goes for the continued dive, used the ultimate to try and kill Seagull, but Seagull had beads and was able to immediately cleanse away before that knockup ever even took place at that point. So then all of the damage initiation for Dark is essentially down at that point. Then you see the reinitiation later where Gagowski is able to go in, pull the beads away from Ragna. And now that your carry doesn't have CC immunity outside of his ultimate, it's a much, much easier dive for Team Seagull and a much more coordinated dive at that. You saw that Davy tried to go in, gets a little too far forward, doesn't have enough HP. He says, all right, well, I'm going to get out. Well, what does Seagull do? He's sitting in between the fight. He's sitting between Team Seagull and Team iDavy and just saying, okay, I'm just going to wait for this Sobek to go for the pluck, and either I'm going to stop the pluck or I'm going to catch him out in his place. Ends up stopping the pluck, and then Veyron just throws out 2 stray autos, ends up getting the kill there. So great positioning by Seagull in the fight, and just good patience from Team Seagull all throughout that fight to bait iDavy's team a little further forward, have Dark take too many tower shots over on that right-hand side, and just slowly start whittling away at the resources of Team iDavy.
Fury going the way of iDavy means that lead is maintained as we start a dance pseudo around the Fire Giant here. 22.5 in. You can see rotations, all 5 of both squads dancing around the pit. Vision in favor of Team Seagull at a quick glance. Davy forced to use his dash evasively. And J-Mac, this is where, again, it gets a little awkward because you have Dark maybe for some engage, right? You have a knock-up. Seagull, who can engage. Gagowski, who could engage. But nobody who's clear the support, right? You look at it, Davey, if he hits a pluck, thumbs up. If he has to use his pluck defensively, thumbs down. Dark, in this case, is now on the other side of the map, split pushing, tier 2, should be able to get this no problem, but if that is a sign for anything, it's either a sign for this Tiamat to get aggressive and cause some trouble, which will be the case, or for the rest of the team to try and step up to the Fire Giant. Instead, they're going to go for the beacon, try to find some of the smaller controls before they go for anything too big. Davey has to be careful not to get caught out.
That was close.
And that's the dangerous game that they're playing, right? If the Sobek has to use his pluck exclusively for disengage, we might be having a different conversation in a couple of minutes about who's in charge of this game.
Team Davey had a really good momentum going, but that last little team fight seems to have shook them just a little bit, so playing a bit more passively, aside from Davey, who's still willing to walk up 1v3 as a Sobek. Not ideal at this portion of the game whenever you have a Circuit who's got a good bit of damage, also a Deathbringer in tow, or I should say already built for Gagowski, so those Deathbane's going to be doing just a little bit more surprise burst damage if you manage to get caught inside of one of those ones. It's aggressive positioning for the Fire Giant. I like the call, but the dual lane's already here for Team Seagull. Doing this in the face of Team Seagull is risky for Davey.
Yeah, it's going to be a 50-50 now as they go in. Davey does get the Fire Giant, but they need to get a little more afterward. You've got the numbers, not necessarily in your favor. Split fights, Charybdis down into the Whirlpool form. Seagull surrounded by 5. Might not make it out of this one alive. No Undying Love, no leap to get away, and Seagull will go down with Fire Giant going over to Davey. That's a massive amount of control and a massive swing to put them back, not only on top, but really in charge of this game.
Yeah, bold play paid off for Team Davey. Seagull a little unaware that this was going to happen. By the time they even step up to the Fire Giant pit, it's already down to half HP, and then by the time anybody relevant enough to do damage gets to it, it's essentially dead at that point. So a wise call and a risky play by Davey really works out well. 30 seconds now till Seagull is back up. But this is the problem that Davey's team has, is trying to walk up to a Tiamat more than anything for this level of wave clear. Tiamat not the best at defending bases, but you throw out that Tornado from your ultimate, you throw out a Primordial Onslaught, maybe a Ruination, just toss out a little bit of damage and you can usually clear that lane pretty safely. So a bit tough for Davey's squad to really be able to siege into the Tiamat right now. It's going to get a little bit easier. If you can bait out that Tornado, pull it away from the minions, they've lost a lot of their clear there. You can stand in front of Primordial Onslaught if you really want to. Don't recommend it at this stage of the game. That's Soul Reaver, Tablet of Destinies online for Dutcher, so already going to be hitting pretty hard at that point. A lot of extra damage procs hitting in there, so Team Davey probably just want to play this one a bit patient. Go for these tier 2 towers. Don't try and rush for a Phoenix at any point right now. If there's enough of a pushback on that left side Phoenix, I would sit back for Davey. Just back away, head over to the full opposite end of the map there. Go to the right side of the map. Push down that tier 2 tower. Clear out the objectives. Primal Fury is a nice one. Maybe could have waited on grabbing that one, but the sooner you pick it up and the longer you take for sieges means that you'll have it for another prize a little bit later down the road. So Davey's team, play this one patiently. Don't send Davey in to try and go for some wild plucks right now. Beads are up for everybody on the side of Team Seagull. Aphrodite Ultimate is available. If you pluck somebody at this stage, you're probably just going to die if you're Davey.
You have to play it carefully. Without the Enhanced Fire Giant, like that's the problem, right? If you had an Enhanced Fire Giant, pluck for days. Go in, do what you need to do. Without, you're in a little more of a dangerous spot, and that is exactly where they're sitting. Has to find some small opening. And as of right now, that opening is not going to present itself. Diving the Phoenix could be dangerous, especially with, like you said, some of the damage on the other side. Just like getting taunted like that could cause a little bit of trouble. Forces the beads, though, and that's a pretty massive win, all things considered. Now just try to defend and hold off as long as you can. Burn this Fire Giant. It's going to disappear a little under a minute. So you just have to hold out a little longer. Tiamat doing a great job. Mid, you're in a 1v2, and so far, the 1 is doing exactly what it needs to keep things alive. But it's this numbers, this transition from Davey as they're starting to put 5 stack in mid. You have to match if you're Seagull.
It's just such a weird split for iDavy's team. A 3-2 with a Runic Bomb does make a bit of sense, but now rotating this back and forth around between the mid and the left side is just scattering out your damage. That was a very risky teleport ward for Yor to go in. There's one much safer in the jungle to guarantee, and they just wasted a couple of seconds trying to channel that one, but still able to make it back with the rest of the team, but already starting to get some big poke that way, opening up the doors on the side of Team Seagull, just making sure they can keep some poke going iDavy's way. Fire Giant's about to wear off in just a couple more seconds here. This means that iDavy have effectively only gotten 2 towers with their Fire Giant buff and maybe a single pick. Actually, I don't even think they were able to get a kill during this one. So, not a whole lot of effort that way. Throw in the one Primal Fury that they had as well. So, 2 towers, Primal Fury. Gold goes up maybe about 5,000 gold at most during this time. But we're at the point where this gold lead isn't as important. I mean, 9,000 gold, sure, that's a lot of gold, but when you see it reflected into the builds, the dual lane is at the same exact point. The supports are sitting in the same itemization. Mid laners are pretty much there. The only real difference right now is with Dark. I assume once we see more of iDavy's team go back to base, we see some of that gold spent up. You see the Sobek sitting on 2,100 in hand at this point, so a nice little extra boost whenever Davy does go back. But being 9,000 up at 30 minutes, this is not the lead that iDavy's team necessarily thinks that it is. Having Dark fully 6-slotted, that's a little bit more powerful for this next team fight.
Something you have to be careful of if your Seagull is going to be Dark, full slot, late game, Maman Brigitte. Is a very, very dangerous god to go up against.
My man Bridget.
You also have to be very careful if you're Davy, because again, and this is going to be true always, if your pluck doesn't connect, luckily that one does, you're still putting yourself into an awkward position. Raven Ward flies by. It's going to be a small amount of reveals as well. And that Tiamat damage was absolutely insane. It goes to show, while it wasn't doing too much earlier, now finally starting to get online. Pyromancer goes down. Seagull's going to pick that one up. Pretty simply and straightforward. Now, it's just whether or not either of these teams can really engage. And this is the issue, and J-Mac, I keep hammering this one home, mainly with Aphrodite compositions, which is you don't get to choose a lot of your engage. You get to do really good counter-engage. But maybe it could be Gigovsky, that taunt, the blink, the ult, all able to create some displacement, maybe create an opportunity here in just a second. It might be Davy now. Goes for a Pluck Beads in reply. Actually, the ult, I believe, used. No, now in the Whirlpool. So trying to chase away, Charybdis in danger, has to play carefully. Hachi even shoots deep. They really, really want that kill, and they're going to find it, and they're going to find a little bit more than that as well. 3 gone, 4 immediately. Team iDavy is going to forego this Fire Giant with just Gigoski left to defend. But are they going to turn? They're going to look for the Serket. Serket picks up one, spreads the poison, tries to get another one, but unable to. Dark with a triple, and now marching down mid. iDavy want to close this out and go to game 3.
Sometimes that 6-slot difference is all it takes for iDavy, or maybe more importantly, players getting too far out of position. Veyron is walking so far forward that he's the one getting plucked by Davy. When your backliner, who should be sitting as far back as they physically can in a fight to still do damage, is the one being plucked by frontliner Sobek, and still being near the front of the team is not a good look for Veyron. That was just awkward positioning by them that then forces them to use their relics, have to use their mobility out, and you're just able to chase them down. That team fight could have been won by Team Seagull, because I think that that's a composition that is better on the counter initiation, the counter dive. Once the Sobek goes in, punish the Sobek and then go beyond there. But they just didn't play so. They were trying to play the aggressive card and the aggressive nature, but they're just not dealing enough damage. They're not quite tanky enough. And they have their frontliner or their backliner standing at the front of a team fight. I think if Veyron is not all the way up and caught by a Sobek, this team fight goes so much differently.
That's little changes, little moments like that make the big difference between whether or not this is a 2-0 or 3 full games, which is what we're getting. Again, all of this for seeding tomorrow to see who's going to be the true winner and come to LAN. Winner of the next game gets first seed. We'll find out who it is right after this.
Got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. I got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. Got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. I got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE Content Creator Cup. And this time we're going into game number 3, which for Davey has been common so far today. Between him and Seagull, game 1 pretty overwhelmingly one-sided. Game number 2, not as overwhelming, but still pretty one-sided. And now game 3, who knows? And I like your little pyramid.
Yeah, unfortunately one of them fell over. I think I moved my arm a little too fast and I knocked over the top little pyramid of it. So now it's just flat.
Oh, these aren't actually connected that way.
Yeah, there's
little cells.
there's a gap right here, like on you see on the. No, that's so rude.
If it had worked over here, it would have been really funny.
It would have been
though.
really funny, and I probably would have laughed more. But now that you were going to be maliciously doing that against my side of the desk, I might have cried and walked off the stage. Only I.
I get this set alone, you say.
He's like, I get to be by myself? Get rid of that.
Game 2. Davey wins it. Now the question is, how'd they do? And the answer is pretty well. You can see that Dark is a pretty overwhelming majority of where a lot of their damage comes from there. And specifically, slams it out on the Mammon, 6, 2, and 4. You get great number of assists, Davey. We were talking about it a little bit later. Their main point of engage, that pluck, did not give them a ton of CC to work with, but it did give them the CC necessary to get the job done. Unfortunately, on the other side, while we got to see it, and I think I'm going to look at it, yeah, Dutcher's damage, pretty high in consideration, but not high enough. I think took a little while to get online and took a little while to truly become the Tiamat that we were wondering and hoping to see. Gagowski didn't really get off to the run that they wanted, and the duo lane as well. Veyron, while able to keep up in damage, was unable to really get that same punch that I think we saw out of what Ragna was able to provide.
Yeah, I think both these compositions were much more late game slanted in the style of play that they wanted to go for. Mammon, once she's 4 or 5 items deep, that's when her damage really starts coming online. Morgan Le Fay has great poke throughout the entirety of the game, probably has a much more solid early game than the Tiamat would, and then late game, your poke is just going to be better because, one, a good portion of it can't just outright be body blocked like Primordial Onslaught could be for Tiamat. For Morgan Le Fay, you just throw out giant circle, bam, it hits 3-4 people, and you're good to go. Happy days for you. But then your ultimate also has a really good amount of range to it and sustain that's built into there, and you're able to just poke from such a long distance while also being so safe. And then we just get to the point whenever team fights are breaking out, all you're waiting for on the side of Davy's team is for Davy to find the one person without beads, the one person who's not attached to the Aphrodite and has their beads down to get the pluck and go for the kill. That's all easy and good for you. On the opposite side, if you're on Seagull's team, you're waiting for that Sobek to pluck because then you've got that easy target to go for the kill. But the problem is when Davy's going in and getting these plucks, he's pulling them off of the carries at full HP himself, and then Yor is just sitting around the side of the corner on the Bologna waiting for that person to beads, and then you could just jump yourself right in there, keep that team fight going. And oh, by the way, Veyron's now at half HP in the very last team fight. It makes it that much easier to just chase him down and go for these kills.
Well, we'll find out how it shakes out in picks and bans here for game number 3. Last one. And all it really does is determine first seed versus second seed tomorrow. Winner is first seed, second seed is the loser. And then they'll play again tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern, in a best of 5 in order to determine who goes to LAN and who doesn't. So right now, again, just keeping things up for the seeding. And JMac, I'm more continually impressed with the fact that that is standing the longer I try this. I've never tried to stack cards before or make like a card pyramid.
It's not
At least not since like middle school.
It's not the easiest thing to do. You want to make sure
like how I could get
like you want to get cards that aren't too slick, but you want to get ones that don't have too much stick to them as well. Like they need to be like the perfect balance.
Okay, now here's the thing about how I don't. What does that mean? I didn't buy these cards. Like,
well, see, unfortunately, we didn't get to pick the cards, and when you try and stack them on a surface like this, it's maybe a little bit tougher. The easier part is getting the bottom layer. It's once you go beyond there, because you not only have to take into account the card you're stacking it on, but also when they start collapsing in a little bit more at the foundation. Good thing is once you have that there, it's easy just to push them up, and now nice and easy.
I would have laughed so hard if it had fallen over while you were doing that. Would have been the perfect time.
That would have been amazing.
Unfortunately, it didn't. Also, something worth noting is picks and bans are going on. So here we go. JMac did successfully get his little hut going.
What's up?
Cthulhu, Mammon, Terra are the bans as of right now. The question is going to be how they follow it up. Medusa makes sense. That has been a very, very popular and very strong pick so far today. and they're going to hold on to that one. We've seen some Thor bans. We've seen Heimdall bans. There's definitely a lot of wiggle room for the last two.
Yeah, I feel that you can kind of ban just about whatever you really want to, whether that be a target ban that's at the enemy team or whether you want to kind of stick to the meta. Heim is one of those gods that has just been a European staple for so many different players, so I think it's just a very safe ban. He's also a very safe god, still plays very well even in the current meta. One of the few hunters that can start something like a Mannequin Scepter compared to like the Death's Toll or the Cows or Bluestones, depending on what kind of hunter is out there. But he also just does a good amount of damage and has pretty solid clear as well. So I think that Heim is just a normal, safe, no problem ban. If he is left open, then it's fine. It's not an end-all, be-all. So I think that so far, both of these drafts look about standard. I think the iDavies is going more towards the targeted style of play, so that way they can get something that they're more comfortable on, like with this Heimdall.
And this is something Europe has been doing constantly for... I mean,
Heimdall's release.
We can literally say for years at this point. Yeah, because it... I did
Nice.
Hold on, I did it. Guys, that's pretty impressive.
Live on air. On camera, they caught it,
I don't want to touch the desk anymore.
I know, now's that fun part.
So now I get to sit here like this. What was I talking about? Heimdall.
You're talking about Heimdall.
Yeah, they've been playing a whole lot of Heimdall lately. And like you said, pretty much since his release, Heimdall has been this very prominent figure. He's been very solid for Europe specifically. And this is one of the only regions and level of play specifically where he can be picked first pick. And I don't disagree with it because we've seen him carry games from this position.
Yeah, Heimdall, there's no reason not to pick a Heimdall unless like the other 2 or 3 hunters that are just better than him are available at this point. I think it's just a very safe pick. The Bifrost is going to allow you to get in and out of a lot of dangerous situations pretty easily. The Galahorn gives you knock-up immunity, so you don't have to worry about too many different matchups kind of messing you over in that regard. Plus, your ultimate is a great option where if you hit somebody that doesn't have beads, it's a great way to take a carry out of a fight, to throw a tank out of the fight, and allow your team to kind of continue that dive. Or if they dive under your tower without any kind of beads, which is a bad idea to do, just try to dive a Heimdall, in a 1v1, 2v1. He can then throw somebody out there and then make it a 1v1, or even just make it to where you are now stuck inside this tower or even deeper than you already want it to be. So I think the Heimdall is fine. No matter what you throw with him, it's going to be a pretty easy lane for him. Charybdis, Kuzumbo on the opposite side. Charybdis probably just going to be the direct matchup there. Give that one over to Veron once more. Kuzumbo can flex between support and solo. Probably out more towards solo with the way that Sigil has kind of been going through. Makes it a pretty easy time there. So I think that what's been drafted so far from both these teams, nothing feels out of expectation or norm. It's mostly just which team they end up landing on.
Well, right now, Vulcan locked in as well, something that we got to see a little bit earlier today, and it did numbers when it was locked in. So it could, once again, do those numbers. It was 14-0-3 this morning when we saw it in game number 1 of the day. Will it be able to perform as well? Well, it performed strongly against Davey, so there's a good chance around it. You had mentioned the Kuzumbo, very, very solid overall. The Bologna gets locked in, though, and like you said, Kuzumbo more than likely, like he can flex, more than likely support. The Osiris, well, I was going to say was the matchup and has been the matchup. Since that's getting banned out now, I'm kind of curious, like what is the next bet? I feel like we've seen, well, Cthulhu once. We've seen Bologna and Osiris. So there's definitely other gods.
Yeah, we're unfortunately a patch ahead of the major Artio buffs, who would be probably the next big up if you want to go for a Guardian. Artio next patch going to be getting an insane amount of really good buffs that are going to help her sustain as well as just her general mana sustain on top of that. But that's not now. Instead, now we kind of have to deal with what would you want to throw in that solo. I think with an Osiris ban, and depending on what they throw with this next one, you could just throw this Kuzumbo in solo lane and then give something else over to your support in place. I wouldn't be upset with Kuzumbo rotating to either of these 2 lanes, whether it be solo or that support role. Again, can flex to both of them pretty nicely. With a Hebo ban, maybe a little bit questionable. I mean, Hebo did have a good game in game number 1.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say that was necessarily a one-off instance where, a Hebo can't have 2 good games in a single set or 2 good games in a row.
You heard it here first. Clip that out of context.
But it feels like the Hebo was a pick to kind of more than anything catch Davies' team off guard to find a win. They did just that, and now they don't need to worry about bringing that out again. Ymir being picked up does mean the Kuzumbo most likely is now going to be pushed over to that solo lane. And Ymir into this composition is actually very strong. Only Baba Yaga without an ultimate can get over this wall. Then you throw in Bellona with the Eagles Rally, she can get past there. But I think more than anything, picking the Lance into Ymir is never fun, because if the Ymir knows you're about to Grand Joust out, toss up that wall, now you either have to pivot yourself to the left or right to get around it, or if you're in a jungle corridor, you're stuck. And there is no getting around that wall at that point.
Yeah, locked down completely and in a more dangerous position overall. Baba Yaga gets locked in alongside that, so some damage, good from the mid laner, and as the game progresses, late game hits incredibly, incredibly hard. The Naja, though, kind of catches me off guard, mainly because I'm used to seeing it combo with, like, the Ra. Still can combo with the Vulcan. Little more iffy on the timing, and you got to be a little more precise with some of those, because the Vulcan ult is a very slow traveling ult. But when you get the job done and you get the job right, then man, oh man, can this combination, this team from Seagull really hit hard.
Yeah, really ever since Vulcan's ultimate changed, and this is years back, so this is not like something recent, when it got changed to be a little bit faster, mid laners did have to adjust to the old timing that they were used to for landing it off of big combos like Naja, like Kumbhakarn, whenever Vulcan was kind of maybe a little bit lower priority then, but now with the faster ultimate, you can make sure that the Naja gets that guaranteed landing, and I think the approximate timing is once the Naja is like up in the sky and hits that first hit of it, if you're at max range, you should be firing it already by that point so they land straight into the damage. If you're a little bit closer, then you can wait till maybe another hit or two lands before you fire that one out. So it's mostly just a feels and timing thing, where on someone like Ra or Thoth or somebody like that, it's much easier to time, because you're not like sitting there waiting, okay, well, I have to channel this thing for 2-3 seconds before it finally lands, or you know, I have to fire it from so far away. Ra and Thoth are those much more immediate ones. Thoth, you can quick fire shotgun the ultimate, or you can charge it up pretty much the second that a Naja it connects with their target. Whereas Ra, you just literally wait until they're about to hit the ground. You listen for that third hit, and you charge it up, and then by the time they touch ground, they're dead at that point. But Vulcan operates very similarly, so this is going to be a very heavy pick style composition for Team Seagull. See if you can catch somebody with the Ymir wall out in the jungle, punish them for that one, wait for the Sobek to try and pluck into you, pick them off from there. More than anything, I think Vulcan right now, before his nerfs come in 11.6, is one of the more powerful mages that you can get your hands on, just because his turret does proc those ability effects now, whether that be Sands of Time, Conduit, Soul Gem, Soul Reaver. All those kinds of options are available to the Vulcan, even Tablet of Destinies as well. So getting that out there makes it so much easier for him to poke and constantly apply pressure in that mid lane, and gives him a little bit of warrant for people to be turret maxers early on.
Well, we'll see. I don't know if we'll get a turret maxer, but we will see how the Vulcan fares, and I guess maybe if we will get a turret maxer here in game number 3. Again, winner is first seed tomorrow in the best of 5. Loser is second seed tomorrow in the best of 5. They're going to be playing no matter what for their chance to come to LAN, and on behalf of their own charities get a donation of a charity they have chosen. And of course that then will be determined based on their seeding in the final LAN in July. Something we'll be waiting, I think, with high anticipation. I'm really excited to see that, especially because I'm excited to see the North American teams that come and make it there as well. J-Mac?
What's up, Core?
I'll open the field. What do you want to talk about?
What do we want to talk about? Let's take a look at the builds that are kind of popping up here. None of the builds really seem out of the ordinary. Sigil's kind of becoming the standard for that solo lane. Maybe just the Chronos Pendant Rush that's going to be coming immediately after for Seagull. I mentioned it with Mifflin, but this feels very Mogao coded from whenever Lamogao was kind of running in the SCC. Things like the Kumbhakarna, the Jormungandr, all that kind of stuff. He would often run defense plus, or defensive style of starter item plus Chronos Pendant. I think you're afforded to be able to do something like that as Seagull, so long as you don't anticipate being camped very heavily in that lane. Since you're going up against double physical, I would have rather seen Breastplate, but then you have absolutely zero clear whatsoever, so it almost becomes a necessity to have some kind of damage. And if you're going to go damage and you want a cooldown, you might as well just go into the other 20% CDR item. So I think it's fine for Seagull to run something like that. It's becoming a little bit more common over there. And as far as any other kind of like zaniness of builds goes, Mannequins is a standard for Ragnar on the Heimdall. That's just kind of the easy starter item. Makes your clear super, super fast in the jungle. And you already have AoE cleave clear on your regular in-hand. throwing a mannequins in there just doubles how fast you're going to be clearing those minion waves.
Freeze. I'm actually really excited to see the Ymir versus Sobek. The block that you can provide against the pluck is massive. And Davey forced to pluck in the wrong direction. Can't quite escape that way, but is going to do a rope-a-dope run around, ring around the Rosie, get through past the rock, load down, one more auto, they get it, and unable to find the return despite the low health bar. The Ymir stays kicking, and first blood goes to Seagull, but it might not be the only kill. You need a little more. Can't believe you dive the tower. It's trading out 1 for 1, 2 up now for Seagull, but a kill nonetheless for Aim Blue in mid.
That kill could have come just a little bit easier and a little bit faster if Aim Blue did not miss that first ability. Throwing out that Witchfire Magic just completely whiffed on the Y, threw it off to the side. Not sure if he didn't pay attention to what shape he was getting or if it was just thinking Dutcher was going to run towards tier 2 as opposed to tier 1, but misses that first ability, forces the dive just a little bit further. At that point, I would have just given up on the dive, said, well, we missed, don't have the damage, but Aim Blue calling that he still has a potion available, calls for the dive alongside Dark. They get the kill, but trading out under tower this early does not make that kill worthwhile, especially because you didn't trade after a first blood.
I love the damage that's coming out right now. Davey, despite an early spill, not playing passively, not playing as if anything's going to go wrong, instead playing just as aggressively as he has pretty much the entirety of this tournament. And something that has gone and treated him incredibly well throughout all this has been this Sobek. In fact, playing aggressive around the purple buff, looking for an invade. Gigovski's in the jungle and in a position to make a rotation. So this will be a 3v2. They get the purple buff, and that'll get scooped up by Ragna, who can, yes, use the Bifrost to get on out of there. Good pluck from Davey. Good wall coming out from La Revolution, but unfortunately unable to lock down who he's looking for. Instead, they'll lock down somebody else. Davey will lose his life for their trouble. Now, 3-man invade onto the purple buff. And Ragna, I love this, grabs it immediately and brings it to the back of the tower line. Going to force you to go deep if you wanted to try and win this one.
Yeah, one of the few gods in the game who can pull off a play like that is the Heimdall. Not only by having access to the Bifrost, but being able to have those cleave auto attacks plus the mannequins means that your jungle clear is just through the roof. You saw how fast the two of them were able to steal that one away, thanks to the extra dot damage that's afforded to Ragna from there. Plus going the Golden Shard. I mean, this is just such an easy, clear style of build for Ragna, which with a god like Heimdall that already has good clear, just expedites it that much faster and makes your invades that much simpler. So I like the call. Unfortunately for Davey, he does have to sacrifice himself for the sins of the dual lane by going for that invade, but I don't think Davey's too concerned about that at this stage of the game. He's sitting the same exact level. Vulcan ult used to clear
I love
minions.
Vulcan ults.
Dude, I love mid lane mage ultimates that are just there to clear the wave. Like, in your first, 4 instances of raw ult, if you're not planning on fighting, what else are you using that ultimate for? Just clear out the wave and go back to base.
Well, right now they're clearing out a whole lot of stuff. I was wondering if we were going to get to see a 1v1, but the answer is no. Pressure. Really coming out from the dual lane presence of Sobek, despite the fact that Davey's down 0-2-0. But what, if anything, can Dark provide on this? Lancelot comes in, unfortunately misses some of the damage. Leap forward, jump forward, I should say. Stun connects, and there's the watery grave into the jousting fields. A couple of tower shots go the other direction, but Yor gets out of there just in time, and they get a clean kill onto Seagull.
Took a little bit more than they wanted to. They probably did not want to have to use both ultimates to chase out that Kuzenbo, but once you get Watery Grave online, it becomes very difficult to really gank that Kuzenbo efficiently, especially if you don't have some form of channeled knockback immunity. Nice little ring toss into an immediate ultimate. Aim Blue on landing will go down. That's an easy combo. Don't even need the ultimate from Vulcan. Meatball backfire just makes for a nice easy 1-2 on the ground. So a pick on the mid laner will be good for Team Seagull to try and re-cement their lead back up, because even after that first blood, it's been a very quiet game from Team Seagull, and Dutcher getting a little bit of return and revenge up against his lane opponent. But this Skull Fury's a bit early, but no one's here to defend this.
You've got Secure, you've got burst damage, might as well go for it. That's exactly what Dutcher does. And that's going to be a pretty nice, not like wow, like you just said, it is in fact going to be a nice early Fury. And while it scales pretty darn well, and later in the game it gives you a lot more, J-Mac, it's not a bad time to pick it up. So getting it just after the 5-minute mark, you're talking still sub 1,000 gold, but a lead nonetheless for Team Seagull. Those kills paying off as well as they start to put that pressure onto the map, which is a great proactive play that I'm personally a big fan of.
Doug, could we hover over Dutcher and see what he is maxing out right now in lane? It's probably his 1 and 3. Okay, it is his backfire. I mean, that's
1 and then 2 points in the turret.
That's the lame, normal, proper, actual way that you should be starting it. But like, turret's so much more fun. Like, the surprise damage of you walking in and taking like 200 damage from a turret shot this early in the game, it'll stun you. Not literally stun you, but it'll metaphorically have you stunned because you're like, wait. That's turret. Like, it's not supposed to have any points in that. Why did I just get smacked for a quarter of my HP for walking through it 2 times? It's also really just good for objective push, but who cares about that when he's just getting dove under mid lane?
Yeah, endangered, something that you should be able to do to a Vulcan because he's not incredibly mobile. And it gets the damage done, gets the kill on the board, and Davey steps up 1 more, 3-4. Maybe find a little bit beyond as they get a pluck on Gagowski. That's going to be a great 2-man freeze. V delays that. Walls off 2. Might still be in a dangerous position. Great body block coming out from Dark. But a better sash, but you might have just sashed back in to your own demise. Gagowski forced to use all sorts of things to run away, but unfortunately will not survive. Does trade out. Dark overcommits for the kill. And they get at least 1. Now they might be able to get a little bit more. Vulcan's back, and they are committed to this Ymir. La Revolution survives, and the jungles trade out.
Starting to turn into a bit of an arena game right now with how much fighting's happening over here in the mid lane. Don't hate the fight. Late game of both teams is very strong, so trying to utilize that early pressure that you have, especially one with a Vulcan, can do a lot of extra surprise damage. Like, right here, just having that turret down makes it so threatening for the Sobek to walk too far for it, but not if you're able to walk away from the actual cone area range of that turret. The Revolution goes down there probably unnecessarily, but might instead set up for at least a little bit of farm. You saw Seagull rotate over in case the fight got a little bit worse, but ends up holding out for the time.
Now, Dark, you're actually getting aggressive, making me hold my breath for a moment. So we get a small reset, small break, I was going to say, from the action. But look at the positioning on the mini-map. Look at Dasher. Look at Gagowski. Dutcher, I should say. Getting aggressive, go in, get the Bull Demon. You get the ult as well from Yor. Now you need something. A great freeze.
There's the wall.
Stalls things out. Wall, like you said, you called that one, and picks and bans. Stops the jousting fields from being as aggressive. Ymir hung out to dry, will go down, but it is a trade for the objective. Maybe a little more. Look at the positioning here. You're looking for more of a fight. Gagowski playing in a weird spot and a dangerous game nonetheless. It actually seems like the rest of the team has left him alone. Haven't gotten to see too much out of the Kuzenbo in comparison to what the Bologna's been providing. Now a 1v1 with the minion wave. Have to play it careful, and then there's the Charybdis part. You stay real safe. And so the excitement that I thought was about to happen in duo falls and fizzles out. But J-Mac, it is you know, something I want to go back and double down on. Less impact so far from Seagull than we've seen out of Yor.
Yeah, a lot of action has happened towards Seagull so far this game. The gank over in Soul Lane certainly didn't help him out going down up against the Bologna and the Lancelot. But Kuzumo is also one of those at this stage. He's not tanky. He built Sigil into Chronos Pendant, so he's going to do a little bit more damage. But if you commit too far in, you just don't have the defenses yet to really stand up as long as a Bologna can. Plus, Bologna, by going into this build immediately, by grabbing that Shogun's Kasari, means that she's going to get so much more value for her and her team. That's going to get you 0 value for Gagowski, missing out on ultimate, and maybe most of his life. Beads there just to save more than anything. Gagowski lose out on so much for that one small miss. Most of his HP bar, ultimate off the mark, and now beads on cooldown. Gagowski has not really been able to get this Naja working just yet.
Yeah, it's been a slow roll. The combo looked beautiful a little bit earlier, but we've seen it once, right? Overall, in comparison to what it should be doing and what it could be doing, which is a lot more pressure and a lot more progress in mid, combos in mid, what I expected to see. So, keeping our eyes on this Naja and growth. How do you like this build? But I feel like we've seen this a little bit, and it's been this conversation of a small amount of back and forth. Rush the Blackthorn Hammer, then get the Jotuns. Or, in this case, rush the Jotuns, then get the Blackthorn Hammer. Both junglers do it this time around. How are you feeling about it? I mean, Blackthorn's been pretty good, as it turns out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blackthorn's fine. For a god like Naja, it's going to hurt your damage a little bit because you're lacking on one of those crucial stats that Naja wants, whether that be the penetration, either some form of sustain, or some kind of tankiness with it. Sure, you're going to get a lot of extra HP. You're going to get a decent bit of power as well. But missing out on, more than anything, Pen and some of that immediate access to CDR or that extra bump in damage like something a Hydra's Lament would provide, I feel that it works better for gods like Naja. But at the same time, Naja is also a god that just wants to be a little bit tankier than others because you're much more of an all-in commit setup style of play. You're very rarely going to run into Najas these days who are going to be running that glass cannon style of build. So this is probably the better build path to do so. I probably would have been fine with how the game has been going with it running its current path, but if this game were any slower, I would have probably taken instead the Blackthorn route so you can get your tankiness immediately, and then you can kind of just farm up and kind of coast to get that Jotun's Rat. So I think it's fine for Lancelot. Similar path. Lancelot already has a lot of damage in his kit, has a lot of safety with that horse. Remember, only immune to stuns while he's mounted on top of that horse, and if his shield runs low, hop off the horse and jump back on, and now your shield can start regenerating. And by having more HP, it means that you're going to get more value from the shield because the shield is a percent value of your HP as opposed to just a flat value there. So I think the Blackthorn works a lot better on the Lancelot than the Naja in terms of wanting to stay alive and deal damage. But it works fine with the Naja because you're going to be the one going in the fight like so.
And up, down, there's going to be the combo. Exactly what we wanted to see. Eyes on the Naja. Naja delivers. And Dutcher was the addressee of that one. 6-6 for the kills. Just shy 12 minutes in. Beacon is going to be spawning here in a second, J-Mac. So maybe that number advantage makes a difference. It's 20 seconds and it's on the solo laner, so might not be the biggest impact in the world. The Bull Demon, on the other hand, pretty big impact. Means you can start clearing up some of the wards that are on the board, get a little more gold in your pockets. And of course, it's going to be golden experience for the team all around anyway. Beacon on the board. Numbers-wise, not a lot of attention really being paid to it, although now you can see, at least mid lane, jungle, soon to be support, stepping up for iDavy, trying to take control of this. And with how low some of the towers are getting, and more specifically, guys, you got to stand on it to finish the capture, to get things done, it looks like that left-hand lane is getting a little bit out of control. And this Beacon, as you see there, is going to help out immensely by just getting rid of it.
Yeah, send the tower crumbling down. I've also noticed a small bit of a trend in some of these games with the Bull Demon, and it's that the team that doesn't think that they can clear Bull Demon right away is typically dropping less wards around the time of its spawn. That way you can't give the enemy, you know, that free gold and whatnot. But the teams who are a bit more aggressive and the teams who think that they have the potential to clear out that one are dropping the more aggressive wards in enemy lines, just making sure to keep that vision because they think and they know that they can deal that damage out there. So it's a very interesting dynamic we're seeing, and a pretty standard Naja combo, though. Miss wall there, at least from the Ymir, means that for the time being, Dark will get to make it out of this fight.
Reset. Reduce, reduce, recycle. All of them fall back and do exactly what they need to do here in terms of prolonging this Gold Fury fight. Oracles are going to spawn in a second. Vision should probably go over towards iDavy. J-Mac, are there any, like, when I'm looking at it, and specifically I think I'm looking towards the mid lane right now, and it feels normal. Maybe we'll see it damage-wise looking good as they try to pour everything they have into Davy, but I'm looking at Dutcher. And what a beautiful wall to keep him locked in. Davy with the meatball goes down. And that one is all delivered, hand-delivered by the Ymir in the exact way you would want it to be played. And now they can get aggressive. Now they can start to look for, say, a Pyromancer. At least starting it up, try to get a fight afterward, take Dark up into the sky. Naja not going to get a lot done on their own, but with the wall afterward and the burst damage, my god, they've got what they need. Good Aegis from Dutcher, and a great rotation from Seagull, putting it all on the board and picking up the kills now. The Baba in danger, gets aggressive, plays to try and find the kill onto the Vulcan, can't quite get there, instead locked down, killed off, and they just keep walking in one by one, and Team Single comes out on top.
Yeah, Dutcher literally standing in front of iDavy's team with a fishing pole and dollar bill, baiting them forward, saying, come on, guys, you've almost got me. My life is almost down. And what happens? Dark says, bet, let's go. Dives in with the Grand Joust, and as soon as he dismounts, Dutcher presses Aegis. And he lives through Kuzenbo, able to peel him out. Great work by Seagull. And then what happens? Dutcher walks back forward again. He says, look, guys, I'm still low HP. Well, who wants to come get this tasty bait on the hook? It's Aim Blue who walks up. Misses their abilities. Dives into the back line. Dutcher walks away, says, my job here is done. And Yor and Davey Lever Lucian and Seagull able to just go ahead and close out that kill and get themselves a nice little extra one on the board. So, in that fight, that was all played out perfectly by Dutcher. Gets the damage off that he needs, picks off one kill over by the beacon, goes back, nearly picks off another kill.
And dangles a dollar bill.
Dangles the dollar bill in front of Dark. Dark tries to go for it, turns out it's a counterfeit, jokes on you, Dark. And also, now you've gone to respawn jail.
Respawn jail.
You don't get to collect $200.
Do not,
or
do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And unfortunately, look, $200. Pretty good. That's good money.
I can use that right now, let me tell you.
The Gold Fury, or in this case I should say the Primal Fury, started up. Team Seagull in control of it. Not completely locked down though. You got to be careful. Seagull and crew are able to get it. Now they need the fight afterward. It's going to be a response from Team iDavy. Up into the sky goes the support. He does not come back down. La Revolution is traded out. But 1-for-1 support for support. You're going to be way happier if you got the Fury. Losing your jungler changes the tune just a little bit, though, and Team Seagull is going to be the ones worried about that for now. 2-for-1 trade. Fury goes the way of the Chaos team. J-Mac, it enters this lull. Fire Giant is up, but that would be a very confident call from Team iDavy. I like this instead. Push up the lanes, maybe try to get some pressure on this tier 2, or tier 1.
Much different fight when Ragna's able to show up, too, and finally get a little bit of impact on the map. He's kind of been stuck just farming passively over in the dual lane because fighting a Charybdis, it's almost the equivalent of fighting a Jingwei. Nothing's going to get done. You're going to accomplish nothing trying to box into them, especially when Charybdis, with some of her changes and kind of her itemization and build path, does box fairly well, but you're almost never going to get a kill, so it's one of those, like, is it even worth it kind of moments. But now that Ragna's able to rotate over, get towards these Gold Furies, start making his impact known on the enemy team outside of just the Charybdis, you're able to see the damage that he's able to output. Like the build path so far, going to a dominance, just focusing fully on those those auto attacks there. So I like what Ragna's going to be able to do in the late game, already at that level 19 as well, so that Mannequin's mace just around the corner for him to level up. It means that around objectives, Ragna's going to be an absolute menace not only to enemy players, but also to the objectives for that extra damage that the Mannequins is going to be dealing.
We're in a good spot, getting aggressive if you're Team Seagull. Tier 1 in mid seems to be the primary target. Might be a 1v1 over here on the left-hand side of the map, and it is going to be auto trades out. That Fury's getting involved. The health bars are getting low. You got to be careful of your Veyron. Here goes down to the Whirlpool. You get the Bifrost used if you're Ragna. It's so close to a, honestly, either way, solo kill. But I think we can all agree Ragna was coming out on top of that one, and that was a good disengage from Veyron to make sure things didn't go too far awry.
That small hesitation from both players. Ragna missing the ultimate does suck, but at the same time, would have just been pulling beads from Veyron. Now with the changes to Heimdall's post-fire of the ultimate, probably, honestly, might have still just been a losing trade had he connected with that one against Veyron. So I'm almost kind of glad he missed the ultimate, as weird as it is to say, just because he didn't run into the risk of it being beadsed away and then him losing out on the trade afterwards. Dark taken to the sky, no follow-up, and Kagowski off the mark with the sash. Does like ring toss for good poke there, but there was also just that tiny hesitation after, when you see Veyron pop the Aegis and then go into the Whirlpool form. Ragna started chasing, went in with the Bifrost, and was standing on top of the Whirlpool formation for just a moment. Maybe hold that thought as Kagowski getting a bit low here.
Davey goes for the pluck, pulls him back in, loses his life in the process, but for support for jungle, come on, that is a free call every time Davey recognizes what his goal should be. No ult here for Dutcher as it was just used. Instead, it means you have to retreat. Too much aggression coming from the other side. This tier 1 being the safe haven necessary for your lives to stay going. 11 kills to 9. It's only a 2-kill lead. 20 minutes in now. 5,000 gold to Team Seagull has been able to maintain a pretty confident, comfortable lead all around, but it has not been going well the last couple of fights.
It's been a bit difficult for them. Like I said, if Ragna would have committed walking forward with the Whirlpool formation, you run into one of two risks. You either die to the damage of Whirlpool formation, or you don't get the damage after they pop out of the Whirlpool formation, and then you die from the in-hand there. But the trade-off would have been if Ragna would have walked forward with Veyron on that fight on the left side and just chased out, would have had the range to throw the sword down after landing and be able to get the kill up onto the Charybdis. But it's a pretty big risk going forward, so I can understand the hesitation there. But now as we start kind of grouping up for these team fights again, you have to keep mindful and watchful of Ragna, because once he gets that gold in hand at 1,500 mark in order to pick up that starter item, it's going to get a little bit dangerous fighting around this Mannequin's mace. Mid lane ultimate used by Dutcher, and it's just absolutely melting aim blue, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, aggressive, good sash, make sure to lock things down. Great wall as well, catches the jousting fields at the end. It will still be a good disengage from Dark, but man, La Revolution made it hard for him. And that is the kind of player right now Team Seagull is looking to put forward. Again, JMac, it's first seed that's on the line to play tomorrow and go to LAN. What these teams are going to do right now puts a little bit of pressure on them. Fury. That's what they're looking at. Oni Fury will give quite a good amount of push over to Team Seagull. It is not unknown, but it is going to be just free. Unseen, unwanted by Team iDavy. They don't want to step up and cause too much trouble. Instead, they're going around, warding, clearing, and maybe even starting the Fire Giant and burning it down, and they know exactly how much time they have. Look at Davey, he's walking around. He's just a ward at this point to give them vision, but Seagull sees it happening. Seagull goes in, Seagull tries, but Seagull cannot get it done. 5-man Fire Giant here for Team iDavy. You lose Dark, so now it's down to 4. Chase is on. Can Seagull catch up along with his squad to get anything done? Can they find somebody and lock them down just beyond Dark? And if the answer is no, this is looking like a massive swing and a massive advantage for Team iDavy, though it might cost them a tier 2 just to get it done.
Davey walks up, quick pluck back, just getting to the safety of the Phoenix, but a 5v4. Advantage should be over Team Seagull, but again, you have to be careful of Ragna, and it's because of the build path that Ragna and Dark had went into that they're able to make a play like that. By picking up that Mannequin's mace, you saw those numbers, 148, 148, 148. And those are yellow numbers on top of the autos that are already hitting for 300 plus at that point. So Ragna is effectively hitting Fire Giant for nearly 500 damage in auto at that point. It makes it so easy for them to just absolutely melt through that Fury. On top of that, you throw what you're standing around with, Eagles Rally, bonus damage for the team, and having that Shogun's Kasari, the extra attack speed for the team. So it's just amplifying Ragna's damage and burn potential to be able to make a play like that. So very, very strong call there from Team iDavy. They say, well, look, we can't go for a Fury. We can't go for a team fight. But we could definitely go for a Fire Giant instead. They take the coin toss. They lose Dark for it, but losing one for a Fire Giant play like that is a great way for Team iDavy to get back into this game.
Especially because it just got you the next beacon, which consequently got you a tier 1 tower, and you got the Pyromancer, would like it if somebody goes picks up that runic bomb.
Nah, it stays on the ground now.
I would. Yeah, but I'd like it to. I just no, put it in your inventory.
Nah, it stays there forever.
Pick
Stays there
it up.
forever.
Yor?
No, Yor, leave it there. Leave
Yor?
it on the floor. Just to make a statement.
Hey.
I thought it faded there for
I'm
a
gonna
sec.
be.
I
be
thought
real,
it disappeared.
I'd get real mad at you if it was left on the floor.
Hear that? If you want Gormizer to be mad at you, leave your runic bombs on the floor in your games. Leave them there.
Oh,
Cause
no.
chaos.
If they're in my games, I'm probably playing support. You can leave them for me.
Nah, I'm gonna make sure you're like,
Jamie goes, nah.
nah, you're chalice up. I'm gonna
pick it up and throw it in the jungle where nobody's standing.
No, I'm gonna be the one to stand on top of it, knowing that I can't pick it up, just so you can't do it. That's the ultimate power play. I can't pick this up, so I'm gonna stand here so you
Jamie,
can.
where's this malice coming from? Where's the hatred in your heart buried?
It is currently. I was gonna say like a date and time, but it's only like not even 6 p.m. on a Saturday. You know what? It's almost 6 p.m. on a Saturday. I'm getting hungry, Gore. I didn't finish all of my chicken and waffles.
You know what?
I'm getting hungry.
Understandable. Hangry is a true problem.
So
Together, we can
just
stop
know
it.
it's not malicious towards you.
It's malice at the universe.
It's malice at the universe for denying me my chicken and waffles.
Well, they will not be denied. They, in this case, being Team iDavy, this tier 2. Maybe they will. They don't have the numbers advantage as of right now. You have a 1v1 happening in mid, 4v4 over on left, and an inability to jump in and really break it down. And now you're in a spot. J-Mac actually kind of feels like we might just be sitting around waiting for
Next
a minute and a half?
Yeah.
For the next fire to respawn.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Take your time, everybody. Lean back, take a drink.
Yeah, get up, stretch your legs out, take a drink of water.
Uh-oh. Actually, Davey might go down here. Wall,
back down.
freeze. In a good position if you're Team Seagull, but will there be a big fight? Got the Baba Yaga nearby. Good
angle.
damage. They get the primal. Great angle, like you said, from Dark. And it's going to be looking for a little bit more. They've lost the Fire Giant. This is just going to be pure a wall, but then a great stun. Good disengage from Dutcher. I can't believe it. Walks out of there alive. Ymir will lose his life. Gagovsky loses their life. And this tier 2, it withstood an onslaught before, but it will not withstand any more. This is going to be a step forward and some gold in the pocket for iDavy.
Cannot believe that Dutcher made it out of that alive. Love Revolution and Gagovsky are getting the absolute biggest gold medals on this team for the amount of peel they provided to try and bail Dutcher out. They did, but they end up dying themselves because of it. A great wall from Revolution locks in that Lancelot ultimate. It's just been every single time that Dark has gone for that ult, Revolution is holding on to it, just saying, wait for it, you're going, and wall. Now you go absolutely nowhere. Yor then joins the fight, says, okay, I can go ahead and just kill this guy because I've got Eagle's Rally. I don't care about a wall. And then waiting for him on landing is Gagovsky with a sash to immediately bail Dutcher out. Dutcher now has to come up with a nice return play for his team. Stealing a Fire Giant would be perfect for that opportunity. He's got the best damage on the map to steal this one away and has such good range to do so. He just needs the tiniest line, but he just can't get past Davey to do so.
They have to create a little more space. There's going to be the shot, but it's just shy and a little too late. And it's a 5-man Fire Giant again for Davey. Now, moving forward, wall for the disengage from Team Seagull. J-Mac, what was a pretty monumental, I mean, we were talking 5,000 just 8 minutes ago, has been brought down to now 0 as far as gold is concerned. Experience as well, pretty much collapsing in favor of Davey now. 1 level lead in support, and that's the only true difference, the only thing that matters as far as the experience chart goes. So as we approach the 28.5-minute mark, you can stand for a defense. I mean, do you like the tier 2 setup here if you're Seagull, or do you just step back and guard the Phoenix line?
You've got good defense on this. Vulcan, maybe not the most ideal mage to be clearing out waves, just because backfire, you have to get right up to the wave in order to clear at least the front and the back of the wave at the same time. You could always just use Meatball to try and help out with some of that poke. Drop down a turret from distance, you're pretty good, but I think one reason that I would stick around for the Tier 2 defense is having EMEA. Putting that wall up in front of your tower means that they can't fire through it unless they're playing a character like Rom, which there is no Rom on the map, so you don't have to worry about that. But you also just have good counter engage. If Team iDavy dives just a little too far in, there's a lot of good CC and disruption from Team Seagull to really be able to punish that. For example, you're walking up and almost quite literally dying to just about anything.
Well, damage in the return, if you can find that kill, would be massive, but instead it's good peel on the other side. And you have to play carefully if you are Team Seagull, because you don't want to overextend into iDavy's hands. You're, like you said, is going to have to fall back. Has the teleport, though, so shouldn't be too far away. In fact, we'll be able to come in pretty deep. Good blink, good damage. But oh my god, the turnaround! Dark bites off more than he can chew. And that is what you need from Team Seagull. Now, even if Yor comes back in, which he has right side of the map, right side jungle, you're at a numbers disadvantage for almost a full minute.
Team Seagull with two great defenses there. Great turnaround and recognition from Dutcher to go help out Gagovski, because the Naja was dead to rights there. That should have been a kill for Dark, but as soon as that Sash stun and damage connects, Dutcher's Meatball then pushes Dark away. Ring toss is good for the follow-up damage after that one, and now Dark on the respawn screen for about another 20 seconds. That gives Seagull time to start grouping around this Fury, but Oracle Vision is there, so Team iDavy knows that this would happen. This would be a risky call to go for Seagull. They do have good secure again with the Vulcan Ultimate, but using it now would be fine unless you're planning on going for a team fight a little bit afterwards. You want to hold that ultimate if you can, but might just go for the secure. It's good there for Seagull in the fight after as well.
Aggression, damage, Yor the one being taken out. JMac is just 1 for 1. Frontline for frontline. Relatively open position. Nothing too crazy happening. We still have a relatively even gold lead. That Fire Giant's wearing off relatively soon as well, so the 3 members that have it. Nothing too open. Davey still lurking, looking for a pluck. Might actually be the one getting plucked up to the sky. Damage is there. Brought back down. Follow-up from Dutcher. And it's more than enough to get the job done, but you trade out 1 for 1 one more time. Now chasing him down, looking for the last little bit of damage. This is just a bloodbath, trading back and forth. And ultimately, it seems like Seagull will get out of here. This Tier 2 will fall down. And I'm trying to remember the kill count prior to this. I'm pretty sure everybody went up the same amount.
Yeah, pretty even trade
300
throughout
gold
there. You get a Fury for the side of Team Seagull, which gives you a little bit of a bump, but Pyromancer's about to respawn, so that's going to essentially go net even more than anything. That Oni Fury valuable, but when there's still a Tier 1 tower in the left side, it's not nearly as much value for Team Seagull. Sure, you can get an Oni wave that's kind of pushing up towards that right side and threatening a little bit of Phoenix, but you're not going to get a whole lot from there. It's mostly the gold value you're getting at this stage of the game and at this current map state. So Pyromancer evens out the gold trade that you get from those objectives. So not a bad look there for iDavy. iDavy actually absorbing the Naja ultimate might be the saving grace for Dark in there, because then the stun lands from Gagovski and knows that he doesn't need to worry about a follow-up ultimate incoming there. And then Ragnar sitting so hard at this stage of the game. Normally, you kind of pick between going either Titan's Bane or Dominance for some of your characters, because you would usually slot in something like an Odysseus bow just to get that extra huge burst of attack speed. But in this instance, Ragnar foregoing the Odysseus bow and instead getting both of those pen items. So not only do his autos just have more natural pen, he's also reducing prots via Executioner and just ignoring whatever prots are left with that Titan's Bane. Love this build from Ragnar. It's allowing him to hit not only enemy gods, but also these objectives extremely hard.
It's made things a lot easier around this Fire Giant. That's for sure. Now we might actually get to see that. It's enhanced this time around, which gives us a very different dynamic than the first few times we've seen this Fire Giant. Each time it's gone towards iDavy, the 2 Fire Giants that have happened so far, they have been able to get a little bit, but not really broken too much. In fact, if anything, while they crawled forward, 2 Fire Giants, 5,000 total gold, and really it just evened things out. Raven Ward as well reveals a little bit of the dance of what's going on inside the FG pit. Seagull, I'm going to say it has had a good performance on the Kuzenbo, but I'm going to follow it up with a sentence that is forgetful because I can't think of the stuff that he's been doing. But, I mean, 1-1 and 6 has been having a pretty big impact. It's just making sure that it happens, and this might be the spot where it will happen. Ragnar, you've been mentioning lots of damage. The question is, what can he do around the Fire Giant, and is it solo it? The answer is no. Getting relatively low, needs some help from the team, needs something. In fact, they might be down a man for a little bit here while he tries to heal up using the Devo Gauntlet.
Yeah, he's going to heal up a little bit, but by using that sword toss, he's going to hamper some of the sustain. As long as there's a minion wave nearby, he should be okay, but he's not going to be at full unless he goes back to base. He's going to need multiple waves and multiple camps in order to kind of heal himself back up. Some natural HP 5, so it'll take a little bit before Ragnar's back at full strength. But he is not at a level where, even though he's doing a ton of damage, he's not able to solo Enhanced Fire Giant. This is the stage where you need your tank there. You need 2 to 3 people to be able to kill this objective, even with the build path that he has. Yes, he hits hard, but he's getting hit harder and is not able to sustain, especially if you're tanking up. Fire Giant just reduces that damage and healing output that you have.
Good knock-up from Davey, at least prolongs his life a little bit, and the dash away. Remember, and this is actually maybe even bigger than the fact that they get seeding for tomorrow, Davey has not lost a set. This team has not lost a set the entire Content Creator Cup. Team Seagull giving them a run for their money right now. See what they can do. Enhanced Fire Giant standing menacingly, imposingly over everybody else. But still far in the background. Control of the pit, I'd give it over to Seagull. J-Mac, it's all about the engage. Teleport going to be coming through. Locked up is your great wall, great push. You just need some great damage behind it, and you seem to have it. They've got the burst and a taken down your Bologna off the board, and now numbers advantage for a full minute over to Team Seagull.
I don't think Team Davey and yours specifically was expecting to be able to teleport into that ward. You saw all eyes of Team Seagull turn. They saw a ward, and they had that moment where the gear clicked, and they went, wait a sec. They're teleporting in front of 4 of us. What if we just kill them instead of killing the ward? They wait out the duration, and you can only do this if you have gods like Ymir that can just completely cut off an obstacle and a path there.
Otherwise, you just jump away if you're Yor.
Yeah, otherwise, you dash away, you jump away, no big deal if you're the Bologna. Or they just kill the ward in that place. But that's a rare moment where a team letting the ward teleport go through pays off so well for them because they know they're at the stage of the game they can kill the Bologna. It might take some time, but they'll be able to kill them. And if they're not willing to use or don't have access to Eagle's Rally, then that long duration, 5-6 seconds, that wall sits up for Ymir is just a death trap for whoever teleports in. So I actually really love that on-the-fly adaptation that Team Seagull made because you saw they were ready to kill the ward, and then they realized what they had access to. You okay, Gagovsky?
You know, we've asked ourselves that a few times this game, and the answer, at least for now, is yes. Not only okay, but feeling pretty darn good because the team around you is getting everything done that you need. Good damage from Seagull, zoning people out. Dark, taken down. Enhanced Fire Giant on all 5. I mean, everything in the last 10 seconds that could have gone well for Seagull has gone well. Gagovsky with good sashes, slows, trying to close the gap here. You don't have too much that you can do. Need a teleport, which is actually 20 seconds away here from Seagull. So it looks like a retreat and a reset from the team. Spend some of this gold. They've been standing around staring each other down for a little while, and then J-Mac, an Enhanced Fire Giant, opens up a lot of opportunity.
It's going to take some time. Team Seagull to really make use of this Fire Giant. Sure, you have EFG. It's going to make your tower push a little bit easier. Phoenix Sieges as well. You do have a Runic Bomb in Gagovsky's pocket, so you can send him over to one of the opposite lanes. Send the other 4 of your members to one Phoenix to try and push this one down. I'd send the 4 over to the left side, take down that tier 2, and then send Gagovsky up mid lane. Just have split push that on his own. He won't fully win out on a 1v1 versus Dark. I think Dark has just a bit too much damage compared to the tankiness that Gagovsky has. So I think that 1v1 would go slightly more in favor of Dark, especially having that Bumbus Hammer to kind of go along with both of them there. But it's still going to be a little difficult to siege into. Baba Yaga's got good siege defense, jumps at home sweet home. You got those fireballs that you throw down. Pretty easy damage. pretty easy to apply damage as well, especially having Soul Reaver, Soul Gem means you're going to get a lot of really quick procs on the enemy team. It all comes down to the initiation if Davy's team goes in first. You have Bologna, you have Lancelot, you have Sobek. You pick one of the ones. I'd leave the Lancelot over on the right-hand side over here towards mid. And I would just wait for Team Seagull to initiate if I'm Davy's squad. I would wait for them to try and make the first move because you have no reason to be the one to initiate. You want to catch that Ymir out of position when he walks into your Phoenix. You want to catch that Kuzenbo when he goes for a dash on your carry, just like they're trying for now.
Well, there's the Kuzenbo who goes in, spins around with the Watery Grave, and is looking maybe for Davy, who's isolated right now. Damage is good, and it's Veyron who puts him into the ground. Have to play it carefully here, though. A lot of leaves, a lot of low health bars. Does not matter when you got a carry that's hitting like this. Picks it up. Gagowski as well shows up for the team. 4 gone, and you only lose 1. But J-Mac, it's an awkward spot. You lose your carry with the ability to take down these Phoenixes. You are low health bars back from Seagull. Heals up, teleport in. Benefit of it being on cooldown not too long ago. Now Gagowski, mid lane, walks in, takes down the Phoenix. Left side bird should go down. You've got 30 more seconds and nothing to worry about here other than aim blue. What can this Baba Yaga do? Can this Baba Yaga stand between Davy and their first defeat? They're going to try, but the damage just is not there. The Vulcan provides too much, and the 4v1 is stronger. Seagull, first team to take down Davy and set this Content Creator Cup, and your first seed going in tomorrow.
I'm just wondering why Aim Blue held Ultimate for so long. An entire team fight happened, and Aim Blue was twiddling his thumbs under the Phoenix, holding on to Ultimate. If when Davy is diving to the backline, when Dark is going in, if you have Aim Blue right behind them, throwing out those Witchfire magic from that Ultimate, you're going to get so much more damage off. You're going to provide so much extra support for your team because they're not going to want to stand in that damage. But Aim Blue just sat there and waited for them to walk back at the Phoenix, throws down all the bolts, and then goes, well, that's all I've got. I guess I'll just sit back and wait for them to inevitably come my way. And then Vulcan comes back online because he was doing a lot of fighting and a lot of kills came their way. Naja Ultimate comes back up to literally pick him up at the end of the game, so he doesn't even get a chance to defend. It was just such an awkward team fight. And again, I think that they made the right play, waiting for the Kuzenbo, waiting for the Ymir to make the first move. The follow-up was just not there, though. I think if Aim Blue, as soon as that Kuzenbo dives into that Phoenix and you see the carries closing in, if you're Aim Blue, you pop into that ultimate, you fire off that home sweet home, you get that damage out there, and you try and force them back. But he was just sitting there throwing a potion here and there, throwing out that AO1 a little bit, and just couldn't get anything going. I think just needed to fire that ultimate just a little bit faster to get that fight in a better position for his team.
Unfortunately for them, there's a lot of stuff you can say, like 2020 hindsight, always really good, but in this case, you still lost the game, and it is a 2-1 victory for Seagull. Now, there's a lot of things that go right, and there were a lot of things that caught me off guard, because early on, I mean, we were talking about it in the Naja and the Kuzenbo. It felt like there were moments where I'm like, you know what? Y'all have been doing a great job. For Kuzenbo specifically, there were times where I'm like, I don't know what you're doing, but you're doing it really, really good. Towards the end, we got to see it a lot more. Seagull was just absolutely bullying people. 1-1 and 11. You can see in the assists. Same thing for Gagowski there on the Naja. 5-5 and 15. The kills were not what mattered. It was the assists. Those led Dutcher to just, I mean, you lead him to water, and Dutcher was drinking it up. 10-9. The Vulcans today have been impeccable.
Yeah. Dutcher guzzling down the water that's been provided to him. Two games now, this set alone, going 10-2. First on the Medusa and now on the Vulcan. I think, though, and maybe right to highlight, star of the show probably goes to La Revolucion on the Ymir. Fantastic walls throughout that game. Most of them towards Dark.
52,000 damage.
Now look, Revolution may not have done a ton of damage. His mid laner more than made up for that one. Gagowski even as well. With kind of the stranger build, I was wondering how much damage Gagowski was really going to do in these fights. But 32k on a single target damage dealer who built into defense as well. Impressive damage coming out that way. Veyron didn't get to be as much of a star as he has been in some of the previous games where he could go for these solo kills up on the enemy. But that's also because aside from the literal one instance of a 1v1 chance that we saw, Ragna and Veyron were just kind of waiting for these team fights to kind of happen through. But yeah, I mean, damage Vulcan's got it in spades.
And then some. Like you said, it covered up. You look at just player damage there, and yes, you did enough for you and the Ymir, realistically. But it goes to show that the Ymir, like the player damage numbers, was really nothing in comparison to what he was providing wall-wise, stun-wise, setup-wise. And, of course, that makes the big difference. Now, what does all of this mean, and what does that win end up meaning for them? Well, that means that tomorrow, when we watch these two teams play again, that's right, they will be playing one more time, again, they're going to be playing in a best of 5. Now, what is the difference between this best of 5 and today? Well, today it was just seeding. Tomorrow, winner goes to LAN, loser doesn't. One team advances, and that's what matters. Seagull will be the number 1 seed over Davy, and the question is going to be who can come out on top. After today, we got 3 games. Tomorrow, I'm starting to anticipate potentially 5 if that's the case, and if they play the way that they did just now in terms of competition. Question marks all around. I'm really excited for it.
And the thing is, like, there's a little bit of weight on this one as well because you're the lone single EMEA representative coming out to the LAN against
you can't
3
show up tomorrow
North
and then not show
squads.
up at the LAN.
Like, winning this one is going to be a big one for either of these teams. They get to come out to the studio, get to compete for charity and all that great stuff there. But then you also, again, now get to face off and be the representative. Is Europe, is EMEA still just as strong in Season 11 as it has been in Season 10 of SMITE, Season 9, 8, 7, all the way back down? EMEA have been some of the kings of some of this amateur scene. We'll see if they can step it up for this one as well.
Well, that question going to be answered tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. That's where you're going to be here or want to be here to watch the full best of 5. But for now, from myself, from JMac, everyone, of course, back in production, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Made in Georgia.